Chapter 17, and its finale. But for the bells and groan of runners, which drowned sound for them even as it did for Danvers, Helen and Rhodes were near enough to have heard Mrs. Jack's call. Interpreting the latter's warning morally, Helen had accepted Rhodes's escort as the lesser of two evils, or, if she had speculated on tentative attempts at flirtation, had not doubted her own ability to snub them. A sudden frost, winter's last desperate clutch at the throat of spring, had hardened the sun-rotted trails, and as the cutter sped swiftly over the first mile, she chatted freely, without thought of danger. Of the three male guests, Rhodes had, as aforeseen, pestered her least, so, ignorant of the pitiless brutality masked by his reserve, she was paralyzed, almost fainted, when his arm suddenly dropped from the cutter rail to her waist. Recovering, she spoke sharply, "Take it away!" Instead, he drew her tighter. She could not see his face, but as she struck madly, blindly at its dim whiteness, his laugh, heartless, cynical, came out of the dusk. "Kick, bite, scratch all you want, my little beauty," he said, forcing his face against hers. "Your struggles are sweet as caresses." Yet, with all his boast, he found it difficult to hold her. Twice she broke his grip and almost leaped from the sleigh, and as she fought his face away, her hand suddenly touched the reins that were looped over his arm. In the black confusion, he was unable to specify just what happened thereafter. He knew that, alarmed by the scuffling, the ponies had burst into a gallop, but though he felt her relax, he could not see her throw all of her weight into a sudden jerk on the left rein. Ensued a heaving, tumultuous moment. Pulled from the trail, the ponies plunged into deep drift. The cutter bucked like a live thing, and as it dropped from the high trail, a runner cracked with a pistol report. Simultaneously, they were thrown out into deep, cold snow. They fell clear of each other, and Helen heard Rhodes swearing as he ran to the ponies' heads. The sound spurred her to action. She could only count on a minute, and, rising, she ran, stumbling, falling headlong into drifts to rise and plunge on, in her heart the terror of the hunted thing. Each second she expected to hear his pursuing foot, but he had to tie the ponies to a prairie poplar, and by that time she had gained a bluff 200 yards away and was crouched like a chased hare in its heart. That poor covert would not have sufficed against a frontiersman, tracking by the fainter whiteness of broken snow. He would soon have flushed the trembling game, but it was ample protection from Rhodes's inefficiency. Alarmed when he saw that she was gone, he ran back and forth, shouting, coupling her name with promises of good behavior. As her line of flight had angled but slightly from the trail, she heard him plainly. "My God, you'll freeze, Mrs. Carter. Oh, Mrs. Carter, do come out, I was only joking." She did not require his assurance as to the freezing. Already her limbs were numb, her teeth chattered so loudly she was afraid he would hear. But she preferred the frost's mercy to his, and so lay, shivering, until, in despair, he got the ponies back to the trail and drove rapidly away. Then she came out and headed homeward like a bolting rabbit. Twice she was scared back into the snow, once when Rhodes turned about and dashed down and back the trail, again just before she picked Leslie's voice from passing bells. He was merely talking to his horses, but never before had his voice fallen so sweetly on pretty ears. As at some wan ghost, he stared at the dim, draggled figure that came up to him out of the snows. Indeed, half frozen and wholly frightened, she was little more than the ghost of herself. "The cad!" he stormed, hearing her story. "I'll punch his head tomorrow," and he maintained that rude intention up to the moment that he dropped her at her own door. "Don't," she called after him. "Elinor won't like it." But the caution was for his own good, and she was not so very much cast down when he persisted. "Then she can lump it," he shouted back. The proverb gives the trampled worm rather more than due credit when one remembers that a barrel hoop can outturn the very fiercest worm. But it should be remembered, in Leslie's favor, that he mutinied in the cause of another. Having all of the obstinacy of his dullness, he went straighter to his end because it was allied with that narrow, bulldog vision which excludes all but one object from the field of sight. Meeting Rhodes, Chapman, and Newton, with lanterns, at the point where the sleigh had capsized, he rushed the former and was living in the strict letter of his intention when the others pulled him away. They could not, however, damn his indignant speech. On that vast, dark stage, with the lanterns shedding a golden aureole about Rhodes and his bleeding mouth, he gave them the undiluted truth, as it is said to flow from the mouths of babes and sucklings. Arrived home, moreover, he staggered his wife by his stubborn opposition. "It is no use talking, Elinor," he said, closing a bitter argument. "Tomorrow I go to the bush for a load of wood, and if that cad is here when I return I'll break a whip on his back." Then, ignoring her bitten lips, clenched hands, the bitter fury that was to produce such woeful consequences, he went quietly off to bed. Of all this, however, Helen remained in ignorance until after the denouement that came a few days later along with a scattering of new snow. Those were days of misery for her, of remorseful brooding, self-reproach, hot shame that set her at bitter introspection that she might find and root out the germs of wickedness that had brought these successive insults. As hundreds of good girls before her, as thousands will after her, she wondered if she were really the possessor of some unsuspected sensuousness. Comparisons, too, were forced upon her. Revolting from the rough settler life, she had turned to the English set only to find that their polished ease was but the veneer of their degeneracy, analogous to the phosphorescence given off in the dark by a poisoned fish, and equally indicative of decay. She could not fail to contrast her husband's sterling worth with their moral and intellectual leprosy. The nights were still more trying. She would sit, evenings, and stare at the lamp as though it were the veritable flame of life, while her spirit quested after the cause of things and the root of many enigmas. Why, for instance, is it that pitilessness, ferocity, ruth, which were good in the youth of the world, should cause such evil in its old age? For what reason the cause of the lily willed also its blight? Why conditions make fish of one woman, flesh of another, and fowl of a third, and wherefore any one of them should be damned for doing what she couldn't help in following the dictates of her nature? In fact, from the duration of her reveries, she may have entertained all of the 100-and-odd questions with which the atom pelts the infinite, and, judging from her dissatisfaction, she received the usual answer. Why? It is nature's wont to deliver her lessons in parables, from which each must extract his or her own meanings, and a momentous page was turned in Helen's lesson the day that she rode over to Leslie's to verify a rumor which Nels had brought from the post office. As sleighing was practically over and wheeling not yet begun, she went horseback. As aforesaid, a scattering of new snow covered the prairies, and she rode through a bitter prospect. Everywhere yellow grass tussocks or tall brown weeds thrust through the scant whiteness to wave in the chill wind. Under the skies, enormous gray, scrub and bluff and blackened drift stood out, harsh studies in black and white. Nature was in the blues, and all sentient things shared her dull humor. Winging north in V or harrow formations, the wild ducks quacked their discontent. Peevish snipe cursed the weather as they dipped from slough to slough. A lone coyote complained that the season transcended his experience, then broke off his plaint to chase a rabbit, of whose red death Helen was shuddering witness. The settlement was even less cheerful. Such houses as she passed rose like dirty smudges from the frozen mud of their dooryards. Moreover, The looks of the few settlers she met were not conducive of better spirits. Mac Cloud, a bigoted Presbyterian of the old Scotch-Canadian school, gave her a malignant grin in exchange for her nod. 3 Shin boys, big louts, burst into a loud guffaw as their wagon rattled by her at the forks of Leslie's trail. Their comment, "Guess she hain't heard," increased her apprehension. She could now see the house, smokeless, apparently lifeless, frowning down from a snow-clad ridge. But when, a minute later, she knocked, Leslie answered, and she entered. The living room, with its associations of gaiety, was dank, cold, cheerless. Ash littered the fireless stove. The floor was unswept. The air gave back her breath in a steamy cloud. Through the bedroom door, she saw drawers and boxes wide open, their contents tossed and tumbled as though someone had rummaged them for valuable contents. And amid these ruins of a home, Leslie sat, head bowed in his hands. "You poor man," she cried. "You poor, poor man." He turned up his face, and its sick misery reminded her of a worm raising its mangled head from under a passing wheel, as though questing a reason for its sudden taking off. His words strengthened the impression. "I couldn't seem to satisfy her, and she was angry because I took your part against him. Of course she isn't so much to blame. I did as well as I could, but I'm neither clever nor ornamental like Rhodes. But I tried to treat her well, didn't I? You shall judge." "You did, of course you did, poor man," she sobbed. "Then why did she leave me?" Somehow his blind questioning raised the prairie tragedy in her mind. The rabbit's death scream was equally sincere in its protest against inscrutable fate in the coyote's green eyes. Its innocence was blameless as this. Yet, how could she answer problems as unsolvable as her own? "I have been a fool," he went on, and his next words helped to lessen the astonishment, though not the pain, which his calamity had brought her. "A blind fool. When we used to drive out to Regis last summer, it was going on. I can see it now. They did their billing and cooing under my very eyes. Yet they were not so clever, after all, were they? I trusted her, with my honor, expecting her to protect it as I would have defended her virtue. Was I at fault? If a man can't trust his wife, what can he do? Surely not lock her up. What could I do?" Puzzled, she stood and looked down upon him. But under its delicate complexities, the feminine mind is ever practical, and her attention quickly turned to his physical welfare. He must be taken away, weaned from his sick brooding, blind questioning. "Have you eaten today?" she asked. "Not for 3 days. Go out and harness your ponies at once and come home with me to supper." Anticipating objection, she added, "Really, you must, for I am too tired to ride back again." Her little fiction was hardly necessary. He found it so easy to let her do his thinking. He obeyed as one in a trance, and not till they drove away, leading her pony behind, did action dissipate his lethargy. Then he began to display some signs of animation. It was a silent and uncomfortable drive. Instead of the usual lively jingle, pole and harness rattled dully. The light snow hushed the merry song of the wheels to a slushy dirge. The raw air, bleak sky, slaty grays of the dull prospect were eminently oppressive. Nature had shed her illusions, and fronting her cold materialism, there was no dodging issues. Facts thrust themselves too rudely upon consciousness. Leslie spoke but once, and the remark proved that the chill realities had set him again at the riddle of life. "I shall sell out," he said, as the ponies swung in on Carter's trail. "Go to South Africa. My brother is a mining superintendent on the Rand." She sighed. "I can't go to South Africa." Rousing from his own trouble, he looked at her. "You don't need to, you'll see. Carter will come home one of these days." And during the few days that he stayed with her, he extended such brotherly sympathy that she felt sincerely sorry when, having placed the sale of his farm and effects in the hands of Danvers, he followed his faithless wife out of her life and this story. Chapter 18. the persistence of the established. Save for a few dirty drifts in the shadows of the bluffs, the snow was all gone when, one morning a week or so after Leslie's departure, Helen went south under convoy of Jimmy Glaves to open school. The day was beautiful. Once more the prairies wore the burned browns of autumn, but to eyes that had grown to the vast snowscape during a half-year of winter, the huge monochrome rioted in color. In fact, it had its values. There a passing cloud through a patch of black, bowing to the soft breeze. Last year's grass sent sunlit waves chasing one another down to the far horizon. Here and there a green stain on the edge of cropped hayslows bespoke the miracle of resurrection, eternal wonder of spring, the young life bubbling forth from the decay and death of parent plants. Also the prospect was checkered with the chocolate of plowed fields. On these slow ox teams crawled, and the shouts of the drivers, the snapping crack of long whips, alternated as they drove along with the cheep of running gophers, the pee-wee of snipe, song of small birds. Noise was luxury after the months of frozen silence. The warm, damp air, the feel of balmy spring, the sunlight on the grasses were delightfully relaxing. Helen gave herself up to it, permitted sensation to rule and banish for the moment her tire and trouble. She chatted quite happily with the trustee, who, however, seemed gloomy and preoccupied. A philosopher coined a phrase, the persistence of the established, to explain the survival of phenomena after the original cause lies dead in the past. It admirably defines the trustee's mental condition, which was a product of causes set up by Helen in these last months. Ignorant of the change in her feeling towards her English friends, he was vividly aware of the prejudice which her dealings with them had aroused in the settlers. In the beginning, he and Flynn had earned severe criticism by giving her the school. Since the Leslie scandal, he doubted their ability to keep her in it. At meeting, bees, on trail, her name was being coupled with grins or gloomy reprobation according to the years and character of the critics. The women had plucked her character clean as a chicken and were scattering their findings to the four winds. Just now, of course, the heavy work of seeding sadly interfered with these activities and diversions, but Jimmy looked for trouble in the slack season. If in the meantime she could be weaned from her liking for the English Ishmael, they might be able to weather the prejudice. To which end he steered the conversation to the greenness, credulity, and execrable agriculture of the remittance people. "I can't see," he said, among other things, "what a fine gal like you kin see in 'em. They're dying stock, and one o' these days the fool killer will come along and brain the hull biling." Brain, did I say? The Lord forgive me. Couldn't scratch up the makings of one outen the hull bunch. Had she known his mind, she might easily have laid his misgivings. Instead, she tried to modify his bitter opinion. They are certainly inefficient as farmers, but as regards their credulity, don't you think it is largely due to a higher standard of business honor? Now, when a Canadian trades horses, he expects to be cheated, while they are only looking for a fair exchange. Jimmy's face wrinkled in contemptuous disparagement. "Hain't that just what I said? A man that expects to get his own outen a haw-strayed can't be killed too quick. It's tempting Providence to leave him loose. As well expect a nigger to leave a fat rooster as a Canadian to keep his hands off sech easy meat. 'Tain't human natur. As for their honor," he sniffed, "pity it didn't extend to their morals. It is, indeed." Afterwards they had many a tilt on this same subject. Smoking in his doorway of evenings, Jimmy would emit sarcasms from the midst of furious clouds, while she, as much for fun as from natural feminine perversity, took the opposite side. And neither knew the other's mind until too late, but placated by her low answer, he now let the subject rest. 3 feet of green water was slipping over the river ice when they forded Silver Creek, and they had to dodge odd logs, the vanguard of Carter's drive. "Another week," the trustee remarked, "and we couldn't have crossed." He was right. That week a warm rain ran the last of the snows off several thousand square miles of watershed, feeding the stream till it waxed fat and kicked like the scriptural ox against the load Carter had saddled upon it. Snarling viciously, it would whirl a timber across a bend, then rush on with mad roar, leaving a mile of logs backed up behind. But such triumph never endured. With axe, pevies, cant-hooks, Bender and his men broke the jams, whereupon, as though peevish at its failure, the river swept out over the level bottoms and stranded timbers in backwaters among dense scrub. To see this, the first log drive on Silver Creek, the children who lived near the valley scuttled every day from school, and they would gaze, wide-eyed, at Michigan Red riding a log that spun like a top under his nimble feet, or watch the cougar, shoulder-deep in snow water, shoving logs at some ticklish point. Then they would hang about the cook's tent, while that functionary juggled with beans and bacon, or made lumberman's cake by the cubic yard. Also there were peeps into the sleeping tents, where men lay and snored in boots and wet red shirts, just as they had come out of the river, of all of which they would prattle to Helen next day at school, reciting many tales, chief among them the Homeric narrative of the cutting of a jam, in which she had a special interest, and which proved, among other things, that Michigan Red was again at his old tricks. It was Susie Flynn who brought this tale. Dipping down, one end of a bridge timber had stuck at an acute angle into the riverbed. A second timber swung broadside on against its end. Then in a trice, the logs had backed up, grinding bark to pulp under their enormous pressure. "Mr. Bender," Susie said, "he was for throwing a rope across from bank to bank so's they could cut it from above. But one wasn't handy, and while they was waiting a big red man comes up and hands Mr. Carter the dare. 'If you're scart, gimme the axe and I'll show you how we trim a jam in Michigan.' But Mr. Carter wouldn't give it. 'No,' he says, awful quiet, yet sorter funny, for all the men laughed, 'No. They'll need you to show 'em again.' Then he walks out on the jam and goes to chopping, with Mr. Bender calling for him to come back and not make a damn fool of himself. The scene had so impressed the child that she reproduced every detail for her pale audience of one Carter astride of the key log, his men, bating their breath with the hull of his stroke, Bender's distress, the cynical grin of Michigan Red. Once, she said, a floating chip deflected the axe, and he swore easily, naturally, turning a smile of annoyance up to the bank. It drew no response from eyes that were glued to the log, now quivering under tons of pressure. A huge balk, it broke with a thunderous report when cut a quarter through, and loosed a mile of grinding death upon the chopper. Then came his progress through the welter. As the jam bore downstream, timbers would dip, somersault, and thrash down on a log that still quivered under the spurn of his leap. Young trees raised on end and swept like battering rams along the log he rode. Yet, jumping from log to log, he came up from death out of the turmoil in safety to the bank. Brought his axe erlong, too. Susan triumphantly finished. And you should have just seen that red man. He looked that sick and green through his wishy-washy smiling. But Mr. Carter, ain't he a brave one? You must be awful proud of him, ain't you, Miss Helen? What could she answer but yes, though the trembling admission covered only a small portion of her psychology. Misery, fear, regret made up the rest. The remainder of that day dragged wearily by to a distant drone of lessons. She, who had tried to eject her husband from her life, shuddered as she thought how nearly her wish had come to accomplishment. Death's cold, breath-chilled resentment expunged the memory of her months of weary waiting. It would return, but in the meantime she could think of nothing but his danger. Hurrying home, she asked Glaves to saddle her a horse, saying that she would try to gallop off a headache. Heartache would have been more correct, but she certainly galloped, rode westward, then swung around north on a wide circle that brought her, at dusk of the short spring day, out on a bald headland that sheered down to the river. Beneath her lay the camp, with its cooking fires flickering like wind-blown roses athwart the velvet pall of dusk, and in either direction from that effulgent bouquet, a crimson garland of sentinel fires laid its miles of length along the valley. Men moved about the nearer fires, appearing to her distant eyes as dim, dark shapes. But what sight refused, hearing supplied. She heard the cook cursing his kettles with a volubility that would have brought shame on the witches in Macbeth, the imprecations of some lumberjack at war with a threatened jam. Above all rose the voice of a violin, quivering its infinite travail, expressing the throbbing pain of the world. Then, from far up the valley, a lonely tenor floated down the night. He went to cut a key log, and the jam he went below. He was the damnedest man that ever I did know. Some lumberman was relieving his watch by chanting the deeds of a hero of the camps, and as, like a dove of night, the voice floated high over the river's growl through a score of verses, it helped to drive home upon Helen a sense of the imminent jeopardy Carter had passed through that day. While her beast pawed its impatience, she sat for an hour trying to pick his voice from the hum of the camp. It was easy to distinguish Bender's. His bass growl formed the substratum of sound. She caught, once, the cougar's strident tones. Then, just as she was beginning to despair, a command, stern and clear, rose from the void. "Lay on there with that pevy, quick, or you'll have 'em piled to heaven. Here, Bender, cougar, lend a hand, this fellow's letting them jam on him." She started as under a lash. All that day she had lived in a whirl of feeling, and just as a resolvent precipitates a chemical mixture, the stern voice reduced her feeling to thought. Unfortunately, the tone was not in harmony with her soft misery. If it had been, well, it was not. Rather, it recalled his contempt under the moonlight, her own solitary shame. Whirling her bronco, she cut him over the flank and galloped, at imminent risk of her neck, over the dark prairies in vain attempt to escape the galling recurrence of injured pride, the stings of disappointment. "He doesn't care for me. He doesn't care for me." It rang in her brain. Then, when she was able to think, she added, in obedience to the sex instinct which will not admit love's mortality, "He never did, otherwise he couldn't have left me." Her conclusion, delivered that night into a wet pillow, revealed the secret hope at the root of her disappointment. "I won't ride that way again." But she did, and her changed purpose is best explained by a conversation between Carter and Bender as they stood drying themselves at the cook's fire after averting the threatened jam. Carter began, "I reckon you can get along well enough without me. Of course, I'd have liked to seen the drive down to the Assiniboine, but in another week the frost will be out enough to start prairie grading. I'll have to go. Let me see. 1 week more on the creek. 2 on the Assiniboine. 3 weeks will put the last timber into Brandon. In less than a month you'll join me at the prairie portage." Turning to bring another area of soaked clothing next to the fire, his face came under strong light. These 7 months of thought and calculation had left their mark upon it, thinned and refined its lines, tooled the features into an almost intellectual cast. His mouth, perhaps, evidenced the greatest change, showing less humor, because, perhaps, self-repression and the habit of command had drawn the lips in tighter lines. Deeper set, his eyes seemed darker, while a straight look into their depths revealed an underlying sadness. Sternness and sadness, indeed, governed the face, without, however, banishing a certain grave courtesy that found expression in pleasant thanks, when presently the cook brought them a steaming jug of coffee. Lastly, determination stamped it so positively that only its lively intelligence saved it from obstinacy. One glance explained Bender's answer to Jenny. "He's stiffer'n all hell." His attitude to Helen. In him will dominated the emotions, summed the face with its power, dogged resolution, imperturbable confidence, mirrored his past struggles, gave earnest for his future battles. A hint of these last inheard in a remark that Bender slid in between two gulps of coffee. "They're saying as the C, P, will never let you cross their tracks." Carter smiled. "Yes, who's saying it?" "Oh, everybody. And the Winnipeg paper said yesterday as old brass bowels." He gave the traffic manager his sobriquet. "Will enjoin you and carry the case through the Dominion courts to the British Privy Council." The newspaper sharp allows that would take about 2 years, during which the monopoly would either buy out or bust your crowd by building a competing line. This time Carter laughed heartily, the confident laugh of one sure of himself. "So that's what the paper said. Well, well, well. That scribe person must be something of a psychic." "What's that?" "Oh, a fellow who tells you a whole lot of things he don't know himself." Now listen. In view of what occurred 6 months later, his words are worth remembering. "Courts or no courts, Privy Council to the contrary, will run trains across Brass Bowel's tracks before next freeze up." "Hope you do," Bender grinned. "But the old man ain't so very slow." They talked more of construction, tools, supplies, engineering difficulties, the 100 problems inherent in railroad building. Midnight still found them by the fire that twinkled, a lone red star, under the enormous vault of night. But though interesting and important, in that the success of the enterprise involved the economic freedom of a province, the conversation, with one exception, is not germane to this story, which goes on from the moment that, 2 days later, a Pendley boy carried the news of Carter's departure to Helen at school. The exception was delivered by the mouth of Bender, as he rose, stretching with a mighty yawn to go to his tent. "Of course, it's none of my damn business, but do you allow to call at the school as you go down tomorrow?" Carter's brows drew into swift lines, but resentment faded before the big fellow's concern. "I didn't reckon to," he said gently, yet added the hint, "since you're so pressing." But Bender would not down. "Oh, sure," he pleaded. "Sure, sure." Carter looked his impatience, yet yielded another point to the other's distress. "If Mrs. Carter wished to see me, I allow she'd send." "Then she never will, she never will," Bender cried, hitting the crux of their problem. "For she's just as proud as you." With that he plunged into the environing darkness, leaving Carter still at the fire. From its glow his face presently raised to the valley's rim, dim and ghostly under a new moon, ridged with shadowy trees. It was only 6 miles to Glaves's place, a hop, skip, and jump in that country of distances. For some minutes he stood like a stag on gaze. Then, with a slow shake of the head, he followed Bender. "And he ain't coming back till winter," the small boy informed Helen. "He'll be that busy with his railroading." After 2 days of embittered brooding, Helen had come to consider herself as being in the self-same mood that had ruled her the January morning, when Mrs. Leslie broke in on her months of loneliness. But this startling news explained certain contradictions in her psychology. For instance, her startings and flushings whenever her north window had shown a moving dot on the valley trail these last 2 days. Moreover, her pallor was hardly consistent with the assertion, thrice repeated within the hour, that even if he did come she would never, never, never forgive him now. Not that she conceded said contradictions. On the contrary, she put up a gorgeous bluff with herself, affected indifference, and borrowed Jimmy's pony that evening and rode down to the ford. Bender had built a rough bridge to serve traffic till the drive should clear the ford. Reining in at the nearer end, Helen looked down on the pool, the famous pool wherein her betrothal had received baptism by total immersion. At least she looked on the place where the pool had been, for shallows and sandbar were merged in one swirl of yellow water. But the clay bank with its bordering willows was still there, and shone ruddily under the westering sun, just as on that memorable evening. Here, on the straight reach, the logs floated under care of an occasional patrol. A rough fellow in blue jeans and red jerkin gave her a curious stare as he passed, whereafter there was no witness to her wet eyes, her rain of tears, convulsive sobbing, the break-up of her indifference. That is, none but her pony. Reaching curiously around, the beast investigated the grief huddled upon his neck with soft muzzle, rubbing and sniffing, cheer up. And she had just straightened to return his mute sympathy when a voice broke in on the bitter and sweet of her reverie. "Well met, fair lady." Turning startled, she came face to face with Molyneux. The heavy mud of the bottoms had silenced his wheels, and now he sat smiling at the sudden fires that dried up and hid her tears. "Not there yet," he answered her question as to his return home. "Do you imagine I could go by without calling? The school was closed, but a kid, a Flynn, by his upper lip, told me that you had ridden this way. And as it was Friday evening, I judged you were going north to Leslie's, and so drove like Jehu on the trail of Ahab. Better turn your horse loose and get in with me. He'll go home all right. Why not?" Again she shook her head. "Didn't Mr. Danvers write you?" Remembering that a letter would have crossed him on the Atlantic, she stopped. "What's the matter? No one dead. Worse." He laughed in her serious face when she had told. "Oh, well, that's not so bad. After all, Leslie was an awful chump. If a man isn't strong enough to hold a woman's love, he shouldn't expect to keep her." He was yet, of course, in ignorance of all that had transpired in his absence. The house party, and the complete revulsion it had wrought in Helen's feelings. He knew nothing of her shame, vivid remorse, passion of thankfulness for her escape. To him she was still the woman, desperate in her loneliness, who had challenged his love 2 short months ago. With Al, what possessed him to afford that glimpse of his old nature? It coupled him instantly in her mind with her late unpleasant experience. Not understanding her silence, he ran gaily on. "I can now testify to the truth of the saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder. How is it with you? Have I lost or gained?" Laughing nervously, she answered, "Neither. We are still the same good friends." He shook his head, frowning. "Not enough. I want love, will have it." Any lingering misapprehension of the state of her feelings which she may have entertained now instantly vanished. How she regretted the weakness which entitled him to speak thus. She knew now. Never, under any conditions, could she have married him, but warned by dearly bought-in experience, she dared not so inform him. Frightened, she fenced and parried, calling to her aid those shifts for men's fooling that centuries of helplessness have bred in woman's bone. "Well, well," she laughed, "I thought you more gallant. I on horseback, you in a buggy. Love at such long distance. I wouldn't have believed it of you. It was a bad lead, drawing him on instead of away. That is easily remedied. Get in with me, or I'll tie up to that poplar." She checked his eagerness with a quick invention. No, I was only joking. No, I say, there's a man, a river driver, just behind that bluff." How she wished there were. Praying that someone might come and so afford her safe escape, she switched the conversation to his journey, and when that subject wore out enthused over the sunset. How beautiful was the sky, the shadows that fell like a pall over the bottoms, the lights slow crawling up the headlands. Preferring her delicate coloring to the blushes of the west, he feasted on her profile, delicately outlined against a golden cloud, until she turned. Then he brought her back to the point. "Well, have you forgotten?" "What?" She knew too well, but the question killed a moment. "The answer you promised me." She would dearly have loved to give it, to cry aloud, I love him, not you." She would have flaunted it in all the proud cruelty of love, had she dared. Instead, she answered, "You forget I am a married woman." "No, I don't," he urged. "That is easily settled. 3 months' residence across the line in Dakota and you are free of him." "But not of myself." "What do you mean?" Alarmed by the sudden suffusion of Venice blood on his face and neck, the reddish glow of his eye, she forged hasty excuses. "You see, I never thought of it in that way. I must have time to get used to the idea. Won't you give me a week?" Her winning smile conquered. He had stepped his ponies alongside, and snatching her hand, he covered it with kisses. "By God, Helen, you must say yes. I'm mad, mad with love of you, if you refuse." "Hush!" She snatched away her hand as a man came in sight from behind a bluff coming upstream. "It is Mr. Bender," she exclaimed so thankfully. Then, mindful of her part, she added, "What a nuisance. I wonder if he saw you." "Oh, he'll go by. No, no, leave me the shreds of my character. You must go, must I said, sir." "Very well. But remember, 1 week." Nodding significantly, he drove off, leaving her struggling with mixed feelings of relief and apprehension. She wondered if Bender had seen Molyneux kiss her hand. Though in a few minutes of shy conversation, Bender showed no knowledge of the cause that had set her to rubbing the back of her hand against her skirt, it nevertheless formed the subject of a rough scrawl that Baldy, the tote trail teamster, delivered to Jenny in Lone Tree 2 days later. "You said I was to tell if I saw or heard anything more." "Well, he is back, and—" followed the kisses, and the scrawl ended. "If you can do anything like you thought you could, do it quick, else I shall have to tell the boss and give him a chance to look after his own." Jenny did do it quick, and thereby initiated a sequence of cause and event that was to entirely change the complexion of a dozen lives. An extract from her letter to Helen explains itself. "'Twas on the tip of my tongue to tell it to you every time he druv you home last winter, but 'twas so much easier for me to have you all believing as it was the man that went back to England. But 'twasn't, Miss Helen, 'twas him, Cap'n Molyneux." Poor Jenny! She alone knew the magnitude of the man's offense against her weak innocence, but small stoic, she had hugged the knowledge to her soul while waiting in dull patience for the punishment she never doubted. Immunity would have challenged the existence of the God on whom, despite small heresies of speech, she devoutly leaned. She read his sentence in that most tremendous curse of the oppressor, the 109th Psalm, the bitter cry of David, "For he hath rewarded me evil, hatred for my love." When he shall be judged, let him be condemned, and his prayer become sin. Let his children be continually vagabonds, seek their bread in desolate places. Let the extortioner catch all that he hath, the stranger despoil his labor. Let there be none to extend mercy to him. Let his posterity be cut off and his generation blotted out, that he may cut off the memory of them from the earth. Aye, she had believed that it would come to pass in some way, by lightning flash, sudden sickness, a weary death. But she had never imagined herself as the instrument which this letter was to make her. What the confession cost her. Tears, shameful agonizings. Small wonder that, in her trembling confusion, she misshuffled notes and slid Helen's into Bender's envelope. Chapter 19. The Wages of Sin. On the afternoon following Baldy's delivery of the shuffled notes, the May sun diffused a tempered warmth upon Molyneux's veranda, thereby intensifying certain comfortable reflections which accompanied his after-dinner pipe. He had material cause of satisfaction. To begin, his father's death placed him in possession of a sum which, a mere pittance in England, loomed large as a fortune in the thrifty settlements. Next, Messrs. Coxhead and Boxhead, exploiters of the younger son, and his London solicitors, had forwarded through that morning's mail indentures of apprenticeship to colonial farming of 3 more innocents at $1,000 a head per annum. This more than made up for the defection of Danvers, who, having learned how little there was to be learned in the business, was adventuring farming for himself. It also permitted the retention of the bucolic Englishman and wife, who respectively managed Molyneux's farm and house. With their service assured, the life was more than tolerable, infinitely superior to that which he would have led at home. There he would have been condemned to the celibate lot of the younger son, to be a filler at dinners and dances, useful as the waiters, ineligible and innocuous to the plainest of his girl partners as an Eastern eunuch, or, accepting the alternative, vulgar trade, his pampered wits would have come into competition with abilities that had been wedded to a fine edge through centuries, on time's hard stone. Like a leaden plummet, he would have plunged through the social strata to his natural place in the scheme of things. Here, however, he was of some importance, a magnate on means that would hardly have kept up his clothes and clubs at home. A landed proprietor, moreover, he escaped the stigma of trade and the resultant prejudice should he ever return to live in England. Then the life glowed with the colors of romance. His farm occurred on the extreme western edge of that vast forest which blackens the Atlantic seaboard, and so marches west and north over 1,000 rugged miles to the limit of trees on the verge of the barren lands. Within gunshot, the old ferocious struggle for life continued as of yore. Through timbered glades the wolf pursued and made his kill. Echo answered the clash of horns as big elk fought for a doe. Over lonely woodland lakes, black with waterfowl, the hoo-haw crane spread 10 feet of snowy pinion. Across dark waters, the loon's weird lament replied to the owl's midnight questioning. In winter, the moose came down from their yards to feed at his prairie haystacks. Any night he could come out on the veranda and thrill to a long howl or the scream of a lynx. Opening before him now, the view was pleasantly beautiful. His house, a comfortable frame building, and big barn and corrals, all sat within the embrace of a half-moon that prairie fires had bitten out from the heart of a poplar bluff. Southward, his tilled fields ran like strips of brown carpet over the green earth rolls. Beyond them spread the park lands, with his cattle feeding knee-deep in the rank pasture between clump poplar. Further still, his horses scented the wind from the crest of a knoll, forming a dull blotch against the soft blue sky. These were growing into money while he smoked, and what a free grazing, free hay, and labor that reversed the natural order of things and paid for the privilege of working. He could see himself comfortably wealthy in not too many seasons. He would still be young enough for a run through Maiden Lane, London's Mecca, for the stage and demi-mondaine. However, he put that thought behind him as being inconsistent with contemplation of the last thing necessary for perfect happiness, a pretty wife. Through the haze of sunlit tobacco reek, he saw himself in possession of even that golden asset, and thereafter his reflections took the exact color of those of the rich man before death came in the night. Soul, soul, thou hast much goods laid up in store. Eat, drink, take thine ease, and be merry. It is really time that I settled, he murmured. 34, my next birthday. By Jove, 6 more years and I shall be 40. The thought deflected his meditation into channels highly becoming to a person of the age he was contemplating, and from virtuous altitudes he looked back with something of the reproving tolerance that kindly age accords to youthful indiscretion. He maintained the "you were a sad dog" point of view till a sudden thought stung his virtuous complacency through to the quick. Oh, well, he ousted reproach with exculpatory murmur. If the girl had only let me, I would have got her away from here and have done something handsome for her afterwards. But it was just as well, seeing that it passed off so quietly. I wonder how she managed it. Nobody seems to know. Then, ignoring the fact that every seeding brings its harvest, not knowing that the measure of that cruel sowing was even then coming home to him on a fast trot, he smothered conviction under the trite reflection. A fellow must sow his wild oats. Still, the thought had marred his reverie, and tapping his pipe on the chair rung, he rose. He intended a visit to the barn, where his man was dipping seed wheat in bluestone solution to kill the smut. But just then, a wagon, which had been rattling along the lone tree trail, turned into his private lane. "It is Glaves," he muttered. "And his wife. What can they want? Must have a message from her. Otherwise they would never come here." His thought did not malign the trustee who had positively refused the commission till assured that its performance would sever Helen's relations with his natural foes. Yet he did not like it, and though retribution might have presented herself in more tragic guise, she could not have assumed a more forbidding face than that which he now turned down to Molyneux. Then they, too, there have been no more violent contrast. Beak-nosed, hollow-eyed, the hoar of 50 winters environed the trustee's face, which wind and weather had warped, seamed and wrinkled into the semblance of a scorched hide. He was true to the frontier type, and beside his bronzed ruggedness, the Englishman, though much the larger man, seemed, with his soft hands, smooth skin, and polished manner, to be small and effeminate. As might be expected, the trustee refused Molyneux's invitation to put in and feed. "No, me and the wife is going up to see her brother, north of Assisipi, and we have 30 miles to make afore sundown." He did, however, return curt answers to a few questions, though it would be a mistake to set his scant conversational efforts to the account of politeness. Rather, they were the meed of malignance, for while talking, he secretly exulted over the thought of Molyneux's coming disappointment. They would be gone a week, he said. The mails. Mrs. Carter would attend to such letters as straggled in. She'd be there alone. Yes, lonesome. But she was that well-plucked she'd laughed at the idea of spending her nights at Flynn's. A fine girl, Surrey. Having accorded 5 minutes to Helen's perfections, the trustee drove off, but turned, as he rattled out of the yard, and nudged his wife, grinning, to look at Molyneux. Stark and still as one of his own veranda posts, the man stood and stared down at Jenny's pitiful letter. Across the top Helen had written, "This explains itself," and that scrap of writing represented 3 letters now torn up and consigned to the flames. The first antedated her receipt of Jenny's letter, and had run, "I want you to believe me innocent of coquetry, and you must pardon me if I have, by speech or action, seemed to sanction the hope you expressed the other day. I now perceive that it was my desperate loneliness that caused me to lean so heavily upon your friendship. I might have told you this personally, but for certain experiences which have made me timid. There was more. Regret, pleasant hope that the future might bring with it friendly relations, wishes for his happiness." This letter she had withdrawn from the mail to burn, along with one that was full of reproach, and a third that sizzled with indignation. Suffused with dark Venice blood, Molyneux faced discovered sin. If ever, this was the accepted time for his attempts at reconstruction to bring forth fruit. He had pictured himself remorseful, but now that the wage of sin was demanded, he flinched like a selfish child, reneged in the game he had played with the gods. It was not in him to play a losing hand to the logical end. Instead of remorse, anger possessed him. For tearing the letter, he cried in a gust of passion, "She shan't throw me a second time. By God, she shan't." Needs not to follow his turbulent thought as he hurried out to the barn, his flushes, the paroxysms that set his face in the colors of apoplexy. Sufficient that flooding passion swept clean the superstructure of false morality, sophistical idealism, that he had erected on the rotten foundation of his vicious heredity. A minute of action explains a volume of psychology. Hitching his ponies, he drove madly southward, one idea standing clearly out in his whirl of thought. She would be alone that night. Just about the time that Molyneux swung out on the lone tree trail, Helen arrived home from school with the eldest Flynn boy, who had volunteered to help her with the chores, her undertaking of which had made possible Mrs. Glaves's rare holiday. Under distress of their bursting udders, the cows had come in of their own accord from the fat, rank pastures, and now called for easement with low, persistent mooing, while she changed her dress. When she finally came out, with sleeves rolled above elbows that had regained their plump whiteness, they even fought for precedence, horning each other aside until the bell cow made good her prerogative as leader. Then frothing streams soon drew tinkling music from her pail. For his part, the boy fed pigs and calves, carried in the milk, then departed, leaving her to skim and strain and wash pans and pails, itself no light task in view of Mrs. Glaves's difficult standards of cleanliness. That done and her supper eaten, she placed a lamp on the table and sat down to think over the events of the day. A little fatigued, she leaned a smooth cheek on her hand, staring at the lamp, whose golden light toned while it revealed the changes these distressful months had wrought in her appearance. Her eyes were weary, her face tired. But if she was paler than of yore, the pallor was becoming, in that it was altogether a mental product and accorded well with her plump, well-nourished body. Her mouth, if waffily pouted in agreement with her sad thought, was scarlet and pretty as ever. In every way she was good as new. At first she had found it extremely difficult to realize the full meaning of the letter which the cougar had brought in from the camp early that morning. For Bender would trust it in no other hand, whereby he discovered not only his wisdom, but also an unexpected fund of tact in his rough messenger. Anticipating some display of emotion, the cougar discharged his office in the privacy of Helen's own room, and if her red eyes afterwards excited Jimmy Glaves's insatiable curiosity, only the cougar witnessed her breakdown. Sorrowful tremblings, blushes, tearful anger. Not that she had doubted the girl's word. Only it had seemed monstrous, incredible, impossible, until, through the day, jots and tittles of evidence had filtered out of the past. She had connected Jenny's gloomings on the occasions that Molyneux drove her Helen, home with his refusals to enter and warm himself after their cold drives. Even from the far days of the child's trouble, small significances had come to piece out the solid proof. So now nothing was left for her but bitter self-communion. These days it did seem as though the fates were bent on squeezing the last acrid drop into her cup, for to the consciousness of error was now added knowledge of the utter worthlessness of her tempter. She burned as she recalled their solitary rides, writhed slim fingers in a passion of thankfulness as she thought of her several escapes, was taxing herself for her folly when a sudden furious baying outside brought her, startled, to her feet. It was merely the house dog exchanging defiances with a lone coyote, but after she had satisfied herself of the fact, it yet brought home upon her a vivid sense of her lonely position. Sorry now that she had not gone home with the Flynn boy, she glanced nervously about the room, which, if small, was yet large enough to own shadowy corners. On top of the pigeon-holed mailing desk, moreover, a few books were piled in such a way as to cast a shadow, the silhouette of a man's profile, upon the wall. Lean, hard, indescribably cruel, its thin lips split in a merciless grin as she moved the lamp, then suddenly lengthened into the semblance of a hand and pointing finger. Then she laughed nervously, yet laughed because it indicated one of the 100 summonses, writs of execution, and findings, in judgment, that were pasted up on the walls. By these summons, Victoria Regina called upon her subject, James Glaves, to pay the moneys and taxed costs herein set forth under pain of confiscation of his goods and chattels, usually recording debt and disaster, the instruments certified in Jimmy's case, to numerous victories over implement trusts, cordage monopolies, local or foreign Shylocks. Execution proof, in that his wife owned their real property in her own right. He could sit and smoke at home, the cynosure of the countryside, in seasons when the sheriff traveled with the thresher and took in all the grain. To each document he could append a story, the memory of such a one having caused Helen's laugh. Indicating this particular specimen with his pipe stem one evening, he had remarked, "Yon jest tickled the jedge to death. Mr. Glaves, he says, when he handed it down, they've beat you on the jedgment. Now it's up to you to fool 'em on the execution." And you bet I did. Reassured, Helen returned to her musings, only to start up a minute later, with a nervous glance over her shoulder at the window. Is there anything in thought transference? At that moment, Molyneux was rattling down into the dark valley, and is it possible that his heated imaginings bridged the miles and impressed themselves upon her nervous mental surfaces? Or was it merely a coincidence of thought that caused her to see his face pressed against the black pane? Be this as it may, she could not regain her composure. Taking the lamp, she locked herself in her bedroom. Then she sought that last refuge of frightened femininity, the invulnerable shield of the bedclothes. Chapter 20 is death. Though Silver Creek still ran fat and full, its sources were now nearly drained of floodwaters. Any day might see it suddenly shrink to its usual summer trickle. Anticipating the event, Bender went miles downstream that morning to superintend the building of the first dam, and so did not see the cougar till that worthy came into camp at night from his own place at the tail of the drive. This, the hour for changing shifts, was the liveliest of camp life, the social hour, one might term it, replete with a certain rough comfort. With them, from up and down river, the reliefs poured in, a stream of red shirts, drowning with oaths, song, and laughter the rattle of tin ware in the cook tent. Spread over 15 miles of river, the arrival was equally irregular, and those who had already eaten were grouped about a huge campfire, the red glow of which enriched weathered skins and softened the corrugations of iron faces. After the cold and wet of the day, its warmth spelled luxury in capitals, luxury such as no millionaire may command from his palatial clubs, for pleasure may only be measured in degrees of health with accompanying intensity of sensation. As they moved and turned like huge red capons on an old-style spit, bringing fresh areas of soaked clothing under the blaze, they smoked and revamped the day's haps, its dips, jams, duckings, while the river that yielded their hard bread in exchange for annual toll of a life or two, rebuked with angry growl their jokes and jestings. The candle in Bender's tent showed the giant squatted upon his blankets, chin on hands, big torso hunched between knees and elbows. A night and day of heavy brooding had sunk his eyes. Despair had cross-plowed and deepened the furrows across his blue, scarred face. The attitude bespoke deepest dejection, and his look when the cougar entered caused the latter's weird fierceness to flux in vast sympathy. "Well?" Bender inquired. The cougar pulled a paper out of his shirt bosom. "Here's your letter that she got by mistake." It was only a scrap to say that she would do her best. She had done it too, poor girl. That and an admonition to be careful in drying his clothes at nights. Usually the warning would have dissolved Bender's grimness, but it caused no relaxation of his gravity. How did she take it? Hard. Cried and said as 'twas mourn she deserved at the little gal's hands. Blamed herself, dreadful cut up. Seems, too, as 'twasn't necessary, as she'd already mailed Mr. Man his walking papers. "'Too late now," It's done. The cougar looked awkwardly down upon him. Pity had been foreign to their rough comradeship. It was, indeed, nearest of kin to shame. The words of sympathy choked in his throat. "Come, come," he presently growled. "Chipper up, 'tain't any worse than it was." A convulsion seized and shook the big body. "You don't know, cougar. You don't know what it is." He stopped, aghast at the sudden appalling change in the other. He had straightened from his crouch, and his eyes flared like blue alcohol flames in his livid face. As at the touch of a secret spring, the man's fierce taciturnity raised, exposing the tortured soul behind. "I don't." The whisper issued like a dry wind from drawn lips. "Me, that saw my wife and baby." Though frontiersmen tell, shivering, of the horror he mentioned, no pen has been found callous enough to set it forth on paper. "God, man!" His arms snapped outward and his head fell forward in the attitude of the crucifixion. "Cougar!" Bender grasped his shoulder. "Cougar, cougar, man, I'd forgotten." But as one in a trance, the man went on. "It's always with me, through these years, day and night. I'd have killed myself. Long ago, Ani, whenever I'd think of that, she'd come sweet and smiling with a shake of her pretty head. She wouldn't let me do it." The thought of her smile seemed to calm him, and he continued more quietly. "I never could make out why 'twas done to her. A sky pilot tall me onked as 'twas the will o' God, but I shocked him clean out of his boots. I'll know on the judgment day, will I asks him. Surely, he answers, pat, and I'll be close in to the great white throne you was talking about. He nods. Then do you know what I'll do? I asks him again. If I find out as how that god o' yourn ordered that done to my little gal, I'll stick a knife into him and turn it round." At that he turned green and tried to saddle the dirty business onto the devil. But Lordy, he didn't know. She does, though, else she wouldn't come smiling. She knows, so I've a lose reckoned as if she could bear her pain I can worry through to the end. There, I'm all right again. You didn't go to do it. And after all, I don't know but that you are right. For while my gal's at peace, yourn has to live out her pain. It's puzzling, all of it. Now there's him. Where does he come in? What about him? What about him? Bender's bulk seemed to swell in the dim light to huge, amorphous proportions. That's simple. He's got to marry her. What the conclusion had cost him. The suffering, self-sacrifice. To the sophisticated, both sacrifice and conclusion may seem absurd, provoking the question as to just how wrong may be righted by the marriage of a clean girl with an impure man. Yet it was strictly in accord with backwoods philosophy. As yet the skepticism of modernity had not infected the plains, nor had the leprosy of free thought rotted their creeds and institutions. To Bender's simplicity, marriage appealed as the one cure for such ills as Jenny's, while both he and the cougar had seen the dose administered with aid of a Colt's .45. So, absurd or not, the conclusion earned the latter's instant approval. There was something pathetic, too, in the serious way in which, after discussing ways and means, they spoke of Jenny's future. "She'll be a lady," the cougar commented. "Too big to look at you and me." Bender's nod incarnated self-effacement, but he bristled when the cougar suggested that Molyneux might not treat her rightly, and his scowl augured a quick widowhood in such premises. "We'll go up for him tomorrow. And after it's all over, Oregon for you and me, the camps and the big timber." The big timber. The cougar's bleak face lit up with sudden warmth. Giant pines of Oregon woods, rose-brown shade of cathedral redwoods, the roaring unrest of lacy cataracts, piece of great rivers that float the rafts and drives from snow-capped Rockies down to the blue Pacific. These, and the screaming sawmills that spew their product over the meridians, the pomp of that great piracy, the sights, sounds, resinous odors that the cougar would never experience again were vividly projected into his consciousness. "Man!" He drew a deep breath. "It can't come too quick for me. I'm sick of these plains, where a man throws a shadow clean to the horizon. I'm hungry for the loom of the mountains. After a pause, he added, coming back to yourself, have you eaten today? The language he accorded to Bender's negative would shake the type from a respectable printer's fingers, yet in essence was exactly equivalent to the "you poor dear" of an anxious wife or mother. Striding off, he quickly returned with coffee and food, which Bender was ordered to eat under pain of instant loss of his liver, lights, and sundry other useful organs. Then, being besotted in his belief in action as a remedy for mental disorders, he suggested a visit to the turn above the bridge, where the logs had jammed twice that afternoon. Another day would put the last log under the bridge and see the temporary structure dismantled and afloat. But though only the tail of the drive remained above, the jams had backed it up for a couple of miles, so that the logs now filled the river from bank to bank. They floated silently, or nearly so, for the soft thud of collisions, mutter of grinding bark, merged with the low roar of the stream. But a brilliant northern moon lit the serried array. When the men crossed, they could pick the yellow sawed ends from the black of the mass. Under urge of the same thought, they paused on the other side and looked back along the northern trail. With the exception of the cook, whose pots proclaimed his labors with shrill tintinnabulation, the camp now slept, its big watch fire burning red and low. Beneath that bright moon scrub, bluff, scour, ravine, and headland stood out, lacking only the colors of day, and they could see the trail's twin ruts writhing like black snakes across the ashen bottoms into the gorge by which it gained the prairies. The cougar's quick eye first discerned a moving blot, but Bender gave it identity. That's sure Molyneux's rig. He'd a loose spoke when he went by t'other day. Hear it rattle. It was clear and sharp as the clatter of a bowie's stick along a wooden paling, and the cougar whispered, "It's sure him. Where kin he be going?" "Do you reckon?" The same thought was in Bender's mind. "And she there alone? No one ever starts out for Lone Tree this time o' night." After a grim pause, he added, "But that's where he's going." A strident chuckle told that the cougar had caught his meaning. "That's right. Saved us trouble, hain't he? Kind of him. Just step into the shadow till he's fairly on the bridge." If they had remained in the moonlight, he would never have seen them. Dusk had brought no surcease of his mad thought. Rather, its peace stimulated his excitement by shutting him out from the visible world. What were his thoughts? It takes a strong man to face his contemplated villainies. From immemorial time, your scoundrel has been able to justify his acts by some sort of crooked reasoning, and Molyneux was no exception to the rule. "Why do you muddy the water when I am drinking?" the wolf asked of the lamb. "How could I, sir, seeing that the stream flows from you to me?" The lamb filed an exception. "None of your insolence." The wolf roared as he made his kill. In the same way, Molyneux excluded from thought everything that conflicted with his intention. The first rudeness that lost him Helen's maiden confidence, his insidious attempts to wean her from her husband, her undoubted right to reject his advances. He twisted his own crime to her demerit. "She didn't know about that when she was drawing me on," he exclaimed, whenever Jenny's letter thrust into his meditation. "Why should it cut any ice now? It is just an excuse to throw me a second time. But she shan't do it, by God. No, she shan't. She's a coquette. A damned coquette. Then a red rage, a heaving, tumultuous passion would drown articulate thought so that his intention never took form in words. But one thing is certain, he was thoroughly dangerous. In that mood, Helen would have fared as illy at his hands as the lamb at the paws of the wolf. The sudden stoppage of his ponies, midway of the bridge, broke up his reverie. As the moon struck full in his own face, he saw the two men only as shadows, but there was no mistaking Bender's bulk, and, after a single startled glance, Molyneux hailed him. "Is that you, Mr. Bender? "It's me, all right. Where might you be heading for?" It was the usual trail greeting, preliminary to conversation, but Molyneux sensed a difference of tone, savor of command, menace of authority that galled his haughty spirit. Vexed by the impossibility of explanation, his disdain of the settler tribe in general would not permit him to lie, from which conflict of feeling his stiff answer was born. "I don't see that it is any of your business." "You don't?" Equally stiff, the reply issued from the huge, dim shape. "Well, I'll make it mine. You're going to Lone Tree." Puzzled, Molyneux glanced from Bender's indefiniteness to the cougar's dim crouch. He was not afraid. In him, the courage of his vices was reinforced by enormous racial and family pride, the combination that made the British fool the finest of officers until mathematics and quick-firing artillery replaced the sword and merlay. Mistaking the situation, he attempted to carry it off with a laugh. "What have you chaps been drinking? Here, pass the bottle." "Not till we wet your wedding," the cougar interjected dryly. Astonished now as well as puzzled, Molyneux yet rejected a sudden suspicion as impossible. Out of patience, galled by this mysterious opposition, he said testily, "Are you crazy? I do not intend." "To go to Lone Tree," Bender interrupted. "Yes, we know. You was heading up for Glaves's place." Seriously disconcerted, Molyneux hid it under an ironical laugh. "I must say that I marvel at your intimate knowledge of my affairs. And since you are so well posted, perhaps you can tell me why I am going to Lone Tree." "I ken that." The huge, dim figure, with its crouched, attendant shadow, moved a pace nearer. Then the man's stern bass launched on the quivering moonlight, reciting to an accompaniment of rushing waters this oldest of woodland sagas. Beginning at the night he picked Jenny up on the trail, he told all. Jed Hines' cruel fury, birth and burial of his, Molyneux's child, the outcast girl's subsequent illness, Helen's kindness, the doctor's philanthropy, the kindly conspiracy that protected her from social infamy. "And us that saw her through her trouble," he finished, "are bound to see her righted. If the limelights of history and fiction were thrown more often upon motives and psychology, and less on deeds and action, characters would not appear in such hard colors of black and white. It were false to paint Molyneux irredeemably black. Your child!" He winced at the phrase, and perhaps for the first time an inkling of the enormity of his offense was borne in upon him. His child! It was the flesh of his own loins that had suffered midnight burial at the hands of Carter and the kindly priest. The thought struck with enormous force, then faded, for back of him was that vicious generation whose most cultured exponent wrote to his own son that a seduction or two was necessary to the education of a gentleman. Through pride of family, the dead hands of haughty and licentious forebears reached to throttle remorse. Was he to be called to account by common settlers, the savages of the scornful English phrase? Anger colored his next remark. "Waited till you were good and ready, didn't you? Your diligence falls short of your zeal, my friends, or—" "Don't flatter yourself," Bender sternly interrupted. "You kin thank her for the delay. If we'd known, you'd long ago have been either dead or married. But she kept her own counsel till she thought as someone else's welfare called her to speak. 'Twasn't needed. T'other'd already found you out for herself." Molyneux blinked under the savage contempt, but answered stiffly enough. "Now listen. I deny nothing, though she received attentions from one of my pupils, and it might very well have been. You lie. The lie never comes so unpleasantly as when asserting a truth. So though he knew that he had lied, Molyneux's eyes glinted wickedly, his hand tightened on his whip. A glance right and left showed him the river, only a light handrail between him and dark waters. There was not room to turn. The giant blocked the way. Under constraint, he spoke quietly. Neither do I profess sorrow. What is done is done. If the girl had taken me into her confidence, likely, wasn't it? A line of Jenny's letter, a damnable fact, flashed into Molyneux's mind, but he went on. I'd have taken care of her, am willing to do so yet in a certain way. Marriage, of course, is out of the question. We are unfitted for each other. No one's denying that. He ignored the sarcasm. Could not be happy together. Who said anything about your living together? The interruptions were most disconcerting, but he continued. Now if you, as her representatives, self-appointed or otherwise, he could not refrain from the sarcasm. If you will name a sum. What? 20 rods away the camp now slept, steeped in the drug of labor, all but the cook, who came running out of his tent and was thus witness of the event. Looking upstream, he saw them blackly silhouetted against the moonlit sky, a shadow show, play of marionettes upon the bridge. Out of my way, let go. Followed the swish and crack of Molyneux's whip as he lashed Bender over the face, then fell to flogging his horses, but stinging pain freed in the giant, those bulldog passions that had made him king of the camps in other years. He hung on, while the plunging beasts drowned the river's roar in thunder of iron hoofs. Unable to break his grip, they reared, their smooth, elongated bodies conveying to the cook an odd impression of slugs reaching upward through moonlit dew. Then, stooping quickly under the nigh beast, the mad giant took its full weight on his shoulder, and with a mighty heave sent team and rig crashing sideways off the bridge. A quick leap saved Molyneux. For the moment, all through the action had moved with kinetoscopic quickness, and it accelerated so that the cook could scarcely establish its sequence. Like an angry bull, Bender shook the hair from his eyes. Then, as he rushed, came a report. A puff of smoke curled bluely up from Molyneux's hand. The giant thudded at length on the bridge. Followed a yell, a piercing cry suitable to the animal after which the cougar was named. As Bender fell, he rushed. The pistol spoke again. While the cook was running 20 yards, a black, furious tangle writhed over the bridge, and as he came darting out from behind a bunch of willow scrub, he saw that it was gone. Bender lay alone under the moonlight. Now this was the cook of a lumber camp, equivalent to saying that he was a man of parts. He had cooked on B contract, superior construction division of the trunk line, and so had seen a liberal sprinkling of his grumblers go into the dump, a grisly foundation for track. Surely yet what better could the builders of the road desire than to be cradled under the ties and sleep, 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 to the thundering lullaby of the fast express, which intimacy with the pale terror is responsible for his prompt action in these unusual premises. Molyneux's bullet had merely grazed Bender's temple. He rose, staggering, as the cook made the bridge, and seeing that he was too sick and dizzy to handle the situation, the latter took it into his own able hands. As before mentioned, a drive camp sleeps in its boots, and the shots had brought a score out from their sleep on a hunt for causes. Man drove offend the bridge. He yelled. And cougar went after him. They're both under the drive. Scatter downstream and skin your eyes for bubbles. Thus, on the spur of the moment, the cook wrote history, as accurately, perhaps, as the run of historians. For after the drive once closed serried ranks over the struggling men, they were never seen again, so none could rise with an opposing theory. When, a few days later, the water was drawn off at the first dam, the horses floated out on the shallows. But the men? The river carried them to its secret places, buried them in some scour or pothole, free at last, one of his passions, the incubus of his generations, the other from his pain. That night, if such things be, the cougar was joined, after his years of suffering, in perfect knowledge with his little girl. Chapter 20. One Persecution. Yes, the cook made history, for though the event furnished gossip for the 90 days which, on the lonely frontier, corresponds with the world's 9 days' wonder, his story was never questioned. The truth lay buried between him and Bender, and if either visited her grave, it was never in company with the other. Up to the time that delirium tremens removed the cook from the snows of a rocky mountain camp to a sphere where pots are said to boil with or without watching, Bender never knew just how much or little he really knew. To others, the event appeared under varying complexions. Helen and Jenny were shocked at Molyneux's death, the latter without astonishment, though her firm belief that sin had at last received its full wage was without trace of malignance. Both were sorrier than they had any right to be, and both mourned the cougar. As for the settlers, they regarded the affair rather in the light of a special dispensation of Providence. Flocking to the auction of Molyneux's effects a month later, they caballed against high bidding, paid for chattels they bought at ridiculous prices in long-time notes, for that was the black year, and throughout Manitoba nothing could be sold for cash. Poverty, sociologists tell us, is the mother of crime, and as those hard times subsequently influenced the settlers in their attitude towards Helen, they are surely worthy of mention. To begin, the country was practically bankrupt. The frost of the preceding fall had left the wheat useless, and but for the fact that the provincial government had imported and distributed free seed, not an acre of grain would have been sown that year. The seriousness of the crisis may be gauged by the legislature's further action in enacting an exemption law that practically excluded all of a farmer's goods and chattels from legal execution. This was good, but in that it was not, nor could be made retroactive. It benefited only the newcomers and left the pioneers, who had spent their little all opening up the country, still liable to foreclosure and execution. On the northern settlers, times had borne particularly hard. During boom years, all had assumed loan indebtedness, and whereas creditors had bided patiently successive lean seasons on the chance of a branch railroad and bumper crop, now that the country's credit, its very future, was trembling in the balance, implement men and storekeepers raced with 20%, Shylocks to grab what they could from the wreck. That spring the sheriff of Brandon was the busiest man in the countryside. He and his deputies sowed summonses, executions, foreclosures broadcast over the land. Wolves of the law, they harried the farmers till the optimism of the brilliant emigration pamphlets was swamped, submerged beneath inky pessimism. Small wonder that, coupled with idleness, breeder of mischief, in the slack season that glaves feared between seeding and haying, small wonder that some of the rancor bred by hard conditions should be vented upon Helen. She may be said to have stood in an uncomfortable position as lightning conductor between this cloud of spleen and the earth, upon which it should have properly been discharged. And looking back, one may see the storm gathering over her fair head, observing in its approach all of the natural phenomena. First the cold wind, social disfavor, the whispers. Next, heavy drops thudding in the dust, the snubs and slights. Lastly, thunder, lightning, rain, downright persecution. The whispers, of course, she did not hear, but she could not overlook the difference in trail greetings, which were either far too warm or much too cool, according to the years and disposition of the greeter. Coldness was endurable, but the rude stares, conscious laughter of the younger boors often caused her to fly the hot colors of angry shame. Yet even this hurt less than the sudden, shy suspicion of her pupils. Whereas they were wont to hang upon her skirts, they now held aloof in play hours, and ran straight home from school. "Mother says I'm not to walk with you any more," one tot explained her haste. How that stung! Having only the faintest of ideas, little more than a suspicion of the strength and nature of this uncomfortable prejudice. She resented it as bitter injustice, and held a proud head until a thing happened that almost broke her spirit. Of all the settler women, Ruth Murchison was the one girl with whom Helen had been, or could be, on anything like terms of intimacy. Quiet and thoughtful, Ruth had gone through the English common schools and had taken the junior Oxford examination, to which passable education, a taste for good reading, had formed a further bond. Wherefore Helen was delighted when, one day, news drifted into the post office that Ruth was to be married to the probationer, the young minister who preached Merrill's funeral sermon. Borrowing a beast from Glaves, she rode north one evening to offer congratulations, and as the Murchisons lived several miles north of Silver Creek Valley, night fell while she still lacked half a mile of the homestead. From that distance, the window's yellow blaze advised of fuss and busy preparation. Drawing nearer, voices, laughter, the whir of an egg beater, clatter of cooking gear came down the trail, merrily freighting the dusk. Infected by the cheer, she gave a shrill halloa, spurred to a gallop, and drew in at the door with a clatter of hoofs. "Ruth! Oh, Ruth!" she called. "Ruth, why?" Instantly the voices hushed, then, after an uncomfortable pause, she heard Mrs. Murchison say, in thin, constrained tones, "Mrs. Carter is out there, father." Followed a shuffling, and the door opened, revealing Murchison framed in yellow light. Stout, robust, ruddy, with that mottled beef English complexion, he came of that stout yeoman stock whose twanging longbows sounded France's knell at Cressy and Poitiers, of that rich blood the slow drainage of which to her colonies has left England flabby, anemic, flaccid. He had not wished to leave, but the motherland had become industrial without further place for her yeoman. Over fields that were enriched by the tilth of 30 Murchison generations, 1,000 factories were depositing soot and blighting acids. American wheat and beeves had wiped out profits, while enormous rents ate up the farmer's substance. So Murchison, England's best, had become partner in exile with the remittance men, her worst. Undoubtedly, there was no symptom of remittance weakness. In the scowl, he turned on Helen. Behind him, Helen could see Ruth, red and embarrassed, hanging her head over the egg beater. A half-dozen girls and neighboring women who had come in to help in the baking and brewing were exchanging meaning glances across the table. "Ruth, she's well," Murchison answered her question. She knew what to expect now, but nerved herself to face the situation. "Can't I see her?" "No. Why?" "Because she don't run with your kind." "Oh, Mr. Murchison." He felt the heart sickness, yet glowered relentlessly, for it had been the habit of his forebears to thrash their women into good behavior. He itched to do it now for the good of her soul, but lacking the power, he growled, "If you don't like it, keep better company." If he had been alone, she would undoubtedly have challenged his reproach, and while clearing herself in his eyes, have turned away future trouble. But a titter from within fired her pride. "Very well, please give her my congratulations." And turning, she rode away. Good-hearted as rough, Murchison stared after, stricken with sudden compunction. He knew that she must have intended to stay the night, and here she was a timorous woman riding out into the darkness. "Here," he shouted, "come back." But she held on, eyes snapping, cheeks aflame, throat convulsed under the strain of suppressing imminent hysteria. Beyond earshot, she broke down, venting her injured loneliness in broken speech between bursts of sobbing. "They hate me, condemn me because my husband left me. It wasn't my fault, that is, altogether." She hastily corrected herself. "Of course, I failed him. But I was sorry, would have done better if he had given me a chance. He's so stern and stiff." She would not even let this undoubted truth pass unmodified. "But then, he thought I didn't love him." "Perhaps I didn't then. I was a little fool. But I do. She stretched wild arms to the darkness. I do. But the velvet night returned nothing to her embrace, and she collapsed, sobbing, upon the pony's neck. Still the cry did her good, tided over hysteria, composed and quieted her so that she was able to meet the trustee's glance of spectacled inquiry as she entered the cabin. Kindliness as well as curiosity inhered in his glance, for, besides the cash and educational prestige which she had brought to his cabin, Jimmy had come to like her for herself. The frost and grizzle of 50 winters thawed under his smile as he threw a Winnipeg paper across the table. Catch! Just come in. Yes, there's a story 'bout him. Now, don't eat it. Metaphorically, she did indeed devour the article, and while she read, the trustee watched with something of puzzled astonishment the lovely tide that flowed out from the lace at her neck, and drowned her pale creams to the roots of her hair. He had ample opportunity for study, as the article was long. Just then Carter's line, with its promise of competition, focused the interest of the entire province, and some enterprising scribe had risen to the opportunity afforded by a visit west of the general manager of the trunk line, to interview him upon the probable action of his road in proceedings to condemn a crossing of its right-of-way. Time, however, had not abated one iota of the manager's sphinx-like quality. While affable, he had declined to discuss railroad politics, remarking that his company did not cross bridges before they were built. Interviewed in his turn upon the significance of the aforesaid remark, Carter had ventured the opinion that the trunk line people would not oppose the crossing, and thereby had provoked a flaming editorial upon his artlessness. If the people behind Mr. Carter imagine that the greediest monopoly in history will loose its grip on this province till the law's crowbar pries off its fingers one by one, they are mightily mistaken, the editor hotly declared. Forewarned is forearmed, and we hereby present them gratis with this piece of information. While they are running their grades in peaceful confidence that will be most appropriate in the innocent age when lion and lamb lie down together, the monopoly is gathering men and means, preparing to crush their enterprise by force should the crooked enginery of the law fail its purpose. Why else have 500 extra men been distributed among the sections on either side of the proposed crossing? Why does a gravel train stand there permanently across the proposed right-of-way? Soon Mr. Carter will receive unmistakable answer to these questions. He's dead right there, that editor man, the trustee said when, all rosy red, Helen looked up from her reading. Old Brass Bowels was born with a natural insight into the nature of a dead cinch. But won't the law support my— She paused, then proudly finished. My husband, can't he compel a crossing? The law— Sniffing, Jimmy indicated the legal patchwork on the wall with a comprehensive sweep of his pipe. The law said as I was to pay them, but did I? Humph! But they'll hardly dare to fly in the face of the province. Public opinion is a great moral force. She quoted a sentence from the editorial with gusto. Yes, but 'tain't much of a club. Did you ever see one of my hogs stand aside, even when he was full, to let another have a go at the trough? Not till I hit him on the snout. Well, they ain't a-going to cross the trunk line these 2 years, and for my part one don't care if they never cross. Why? Her eyes dilated widely. Wouldn't a competing line benefit you, all of the province? Nodding, he regarded her from half-shut eyes. Oh, I ain't expecting to walk on gold this side o' the pearly gates. As for my reasons, they ain't a mile away from here. I'm not wishing too much success for a man that deserts his wife. Touched and very much flushed as to the face by his genuine, if crabbed sympathy, the reasons yet shook her head and spoke up for the recreant husband stoutly as she had defended him against herself. She made, however, small headway against his obduracy. "Well, that's the way I see it. By the way," he added, heading off a disposition for further argument, "did you see the evangelist? Pitched his tent over by Flynn's. You want to go? Beats a 3-ring circus when old man Cummings hits up to his gate. Jimmy, Jimmy." His wife looked up from her ironing, then daunted, perhaps, by his twinkle, she addressed Helen. "He hadn't orter talk that away, my dear. If Mr. Cummings does go on the rampage a bit when he gets het up, at least he's sincere. As for him," she turned a severe eye on her husband, "we'll get him yet. Yes, I see myself. Her idea of heaven," he shrugged at the ironing board, "is an eternal class meeting with everybody giving their experience. Love feast, she calls it. I like something saw-lighter. Give me plenty to eat, a pipe by a warm fire, and something to read, and I'll sign away my harp and crown." Ignoring his better half's remark that he would not lack the fire, he finished. "She's going. Wouldn't miss a meeting. Couldn't keep her away with a club, so if you'd like to see some fun. If 'twas Jess out of curiosity, I'd ask her to stay at home," his wife interrupted. "But she's not that kind, and I'll be glad to take her." "If you will," Helen assented, and so, returning to the analogy, placed herself directly beneath the leaden belly of the lowering storm. Chapter 22, Denunciation. A molten sun was smoldering in the ashes of day when, the following evening, Helen with Mrs. Glaves drove up to the gospel tent. It still lacked half an hour of meeting time, so, while her companion joined the early arrivals who were passing time by holding a service of song inside, Helen remained in the buckboard and watched the sunset, observed herself by a group of remittance men and a scattering of settler youths who sprawled near-by on the grass. Enthralled, she scarcely saw them, had eyes only for the ruby sun that stained the prairies with amber incandescences, the ribbed glories of the fiery cloud pillars that seemed to uphold the darkling vault above. As the orb slid into his blankets of rose and gold, shy stars peeped down at the violet shadows that crawled slowly up the slopes and knolls. Over all fell the hush of evening. It was one of the moments when the riddle of infinity, puzzles of time, space, eternity appear as concrete though unthinkable realities, weigh down and oppress the soul with a sense of its insignificance. Against the black-blue vault, the stars loomed as worlds. She could see beyond, around them. Through vast voids, planets were rushing on their courses. Suns with attendant systems swung on measured arcs obedient to what? A thin, minor, querulous plaint stole out on the hush. "Poor crawling worm of earth. A child of sin am I." It was an honest attempt at the riddle, but its incongruity, futile insufficiency caused her to shrug with sudden annoyance. She wondered if, somewhere in planetary space, other pinches of sentient dust were equally afflicted with a sense of their central importance in the scheme of things. The apologetic wine spoiled the sunset. She impatiently turned to watch the arrivals, the wagons, buckboards, horsemen that were streaming in on every trail. "How are you, Mrs. Carter?" It was Danvers, Molyneux's old pupil. An honest lad and merry, she always liked him, and now made him welcome to the seat beside her and laughed at his fire of chaff. Indicating Cummings, whose ovine expression had sustained no diminution since the day he bearded the general manager, he remarked, "He's great, Mrs. Carter, puts it all over Henry Irving. And there's the Sky Pilot. What a Jove-like port." There was, of course, little wit and less humor in his chaff, but his intentions were honorable, so, ignoring the sour looks of the arriving settlers, she gave him smiling attention up to the moment they entered the tent together, and so prepared the way for what followed. For though, going in, she left levity without, her modest and devout bearing could not mitigate her offense in allying herself with the English Ishmael. It was aggravated, moreover, by her remaining with him, in close proximity to the remittance crowd on the back benches. Thereafter nothing could save her. She remained a target for sour glances throughout the service. This was on the usual pattern, rousing hymns, prayer, testimony, and exhortation. Then when groans and ejaculations testified to the spiritual temperature, the evangelist, a stout man of bull-like build, proceeded to cut off yards of the undying worm, and to measure bushels of the fire that quencheth not, for the portion of such as refused to view the problems of infinity through aught but his own wildly gleaming spectacles. His discourse, indeed, bristled with those cant terms which, while entirely devoid of meaning, are still eminently conducive of religious hysteria. And his efforts were the more successful because of the absence of the probationer, a thoughtful young fellow whose rare common sense could be depended upon to prevent religious emotion from degenerating into epilepsy. Lacking his wholesome presence, the evangelist paced the platform under the yellow lantern light, stretching long, black arms, hovering over the people like some huge, dark bird as he pleaded, threatened, thundered, launching his fiery periods on a groaning wave of amens and hallelujahs. As he went on, painting heaven and hell into his lurid scheme of things, sighs and exclamations grew in volume, flooding feeling pulsed through the audience wild settler youths who had come to scoff, exchanged uneasy glances on the back benches, sure sign of a coming stampede. This was the psychological moment, and, skilled in his trade, the revivalist pounced upon it. Stilling the groaning chorus with upheld hand, he solemnly invited all who were not against the Lord Jesus to stand, an old revival trick, and one which now, as always, turned. For, as before said, the plains were not yet infected with the leprosy of agnosticism, and Episcopalians to a man, even the Englishmen were not willing to pose as the open enemies of God. Once standing and pilloried in the public eye, it was but a question of minutes until the back benches began to yield up penitents. One by one the settler youths were gathered into the mourning bench, until at last Helen stood alone with the Englishmen. Come ye to the Lord," the preacher pleaded, but haughty and coldly constrained, the remittance men ignored the invitation, and so, for the space of a thunderous hymn of praise, Gnostic civilization and the fervid frontier faced each other across the middle benches. From that dramatic setting, anything might come. Moment, feeling, atmosphere all pointed to the event that came to pass as the hymn died. Leaping upon a bench, and so adding its height to unusual tallness, a woman pointed a warning hand at the unbelievers. Thin, family-worn, and naturally cadaverously yellow, she was now flushed with the fever of delirium. "In that day," she screeched, "the tares shall be separated from the wheat and cast with the grass into the oven." Then, while her finger indicated man after man, she raised the gruesome hymn. I heard the sinners wailing, wailing, wailing. I heard the sinners wailing on that great day. Traveling around the benches, her skinny finger finally fastened on Helen, and as the lugubrious refrain came to an end, she burst forth in tremendous paraphrase. "Beware ye of the scarlet woman. Avoid ye, for her portals lead down to death. Her feet take hold of hell." The silence of paralysis followed. So still it was that a mosquito's thin whine sounded through the tent, the tinkle of a cowbell came in from far pastures, a dog could be heard barking a long way off. Swinging from the tent pole, a circle of lanterns lit dark, flushed faces, and thus for the space of a long breath, Helen faced the virago, the one glowering, malignant, the other pale with astonishment, mutely indignant. She was not confused. On the contrary, thought and vision were surprisingly clear. She noted Mrs. Glaves's shocked look, the vindictive settler faces, the Englishmen's blank expressions. "We had better go. May I drive home, Mrs. Carter?" Danvers, the witless, the foolish, rose to the situation. Low-pitched, his voice yet carried to every ear, as did her clear reply. "After the service is over." It was defiance as well as answer, and as she threw it in the lowering face of the congregation, her glance fixed on the evangelist who, till then, had stood, mouth open, hand arrested midway of a gesture, a bearded, spectacled effigy of ridiculous surprise. Starting under her pale scorn, he flushed, looked for a second through shining, bewildered glasses, then strode forward and seized the virago's arm. "Sister, sister, judge not that ye be not judged." Then, himself again, he swept a pudgy hand over the benches. "Sit down, all. Brother Cummings will lead in prayer." It mercifully happens that sudden calamity carries its own anesthetic in that it blinds, confuses, destroys feeling, numbs the faculties that ought to register its importance. Under Helen's unnatural calmness, she was dimly conscious of a sick excitement, but this was unrelated with her thought. She saw and sensed as usual, was aware of curious backward glances, the sympathy of the Englishmen at her side, heard every word of Cummings's sputtering prayer, the following hymn and benediction. Only her mind refused commerce with these things. Divorced from the present, it juggled the terms of an equation in that day's lesson up to the moment that the remittance men came crowding about Danvers' rig after the meeting. Aside from their looseness and general inefficiency, the lads were brave enough, and though some of them had won or lost bets on her reputation, winners were no more eager than losers to avenge the insult that had been provoked by her association with themselves. "Just say the word, Mrs. Carter," Danvers pleaded, "and we'll lick the crowd." "And put a head on the preacher," young Poole added, sinfully licking his chops. From the darkness that enveloped the press of rigs and wagons rose jeering voices, sneers, laughter, the conscious cackle of scandal. Several times she heard her own name. There was provocation and to spare, but though a word would have started a racial riot, she desired only solitude, to flutter home like a wounded bird to its nest. "No, no," she answered them. "Take me home, only take me home." Arrived there, she flew to her own room, leaving Danvers to enlighten the trustee. Lying face down on her bed, she heard the rumble of their conversation, Jimmy's violent reflections upon revivals particular and general, his wife's whimpering protests when she returned. His growl extended far into the night, and when it was finally extinguished by a robust snoring, the girl was afflicted with a sense of lost companionship. Thereafter she had to suffer it out by herself. There would be more pain than profit in describing her reflections, agonizings. Sufficient to know that a knife in the breast hurts a woman less than a stab at her reputation, and her thought was none the sweeter for the knowledge that she had drawn the blow by giving way to her pique. Her resolve, as expressed next morning to Jimmy Glaves, is of more concern. She had turned impatiently from Mrs. Glaves's tearful apologies, but when the old trustee laid a kindly hand on her shoulder, as she passed him in the garden on her way to school, she gave him honest eyes. "Now, you ain't to bother. 'Twas Annie Betsy Rod, the old harridan. Nobody minds her." But she shook her head in accordance with her resolution to face truth. She was expressing what was in everybody's minds. "I know it, and though I didn't intend it, I'm partly to blame for their suspicion." Her mouth drew thin and firm as she finished. "I shall live it down." "Course you will," he heartily agreed. "That's my brave girl." But his face darkened after she had passed on, and he slowly wagged a grave head as he plied his hoe in the garden. For he knew the difficulty, impossibility of the task she had marked out for herself. Of Scotch descent, dogmatic, wedded to convention, intense clannishness reinforced in the settlers' bitter morality, racial hatred, the condemnation of sin. With them, the offense of the fathers was visited upon the children to the fourth generation. It was remembered, for instance, against Donald Ross that his great-grandfather had died a drunkard, and the fact had limited his choice of a wife. The daughters of Hector MacLeod took inferior husbands because their grandmother had been born on the easy side of the knot. Handing such cold charity around among themselves, what mercy were they likely to extend to the suspected stranger within their gates? Jimmy was still wagging his head when, half an hour later, the probationer reined in at the end of the garden. Hearing of the scandal on the Lone Tree Trail, the young man had turned aside to express his sorrow, and now listened patiently while the trustee drew invidious parallels between the religious movement then proceeding and his own misfit horticulture. "You see them." Removing his pipe from between his teeth, he waved it at some half-dozen straggling apple shoots. "Hardiest variety of Siberian crabs. Professor at the Government Experimental Station warranted 'em to grow at the North Pole. Remind me of your revival, they do." "Why, don't they grow?" The probationer smiled. "Grow, I should swan. 4 feet every summer and freeze off to the roots every winter, just like your converts. Get all het up at meetings, blossom with grace, then comes the backsliding, the frost, and nips the leafage. Where's the sense of it?" Now the probationer had his own doubts. Having turned apprentice hand at revival work, he was painfully familiar with its characteristic phenomena. First, hot enthusiasm, slow cooling, obstinate adherence to the form after the spirit has fled. Finally, the reaction which would leave his people less charitable, not quite so kindly, a little poorer in the things which make for the kingdom of Christ on earth. He had tried to be a real shepherd to his flock, to upraise by precept, example, counsel, and admonition. Avoiding dogma, he had brought them together irrespective of cult and creed on the broad basis of love and a common humanity. And just when he was beginning to expect fruit from that liberal sowing, this bitter theologian, the revivalist, had been loosed upon him. And this was first fruit of his work. Jimmy's illustration coincided exactly with his own experience, yet fealty to his church demanded some sort of defense. "Isn't an annual growth better than none?" he asked. "Green shoots certainly improve the appearance of your garden." Jimmy blew a derisive cloud over the few cabbages, 2 sickly cauliflowers, a bed of onions, salvage from worms and spring frost of half an acre's planting. "But you don't get results. 1 sound cabbage is worth an acre of sick saplings. A cheerful sinner discounts 100 puckered saints. I'm scared as the black knot has got inter that orchard o' yourn, sir." "I'm afraid so," the young fellow sadly agreed. "Well, I must try and prune it out." "I'd advise the axe," Jimmy grimly commented. "And begin with Betsy Rod." Sorrowing, the probationer drove on to the school, where a very cold young lady answered his call at the door. A slant of sunshine struck in under the porch, twining an aureole about her golden head, creating an auriferous nimbus for her shapely figure. Standing there, so cold and pale, she might have passed for a statue of purity, and the probationer, being young and still impressionable albeit engaged, wondered that any should have dared to doubt her. Thawing when he mentioned Ruth, she froze again as soon as he touched, apologetically, upon the event of the night before. If religion strips them of common charity, they would be better without it. She answered his apology, and turned but a cold ear to his plea for his people. They were altogether subject to emotion, incapable of a reasoned rule of life. He said, with the fear of God removed from their hearts, they would drop to unmentionable levels, to say nothing of the hope and consolation religion brought to sweeten their hard lives. But he made little headway. I don't doubt they are not quite so bad as they would like to be. But there, let us drop the subject. Won't you come in and examine the children? From this conversation, it will be seen that her resolve to live it down was not exactly founded upon grounds that would appeal to a professor of ethics. Yet her attitude was very natural and not so deplorable as would at first appear. Was she so much to blame? Hardness breeds hardness, opposition its like. Fire flies from the impact of rock and iron. Always like begets like, heredity applies to mental forces. Moreover, injured pride has stiffened more weak spines and given better results than the command to turn the other cheek. The desire to show people lies at the root of many a bravery. Lastly, once rehabilitated socially, softness comes later to the injured member, increasing in ratio to the respect of his or her community. And so it would have been with Helen, with a different people. Chapter 23, The Charivari. Straddling a log in his dooryard, the trustee whistled softly while he whittled and shaped a pair of birch crooks into the ox collars that, with traced chains, are preferred in the Northland to the old-fashioned bows and yoke. The revival was over. After passing from house to house like measles, mumps, or other dark disease, infecting men on trail, by fireside, at the plough-tail with the prejudice he styled religion, the evangelist had reported so many head of saved to his superiors, and so had swooped like a plague upon other settlements, leaving the probationer to repair, as best he might, his ravages in this. Now, 2 weeks later, symptoms in Silver Creek indicated a quick recovery. Extra meetings had altogether ceased. Bi-weekly prayer meetings languished. Remarks at the plough-tail showed signs of former vigor. The sweat and labor of haying would undoubtedly bring complete convalescence, and with it, danger for Helen. For while the religious excitement had served her by excluding all else from the settler mind, tongues would be the sharper, prejudice the keener for the rest. It was but a lull in the storm, the hush that follows the first flash and crash of thunder. It was knowledge of this fact that inspired the trustee's thoughtful whistling. Already he smelled trouble on the wind, the impression being formed on many small significances, looks, nods, winks, and whispered asides at bees and raisings. More important, his cabin, which as post office had been a social focus, center of news and gossip, a place to linger and chat, had of late been almost deserted. Calling for their mail, his neighbors departed with the shortest of salutations. So, having had a gray eye on trouble through all, he was not surprised when she presently appeared between Shin and Hines in the latter's buckboard. Indeed, his comment while they were still 100 yards away signified profound distrust. Gummed if the coyotes ain't running in packs this weather. His beetling brows, moreover, drew a grizzled line across his hawk nose when the two reined in opposite. He glared suspiciously while Hines glibly discoursed on crops, weather, the ox collars, nor hesitated to interrupt and reach for trouble's forelock. Crops is fair to middling, nothing wrong with the hay, the crooks is for Flynn. Now what is it? Hines blinked and looked silly, but the check worked oppositely on Shin. Of that gaunt, raw-boned, backwoods type produced by generations of ineffable hardship and slavish labor, he stood over 6 feet, and combined great strength with mean ferocity and uncontrollable passion. His huge mouth twitched feverishly as he answered, "Since you're so pressing, it's the talk through the settlement that we order have a new teacher." "Umph!" Grunt could not convey greater contempt. "Ain't you got a teacher?" "Yes, but it's agreed that she ain't quite the sort to put over innocent children." This time the trustee snorted. "Might infect them brats o' yourn with her sweet manners, eh?" Shin flushed dully under his yellow skin. "That or something else. Anyway, everyone's agreed that she's gotta go. Who's everybody? Meeting held at my place. Recovering, Hines backed up his partner. Yes, first I heard of it. Was Flynn there? Thought not. He ain't much of a mixer. Didn't ask me, did you? Hines shuffled uneasily. 'Twas held after a prayer meeting. You might hop in there. Prayer meeting, eh? Real Christian, wasn't it, to try and take the bread out of a good girl's mouth? Good. At Hines's sneer the trustee rose, hand gripping hard on a heavy crook, eyes one gray glare under ragged brows, temple veins ridged and swollen. I said good. On the frontier, a man must usually furnish material proof of courage, but there are exceptions from whom imminent fearlessness distills as an exhalation affecting all who come within its atmosphere. Carter was such a one, Glaves another, though neither had found it necessary to make good physically during the settlement's short history. Their ability to do so was never at question. Behind the reserve of one, crabbed sarcasm of the other, danger lay so close to the surface that it was always felt, could never be quite forgotten. Indeed, as regards Glaves, the feeling took form in the opinion often delivered when the qualities of men were under discussion. If the old man ever gets started, someone will earn a quick funeral. Now Hines quailed, and even the truculent Shin observed silence. Glaring on the shrinking Hines, the trustee went on. Never forgot how Carter bluffed you out on that hay business, did you? And as you wasn't man enough to get back at him, you lowed to take it out of his wife. Well, you ain't going to. You can go back and tell them that sent you that so long as Flynn and me sit on the board, she'll teach this school. That, Shin retorted, would be till next election, but she won't stay that long. Since you're so stiff about it, Glaves, let me tell you that you can't fly in the face of this settlement. You may be Big Wolf, but there's others in the pack. If she's here at the end of the month, there'll be something doing. Nodding evilly, he drove on, leaving the trustee to puzzle over his meaning as he shaped and polished the crooks. Bluffing, I reckon, he concluded, and that also was the opinion of Flynn, to whom he carried his doubts that evening. There'll be no way for Thim Spalpeens to fire us av the board. Flynn queried. No, what about an opposition school? Agin the law to build one in this township. Thin 'tis, all out av the big mouth av Shin. Thalk, and nothing more. Both were confirmed in their opinion when the month drew to a peaceful, if hot, end. Tricked out in various green, woods and prairies slumbered or sighed restlessly under torrid heat that extracted their essential essences, weighting the heavy air with intense odors of curing grasses. There was nothing to indicate that the virulent tide of spleen was ready to burst its banks. Knowing that another week would bring on haying, with its attendant wars to provide an outlet for feeling, neither trustee anticipated the event which occurred at the full of the moon. Though the storm broke around Glaves's cabin, Flynn received immediate notice. In pleasant weather, he and his wife would sit on their doorstep after the children were in bed, to enjoy the quiet hour while the peace and cool charmed away the cares of the day. And this night was particularly beautiful. Over Dulit Plains, the moon emptied a flood of silver and polished the slough beyond the dooryard till it shone like burnished steel. Rolling off and away under that tender light, the huge earth waves seemed to heave, swell, sigh as a lover's bosom under the sweet eyes of his mistress, while from the corrals nearby issued the heavy breathing of contented kine. Always music in the ears of a farmer, it stimulated Flynn, set him planning for the future. But he had hardly touched on next year's increase before Mrs. Flynn seized his arm. What's that? At first Flynn thought that Glaves was dogging stray cattle away from his grain fields, but when the iron note of beaten pans, gunshots, metallic thundering were added to the first clash of cowbells, he sprang up. A charivari, at Glaves's, a spite charivari. "Oh, my God, Flynn," his wife exclaimed. That poor girl, she knew what that orgy of sound portended, a jest at weddings. The charivari was sometimes used as a sinister weapon to express communal dislike or punish suspicion of sin. The most terrible memory of her girlhood was associated with a party of fiercely moral backwoodsmen that flogged a man at her father's wagon tail and dragged a woman who had offended public morals, naked and screaming through a field of thistles. In Silver Creek were men who had participated in that cruelty, forced to emigrate to escape the law. Small wonder that she agonized under the thought. "Flynn, Flynn, man, hurry, get your horse." Holding the light for him to saddle, she called after as he rode away. "Go round be Mr. Danvers. 'Tis only a mile out av your way. Going by here at noon. Himself told me that he was to have a esthag party the night. They'll jump at the chance, and fight none the worse for a smhell av the whiskey." A cold, with complications in the shape of rheumatic pains, sent the trustee early to bed that evening, and Helen was sewing by the fire with Mrs. Glaves when the charivari turned loose outside. As, jumping up, they stood staring at one another, he shouted for them to bolt the door. And as, after complying, Helen returned to the fire, he came limping out, bent, warped, and twisted by sciatica, half-dressed, but grimly resolute. "Danger!" he rasped, swinging round on his wife as the house trembled under sudden thunder of scurrying hoofs outside. "Listen!" And when pained bellows followed dropping shots, he added, peppering the cattle, "Scairt. Then go and stick your fool head under a pillow. How is it with you?" As a matter of fact, Helen's face was as white as the fluffy shawl from which her golden head rose like a yellow crocus above soft spring snows. But noting the thin, scarlet line of her mouth, the trustee nodded his satisfaction. "You'll do. Swing round that lounge, here, where I can train a gun on the door." "Good." He eased his length along it with a groan of relief. "Now hand me the gun, no, the other." Rehanging his own long duck gun upon its wooden pegs, she brought him the famous double-barreled greener which, having disarranged the lock action in trying to clean it, Danvers had left with the trustee for repairs. "There, put out the light and take a look out at the window." Pulling the curtain aside, she got full benefit of the brazen clamor while learning something of its genesis. For, while easily recognizable, the din of beaten pans, cowbells, gunshots, and yells formed only a minor accompaniment to a barbarous metallic roll, louder than a corps of beaten drums, and a discordant screech that discounted the torment of 1,000 tortured fiddles. Now she saw two men rapidly vibrating long crosscut saws back and forth against the house, while others drew a rosined plank to and fro across a log, concentrating the discords of the world into a single excruciating note. Closing her ears, she took further note of the score of dark figures that came and went in the moonlight, leaping, shouting, gesticulating strangely, as though crazed by the frenzy of noise. Weird, sinister shapes, they moved, massed, and melted to units again as in some mad carnival or distorted madman's dream. The trustee pulled her skirt. "Come away!" They might shoot at the window. Obeying, she knelt beside him, fortunately with her back to the pane that, a few minutes later, shivered and flew in fine rain. "Drunk," Glaves commented, and as a piercing cry, clever imitation of a cougar, rang high over a slight lull, he said, "That's sure Bill MacLeod." He grimly added, for besides being dissolute, the man was a scoffer and leader against religion. "Gosh, but the saints are keeping queer company. Bill ain't more'n a mile away from his bottle." After that one lull, the tumult increased in loudness and volume, and for a long half-hour Helen listened as some soft maid of Rome may have hearkened to the din of Goth or ravaging Hun in the sacred streets of the imperial city. To her, brought up under the shadow of law, with its material manifestation. A policeman, always within call. The brutal elemental passion behind that huge, amorphous voice was very terrible. Almost equally fearful was the sudden cessation that set the silence singing in her ears, the voiceless darkness, thick night of that black room. Touching the trustee, more for the comfort of his presence than to draw his attention, she whispered, "What now?" Just then the door rattled under a heavy kick. A strident voice answered her question. "Open, Glaves, and send out that baggage. It was a viler word, or we'll burn the house over your ears." "You will," the trustee began, but was interrupted by a wail from his wife in the bedroom. "Jimmy, oh Jimmy, don't let Em have her. They'll duck her in the slough, meb drown her like they did Jenny Ross back in Huron." "Will you shut up?" he roared, but the man outside had heard. "You bet we will. She needs a little cooling." "That's surely Mr. Shin that's talking so fierce," the trustee taunted. "Man, but you're gaining a heap wolfish, though it did take you some time to work up to the peant of speech. Why didn't you take the shortcut through Bill's bottle?" His tone suddenly altered from banter to such stern command that they distinctly heard Shin shuffle back a step from the door. "Burn this house. Get, or I'll blow the black heart out of you." A derisive yell rose outside, then silence fell again, a hush so complete that Helen distinctly heard the tick of the clock, her own breathing, the chirrup of a hearth cricket. Pulling the trustee's sleeve, she whispered, "I've brought such trouble upon you." "Rubbish," he snapped. "Say that Agin and I'll spank you." But he gently patted her hand. A minute slid by without further speech, a second, third, fourth, then she whispered, "Surely they must have gone." Before he could reply came a rapid beat of running feet, a splintering crash, an oblong of moonlight flashed out of the darkness at the end of the room, and quiet reigned again. Only the battering ram, a long log, poked its blunt nose over the doorsill. "Stand clear there," the trustee sharply warned. Then, as a dim, crouched figure appeared between the jambs, he shouted, "Fair warning," and fired. But as the figure fell back and out, a chuckling laugh drifted through the smoke. Shin's coarse voice yelled, "His gun's single barrel, in afore he kin reload." And a black, surging mass trampled over the dummy and filled the doorway. As aforeseen, the conclusion was justified. The trustee's long gun was familiar as his face in the settlement, and the click of Danvers' left trigger was drowned by a second harsh command. Fair warning. The report, thunderous, ear-splitting in the confined space, certified to Shin's mistake. His writhing mouth, Heinz's wintry visage, the press of men in the door showed redly under the flash, then sulphurous darkness wiped out all. To Helen, its smothering pall seemed to pulse with thick life, to extend clutching fingers, horrors that were intensified by Mrs. Glaves's sudden burst of hysterical screaming. Crouched behind Glaves, she listened in agony to the swearing, sharp oaths as men tripped and stumbled over the furniture and one another. There was no escape. They were feeling for her all over the room, and through a sick horror she heard Shin's triumphant yell, "I've got her!" A choked gurgle, snarl of rage, as Glaves fastened onto his throat, explained his mistake. "Hell has no one a match." His strangled voice issued from a dark whorl, crash of splintering furniture, as they swung and staggered in that pit of gloom. The struggle could have but one ending. Healthy, Glaves would have been no match for Shin, and as a match scratched, came the soft thud of his body as he was thrown with brutal force against the wall. Flaring up, the flame revealed Helen, white, trembling, sick with that paralysis of fear that a mouse must feel in the claws of a cat. From the bedroom came the hysterical whooping, terrible in its sameness. Wide-eyed, she stared, fascinated at Shin, but he also was staring at a body spread-eagled before the door, its face turned down in a black, viscid, spreading pool. The match went out. "My God!" a man cried. "It's Heinz." But Helen did not hear that or a cry from outside warning of approaching hoofs. Throughout the frenzy of noise, horror of darkness, suspense, the attack, she had carried herself bravely. But this swift death, following on all, broke her shaken nerves, deprived her of consciousness. The trustee, however, heard and saw the house vomit its black life, the dark figures streaming under the moonlight out to the bluff where the horses were tied, panic-stricken by sudden death and uneasy memories of outraged law. Leaning in his doorway, bent and bruised, he saw also Flynn and Danvers thunder by with a score of remittance men, a wild cavalcade hard on their heels. In the Irishman's hand a neck yoke swung with ominous rattle of iron rings. Danvers carried a cavalry saber he had snatched from his wall. The others brandished clubs. Looming an instant in the steam of their sweating beasts, they shot on with a glad hurrah. "Yoicks, tally-ho!" Young Poole shrilled as he passed. "Sick Flynn! A Flynn! A Flynn!" Danvers squeaked as Shin crumpled under the neck yoke. Wild lads under wilder leadership, they fought, as Mrs. Flynn had predicted, none the worse for a smell at the whiskey. Those of the enemy who made a slow mounting were ridden down, fell under the clubs, or achieved uncomfortable leaps into briars and scrub, to be afterwards caught and drubbed, while such as escaped were run down and brought to bay by twos and threes. In a running fight over miles of moonlit prairie, the grudges of years were settled. Jeers, jibes, many a cheating received payment in full, with arrears of interest. Thus Cummings received from Danvers the boot due on the mare that Carter once described as being blind, spavined, sweeneyed, and old enough to homestead. Payment being slapped down upon the spot where most pain may be inflicted with least structural damage. In like manner Poole settled with Peter Rodd for a cannibalistic sow. Percival with Mac Cloud, arrears not due on a quarter section of scrub. Gray with Seebach for 40 bushels of heated seed wheat, leaving them to their rough auditing. The story returns with Flynn to the cabin after the dropping of Shin. After relighting the lamp, Glaves had carried his sore bones back to the lounge, and when Flynn entered he found the terrible old fellow glowering upon the dead. His wife's hysteria had slackened to a strained sobbing, and answering Flynn's question, he tartly replied, "No, 'tain't Mrs. Carter. Had her fainting spell and kem to without any fuss, like a sensible girl. She's in there tending to that old fool." Then, beetling again on the dead, he forecast the verdict of the sheriff's jury. "Ye'll bear witness, Flynn, that this man kem to his death through running into a charge of buckshot after my winder D been shot in an door battered down." Chapter 24, Without the Pail. I really believe that I ought to resign. When one morning a week later, Helen delivered herself of certain secret misgivings at breakfast, the trustee looked up, startled from his eggs and mush, then proceeded to fish for motives. "Scairt! You needn't to be. We've got this settlement by the short hairs at last." His rude metaphor roughly set forth the truth. Without ties, the bachelors of the Charivari party had scattered west through the territories, while Shin, Mac Cloud, and other married men had gone into such close hiding that the sheriff had been unable to subpoena one for the inquest. But though she neither feared nor anticipated further violence, Helen now knew that she never would be able to live down the settlers' prejudice, and without the children's love, parents' confidence, her day of usefulness was past. Glaves snorted at this altruistic reason. "Love, confidence, what's their market value? You couldn't hope to compete with a $1 note for the first. As for the second, Danvers hit it off exactly when he stuck that sign on his stable door. No more trading here. Now, from my point of view, it isn't a question of love or confidence, but one of faith." "Faith," she echoed. Nodding, he went on. "Me and Flynn backed you up, stood by you through all, didn't we?" "Indeed you did. She grew rosily red under warmth of feeling. I shall never. And now you allow to throw us down. For Shin and Mac Cloud will surely tell how that they scared you and beat us out. It was bad argument, poor ethics, a bald statement of his grim intention of bending the stubborn settlers to his inflexible purpose. She felt, however, that it would be still poorer ethics for her to desert and disappoint these, her champions, defenders. It was one of these peculiar situations where any course seems wrong, and if she chose that which seemed most human, she did it with a mental reservation. She would resign just as soon as she could persuade him to look at things her way. Of course I'll stay to please you, but— No buts, he interrupted. Haying begins Monday, and by fall it'll all be all history. But Monday brought justification of her doubt, proving that, if cowed, the settlers were by no means conquered. Only the young Flynns attended school, and the array of empty benches loomed in her troubled vision like a huge face, vacant, mulishly obstinate as a blank wall, vividly eloquent of the invincible determination that would have none of her. Her heart sank, and when the week passed without further attendance she gave up, handed her resignation to Flynn and Glaves in council at the latter's cabin. Both, as might be expected, registered strenuous objections. "'Tain't your fault if they cut off their nose to spite their face," Glaves argued, and when she replied that the children would suffer, he rasped, "What of it? The sins of the fathers shall be visited on the children to the 4th generation. Ye have scripture for that, but not the sin of the stranger." She gently objected. "I have myself to blame for the prejudice." Now, though neither trustee would admit her confession, both were afflicted with a sneaking consciousness of its truth. For not only had she offended by consorting with that public enemy, the remittance man, but the cause of Carter's desertion had escaped from Elinor Leslie's indiscreet tongue. Every man, woman, and child in the countryside was informed as to the events which led up to and followed the Ravels' visit. Their denials, therefore, were negated by that profuseness of expression which accentuates the truth it seeks to conceal. "You know it," she answered them, and opposed further argument with that soft feminine obstinacy which wears out masculine strength. "But what else can you do?" Glaves cried at last in despair. "Go to Winnipeg and take a place in an office or store." Though she affected brightness, she could not altogether hide the dejection, homesickness that inhered in the thought. Now that she was to leave it, that rude cabin with its log walls, legal patchwork, homemade furniture, glowed with the glamours of home. Even Mrs. Glaves's gaunt ugliness became suddenly dear in the light of an indefinite future among strangers. Detecting her underlying sadness, Flynn exclaimed, "P.H. Watt, work in a S-Thor. Sell pins, needles, and such truck while I've a roof over me head. Ye'd die in thim lonesome hotels. Ye'll just come right home wid me." "Likely, ain't it?" Glaves broke in, jealous for his prerogative. "In the first place, if she goes, she ain't a-going to stop at no hotel. But with my own sister, that keeps a boarding house on Main Street. And if she stays, it'll be right here with me. Old woman." His wife's warm assent brought Helen to tears without, however, affecting her resolution. For the settlement would be by the ears, she said, just as long as she stayed in it. "Humph," Glaves growled. "It'll have itself be the throat afore long. Yesterday Poole and Danvers ran their mowers into Shin's 5-acre swamp, and if that don't bring that big engine a-kiting from the tall timber, I'm Dutch." She was not, however, to be moved, and after an embarrassed pause Flynn said, hesitatingly, "Thim cities now is mighty expensive. A lone girl without money. Ye'll let me." Digging a shabby bill book from the bottom depths of his overalls, he precipitated a second kindly quarrel. Glaring at it, Glaves snorted, "When she knows she can draw on me for the valley of my last head of stock down to the dog. Having means for some months, this storm was more easily laid than that which burst when Flynn offered to drive her into Lone Tree. And her living with me. Glaves stormed. 'Tis myself that knowed her longest, Flynn argued. Humph, Glaves sneered. 3 days. Thursday she stopped at your house coming out from Lone Tree. Sunday I saw her at meeting, went a purpose and never tended sense. No, she goes with me. Anyway, I knowed her longest, Flynn persisted. But 'tis herself shall say. Which shall it be, ma'am? Both, she laughed, and so, with a grizzled champion on either hand, she rattled southward the following day. By one of those strange coincidences of ironical fate, this, the day of her departure, occurred on the 3rd anniversary of her first drive out with Carter, and all things, season, sight, sound, conspired to vividly recall that memorable occasion. Rank growths in uncut sloughs bowed under warm winds that freighted a distant metallic rattle of many mowers. Beyond the settlements, the park lands stretched to the Assiniboine, with only the chimneys of the burned Cree village to break their spangled undulations. As before, they came suddenly upon the valley, rugged, riven with its bald, buttressing headlands, timbered ravines. The river, writhing in giant convolutions along the level bottomus as before. They dropped with jolts, jerks, skidding of wheels to the ford that now tuned its hoarse voice to a melancholy dirge in harmony with her mood. And from the door of the log mission, Father Francis bowed his silver head in courtly farewell. After the valley came the dry lands, the tawny plains, barren of trees, cabin, or farmstead. Finally Lone Tree impinged in that huge monochrome, its grain sheds reminding her, as before, of red Noah's arks on a yellow carpet. To her, the hour of departure restored the fresh, clear vision of the stranger. The town appeared as on that first occasion. Its one scanty street of clapboard hotels and stores with false fronts fencing the railway tracks that came spinning out of the western horizon to flash on over the east. The wise ox teams rolling along the street. The squaws with ragged ponies hitched in big-wheeled Red River carts. The cows pasturing amid tomato cans that strewed vacant lots. The loafers, omnipresent riffraff of the small frontier, holding down nail kegs and cracker boxes under store verandas. It was a trying drive. Every turn of the trail brought its reminiscences. Mud chimneys, the Indian graveyard, a lone coyote, recalled the beginnings of her love. And now that she was leaving, she vividly realized how she had grown to this land of white silences, grave winds, vast, sun-washed spaces. But if she had need of the heavy veil that she pinned on that morning, that marvelous feminine restraint enabled her to turn a composed face to the doctor and Jenny, who came to the station to see her off. As she passed up street, the riffraff exchanged nods and winks, but Lone Tree furnished still other champions. The storekeeper, he who had loaded Carter's buckboard with jams and jellies, came hurrying across the tracks with good wishes and protestations. Shin, Mac Cloud, Cummings, the whole gang go off my books, he swore to Glaves. Not another cent's credit to keep 'em from starving. They can rot in their beds for me, the doctor added. I strike Silver Creek from my practice. And though the train was even then whistling for the station, Hooper, the agent, stole time for friendly greetings. If roughly expressed, their sympathy was at least genuine. It eased the parting so that she was able to lean out and give them a last smile as the train rolled by the water tank with long, easy clickings, carrying her away beyond their tough pale. Good enough as a farewell, it was not, however, a success as a smile, and the woe behind its wanness formed the subject of an indignant caucus that convened as soon as Jenny left the platform. I can't figure out Jess what Carter means, the storekeeper fretfully exclaimed. Granted that she throwed him that onked the charivari, That business at the revival, if it had been my wife, I'd been smelling round for. Blood. The agent interjected, and though he had intended trouble, the storekeeper accepted the amendment. What's the man looking for? The doctor roared. She has beauty, amiability, intelligence, almost every quality that a man can desire in a wife, yet he goes off in a pout because she falls short of the angels. He's a damned fool. He ought to be. Azy wid ye. Flynn stemmed the tide of wrath. His no throuble at all to condemn when a purty girl's at t'other end of the argument. She's sweet, and I'll break the face av the man as says she isn't good. But give the man time. Let be till we know that he's heard av the ructions. Thin if he does nothing. Well, the doctor interrupted. He'll hear all right from me this very night. Me too, the storekeeper added. And don't forget to give him particular HL. The agent called after as they strolled away. Nor did they. Dipping his pen in scorn, the doctor opened his epistle with a timely question as to the exact number and kinds of fool that Carter considered himself, and finished with a spirit that transcended even Glaves's difficult requirements. Equally thorough in his beginnings, a rush of business prevented the storekeeper from making an end that evening. But his default had its advantages in that he was thus enabled to deliver the remainder, viva voce, to Carter himself when he stepped off the train next morning. Served hot, with good frontier adjectives sizzling among the nouns and articles, his opinion gained the admiring attention of Hooper, the agent, who stood ready to offer advice and assistance. For his part, Carter listened quietly until the storekeeper paused for breath. Then he turned to the agent. If you'd like 5 minutes with my character and attainments, don't be bashful. I've got it coming. After that, please oblige with a little information on this Charivari. I only heard yesterday morning of that revival through Bender's coming into camp. As he listened, his natural sternness deepened to dark austerity, then fluxed in sad pity as the storekeeper told of Helen's departure. Murmuring, poor thing, poor little thing, he asked for her address. His face fell when the storekeeper answered. You'll have to go to Glaves for that. The doc might have it, but him and Miss Jenny went north this morning to settle up her father's affairs. Noting Carter's disappointment, he kindly added, You can drive my sorrels. They're a third faster than the livery Temis Ani. Remember they are fresh off the grass. I'll try not to misuse them, Carter answered, brightening, a remark that plentifully illustrates his impatient feeling. Agent and storekeeper helped him hitch, and as he headed the sorrels out on the Silver Creek Trail, the trail that for him, as for Helen, was one long heartache, the agent drew a deduction from his somber sternness. I heard that Mac Cloud and Cummings were back. Jehoshaphat, there'll be something doing if they cross his track. Stepping out of his stable, after feeding the noon oats next day, Glaves lifted up his eyes, in biblical phrase, and saw Carter a long way off. A hot morning at the hay, and the loss of 2 sections of his mower sickle by impact with a willow snag, did not tend to alleviate his natural crustiness. As he recognized the tall figure behind the sorrels, the hoar of his 50 winters seemed to settle in the lines of his weathered visage. His eye took the steely sparkle of river ice. His nod, when Carter reined in opposite, was curt as his answer. Your wife's address. Yes, I know it. Forewarned by the storekeeper of the old man's bitterness, Carter was not surprised. Meaning that you won't give it to me. Not till I know as she wants you to have it. Tone and manner were superlatively irritating, but the man had taken blood on his soul in Helen's defense, and Carter spoke quietly. Don't you allow that she's a right to decide for herself? Now, ain't that exactly what I said? It was not, but contradiction would merely inflame his obstinacy. At a loss how to proceed, Carter switched the heads, one by one, from a patch of tall brown pigweeds, using his left hand, for the right was roughly tied up in his handkerchief. On his part, Glaves looked steadily past him. It was a beautiful day, sensuous, soft, one of the golden days when warm winds flirt among rustling grasses breathing the incense of smiling flowers. Heat hung in quivering waves along the horizon like an emanation from the hot, prolific earth over whose bosom birds, bumblebees, the little beasts of the prairies, came and went on errands of love and business with songs and twitterings. And there, in the midst of this joy of life, the grim old man bent frowning brows on Carter, who was lost in bitter meditation. He was laboring under an unhappy sense of error, for his contumacy, determined absence, was not altogether a product of hurt pride. As he himself had dissolved their relations, it was Helen's privilege to renew them, and he had waited, yearning for her word. But now that he was dragged under the harrows of remorse, in an agony of pity for her, he stood before Glaves as in the presence of Nemesis, convicted of a huge mistake. The initiative, after all, had lain with him. If he had owned to his fault, had apologized for his summary desertion, she could have been trusted to do the rest. Now he doubted that he was too late, for it was but reasonable to suppose that the trustee's determined opposition had origin with her. He squared his big shoulders to this burden of his own packing. "Will you forward a letter?" Frowning, Glaves answered without looking at him, "You can leave your address, but you will forward it, if she wants it." Carter flushed but checked a sharp answer. "You ain't extending too much grace to a sinner. Any less than you extended her. What do you expect of me that saw her name dragged in the mud, herself insulted, that took a life to save her body from violence? GDDU. His pent-up feelings exploded, and for 3 minutes thereafter hot speech bubbled like vitriol through his clenched teeth in scathing denunciation of Carter's remissness. "Part of what you say being true will pass the rest," the latter said when the trustee had drained his phials of wrath. "Now, without conceding your right to withhold her address, will you forward some money?" Glaves stared. He had expected a blow, a violent quarrel at least, nay, had lusted for it. But he was too much of a man himself to mistake a just imperturbability for fear, while the mention of money checked his anger by switching his ideas. Jealous for her honor, he looked his suspicion. Whose money? But if accent and tone declared against the acceptance of favors, he took the proffered greenbacks after Carter explained that they covered her share of the cattle he and Morrill had owned in common. Took them, that is, with a proviso. "Let me see," he mused, counting 5 of 10 bills of $100 denomination. "You'd 40 head of stock when Morrill died. 500 covers her share. Take these back." And to further argument he sternly answered, "I don't allow that she's looking for any presents from you." "No, I don't allow that she is." Sadness of look and tone caused Glaves to glance up quickly, but he did not relax in his grimness up to the moment that, having left his address, Carter drove away. Then a shade of doubt crept into his steel eyes. "If it had been myself," he muttered. Then, as Helen's parting smile recurred in memory, he added, "No, damn him, let him suffer." But this was not the end. Pausing in his doorway as he went into dinner, he saw the buckboard, small as a fly, crawl over a distant knoll, and by some association of ideas remembered Carter's hand and wondered why it was bandaged. And when he learned from Poole and Danvers, who called round for their mail that evening, his first small doubt was raised almost to the dimension of regret. Since the Charivari, Glaves's opinion of the remittance man, as a fighting animal at least, had risen above 0, and he lent first an indulgent, then a rapt ear to the boy's story. As he himself had prophesied, the piracy of the 5-acre swamp brought Shin out from his hiding, but the latter's evil fate arranged matters, so that as he descended upon the remittance buccaneers from one end of the swamp, Carter appeared on the lone tree trail which cata-cornered the other. The result bubbled forth from the mouth of first one boy, then the other, in eager interruptions. "Shade of my granny, Danvers swore. You never saw such a fight. No preliminaries," Poole declared. Carter just leaped from his buggy and went for him like a cat after a mouse. And little good it did him. He might have been a gopher in the paws of a grizzly. Lay like a dead man for a long half-hour, and looked like a snake that had mixed with a streak of lightning. Blind, battered, bruised, we carried him home on his shield, that is, on our hay rake. And that poor squalid wife of his looked rather disgusted when she found that he wasn't dead. While they thus poured the tale of Shin's discomfiture into Glaves's thirsty ears, Carter rattled steadily on towards Lone Tree. Passing Flynn's, he had been tempted to put in, but remembered that the Irishman would be out at the hay, and so ran on and by the one person who could have furnished an approximation of Helen's address. For she had merely promised to write Jenny as soon as she was settled, as he had learned when he met the doctor, back-trailing alone, early that morning. "But you'll surely find her at one of the hotels." The agent called to him, on the platform of the freight train that carried him away at midnight. But Helen had gone straight to the trustee's sister. Having wasted 2 days scanning hotel registers, wandering the streets, he concluded that perhaps she had changed her mind and gone straight through to her friends back east. Charging his friends and financial backers to keep on with the search, however, he returned to his labors in that unenviable condition of mind which romanticist writers describe as broken-hearted. In a city of 20,000, it ought not to be so very difficult to locate a young lady whose style and beauty drew the eyes of the street. But if the search failed, the cause inhered in other reasons than lack of diligence, in a reason that largely accounted for Glaves's reluctance to give her address. Sick at heart, hopeless for the future, she had sunk her surname with the bitter past, resumed her maiden name while keeping the married title. Even with Glaves's sister, a big, good-natured woman, she passed as a widow. Chapter 25, The Sunken Grade. The Ragged Lands. Seemed rugged, broken, gloomy with dark spruce, sterile as a barren woman, they cumber the earth from Lake Nipissing 1,000 miles westward to the edge of the prairies, and in all their weary length no stretch of meadowland occurs. Pockmarked with sloughs, muskegs, black morasses, peppered with sandhills that rise suddenly like eruptive boils in the sparse beard of its dwarf growths, it is a wicked country, and was held accursed by trappers and Jesuit fathers who, of old, portaged or paddled upon its borders. Yet in construction days men poured into its dark environs. One may still see Carter's camps, moss-grown, roofless, rotting by the right-of-way, for his line split a 50-mile breadth from the western verge of that mighty forest. On the day after Carter's return from Winnipeg, the westering sun gilded a long scar, brown with the sear of felled trees, that shore 30 miles of forest. 10 more miles and this, his right-of-way, would debouch on the park lands, a day's drive southward from Silver Creek. At its other end 50 miles of prairie grading would carry it down to the American border. Northerly, the cut was masked in rolling smoke of burning brush. But where, farther south, the spruce mantle had been torn from the bosom of Mother Earth, it gaped yellow as a gangrened wound. Over this earth-sore men and teams swarmed with the buzz and movement of flies, coming and going about a steam digger that bit hungry mouthfuls from the bowels of a sandhill and spat them, with hoarse coughing, upon a train of flat cars. Beyond them, a pile driver sputtered nervously upon a lean trestle, and still farther south a track gang-laid and spiked rails with furious energy, adding their quota of noise to the roar that combined with heat and dust to produce a miniature inferno. Dipping still lower, the sun poked a golden finger down a thin survey line that slit the forest at the head of the right-of-way, and touched into flame the yellow head of a young man who sat on a log near Carter. Their slim poplar brake enclosed a mossy dell, into which the frenzy of work and noise came faintly as the hum of a passing bee. It was, indeed, so cool and pleasant that the surveyor shrugged unwillingly when the advancing shadows emphasized Carter's remark that it was time to be moving. "What a demon of unrest!" He laughed. "Can't keep still for 5 minutes." His mock disgust drew Carter's smile. "That's all very well for you. When your transit is cased, you're done. I have a few hundred men to look after." "Oh, confound them," the other said. "I'll never make a philosopher of you." And as, shouldering his transit, he followed, he commented humorously on Carter's tiresome energy, affirming that he was reminded of a steam engine that had slipped its governors. Couldn't be more grovelingly industrious if you were qualifying for a headline on a child's copybook. "Early to bed, early to rise, makes your boss healthy, wealthy, and wise," he misquoted. And as a few minutes later they came out upon wood choppers who were driving the right-of-way into the forest, he grimaced. More misguided zeal. For all his sarcasm, his eyes betrayed his appreciation, and as, pausing, they looked on, his face lit up with professional pride. Following the choppers, sawyers were cutting sizable timber into logs, piling small trees with the brush. Behind them, a stumping outfit practiced rough dentistry upon the road bed. All were putting in the last licks of a good day's work. The air whistled of falling trees, hummed to the ringing saws, the woods echoed laughter, shouts, cheery curses. "Good boys," Carter murmured. "Regular whales just eat it up, don't they? Peculiar idiosyncrasy." The surveyor resumed his chaffing. "They ought to have eased up while you were away. Can't account for it unless, yes, it's beans, sir. You feed them beans and they work or die. Query, what effect would a bean diet have on a philosopher? Ugh. I must avoid them." "No," Carter indicated a figure, gigantic in the loom of the smoke. "It's not beans, it's Bender. Without him we'd have plenty converts to your theory." And now tired nature pities them. In their coincidence, the last red ray might have signaled Bender's shrill whistle, or vice versa. Anyway, sudden silence fell like a mantle over the clearing. While choppers and sawyers cached tools under brush away from rusting dews, teamsters dropped bows and yokes, and all followed the patient ox steams down the right-of-way. Joking aside, the surveyor said as they fell in behind, "What has life for these fellows? Ill-fed, worse-clothed, only an occasional spree breaks the monotony of grinding toil." Carter's nod was non-committal. "They work hard, yes, but then work is only terrible to the young and shiftless. Your grown man loves it. If congenial, generally is. You see, there's always something that a fellow thinks he can do a bit better than anyone else. Bill, there, planes his stumps. Ole, that big Swede, is chain lightning on a cant hook. Michigan Red rides a log down a rapid like a ballet dancer, and has Jehu beat out on the reins. Big Hands lifts more'n any other man in camp. Summing it, from whip cracking to stable cleaning, every job has its professor, who gets a heap of fun out of proving his title. Looking a bit closer, these chaps get more sunshine, fresh air, and sleep than your city workers, and if the grub is rough, they ain't bothered none with indigestion. Hands finds a flavor in his beans that your big financial gun doesn't get out of his canvas back. As for amusement, the regular lumberjack does blow a year's salary on a week's bust, as you say, but most of these are farmers, some of 'em neighbors of mine. If they are rushed in summer, they have time to burn in winter, and what of socials, dances, picnics, they strike a fair balance with pleasure. But what is ahead of them? Carter shrugged. Death, of course. In the meantime, hard work, harder living, a family, and a mortgage to keep 'em from oversleep. But they'll breathe clean and live clean, work in the sun, and outlive 2 generations of city people. Barring accidents, they'll average 80 years, and so, when the last word is said, I don't know but that happiness lies down instead of up the ladder. The surveyor curiously studied his thoughtful face. You are climbing. But Carter was equal to the contradiction. We was talking of averages. Were, the other interrupted. Grimacing, Carter repeated. We're talking of averages. The exception gets his fun climbing and don't find out how much of a fool he is till he looks down from the top. Doesn't, the other put in, and Carter resaid the word. Corrections sprang from a compact that was now as old as their acquaintance. A graduate in engineering, the young fellow was widely read and cultured far beyond the needs of his profession. And as they talked, smoking in their office den of evenings, his allusions to and illustrations from the realms of science, literature, art had given Carter glimpses of Helen's world, a universe in which touch, taste, smell, sight, and other things gave place to feeling, memory, perception, and so he had been stimulated to conscious attempts at improvement. I feel like a 2-year-old, he had exclaimed one evening early in their acquaintance. I'd like to know more of that. Do you suppose I could get that book in town? And say, if you catch me straddling the traces, manners, speech, and so forth, I wish you'd lamb me one. Of course, I'm pretty set, but if I could just tone down a bit on a few of the big things, the little ones might slip by unnoticed. In the nature of things, a construction camp is bound to suffer a chronic drought of news, and in default of other subjects, Carter's marital troubles had received exhaustive and analytical treatment at the hands of the Silver Creek men and others. Filtering through many strata, enough of the gossip had reached the surveyor to inform him of the motive under this rough appeal, and he readily consented. So, in their talks thereafter, he had trimmed out the wilder growths of Carter's speech, giving rule and reason, for, as he laughingly assured him, his big pupil had an uncanny appetite for underlying law. Now 'tain't reasonable to suppose that you have to learn all the individual cases, he would say, when the surveyor tripped him on some expression. What's the law of it? And he would offer humorous opinions on the eccentricities of the tongue. The darn language seems to have grown from wild seed, and though Lindley Murray, ain't that his name, lopped a bit here and pruned a bit there, he couldn't straighten the gnarls and twists in the trunks. And I don't know but that it's as well that way leave them grammarians alone, and they'd clip and trim the language till it was tame as the cypress hedges that my old Aunt Uster shape into crowing roosters, gillipots, and pilaster pillars at home back east, in saying which he touched a profound etymological truth that is altogether ignored by the scientific inventors of universal languages. One who had not seen him for some months, Helen, for instance, could not have failed this evening to notice how his faithful delving in that wild orchard had begun to bring forth fruit in his speech. Evincing fewer ain'ts, it had more ings, and even attained on occasion to correct usage in number of verbs. Equally forcible, as full of curt figures, its epigrammatic quality had gained rather than lost by better expression. The silence which had fallen between them endured till they came in sight of the camp, a string of tents and log cabins under the eaves of the forest. Then the surveyor pointed out a girl who was watching the tired stream from the door of the nearest tent. Why, there's Dorothy. She threatened to make the chief bring her down, but I didn't think she'd make it. Come along and I'll introduce you. As, however, he mended his pace, Carter fell behind, and the sadness which had become habitual to his face deepened. He had heard the young fellow speak of this girl, his fiancée, and though in color and appearance she was the opposite of Helen, the swish of her skirts as she came to meet them, suggestion of perfume, the 100 elusive delicacies that make up a well-bred girl's personality, recalled his wife and oppressed him with a vivid sense of loss. Her voice, rich and low in its tones as Helen's, strengthened the impression. Dad said no, she laughed after the introduction. But, willful woman will have her way, a voice declared from the interior of the tent. Then the chief engineer, a hale man of 50, appeared in the doorway. Mosquitoes, alkali water, nothing would scare her. He was going on with inquiries of the health of a bridge that had developed rheumatic tendencies in its feet, when she laughingly interrupted. "Come, Dad, no business till after supper. I have already scraped acquaintance with the cook, and he says we are to come at once. So run along, little boys, and get ready. Wash our dirty faces, to put it plainly." The surveyor echoed her happy laugh. "Be it known unto you, fair lady, that ablutions are held to be effeminate, unnecessary, if not immoral, in construction work. However, in view of your hypersensitiveness, we will do violence to our inclinations. Come on, Carter, we for the tub." But from a dozen yards she called him back. "This is the man you wrote me of. I knew him at once. What a splendid fellow. Gorgeous," he returned her whisper. "His wife must be a queer sort." "Not necessarily," she added with thoughtful intuition. "The possibilities are so many. Your friend is handsome and has a good face, but we girls are more complex than our mothers. While they were satisfied with good temper and good provision, we demand sympathy of taste and habit, that we touch without friction at 100 points of contact. Tall as Mr. Carter is, he may fall short of such a standard." Bending, her lover gazed admiringly into her earnest eyes. "Such a little wise head. And did I pass in this difficult examination?" Carter's back was turned. The cookhouse door had just closed on the last teamster. Her father had gone back to his calculations, so her answer was sweet as satisfactory. When half an hour later the four entered the cookhouse, 2 cookies were laying the table under one eagle eye of the cook, the other being on a roast that he was liberally basting. "Hain't you got no nose?" He answered Carter's question, but he smiled as, sniffing its rich odor, Dorothy said, "It's venison, and I'm so hungry." "Sure," he corroborated. Cree Hunter brought in a quarter of moose this afternoon. Pleased with her discernment, he seated her at the head of a table which he himself had scoured with sand to a snowy whiteness, while the cookies were grinding a summer's tarnish from iron knives and spoons. Her tin plate reflected a smile that he would willingly have paid for in turkey and truffles, but lacking these, he served baked potatoes with the venison, hot biscuit, cake a hand's breadth thick, and with a flourish set the crowning delicacy of camp life, a can of condensed cream, beside her tin coffee cup. Then he packed the cookies outside to peel the morrow's potatoes that her appetite might not suffer from their admiring glances, an act which they classified as tyranny and ascribed to evil motives. "She's a right smart gal," he added, after imparting a few privacies anent their birth and breeding from the doorstep. "None o' your picking sort. Knows good cooking when she sees it, she does." Then he left them to digest a last piece of information, that the evolution of their ancestors had been arrested in a low and bestial stage. That supper figured as an epoch in Carter's life, because it marked a definite conscious change in his feeling towards his wife. With all men, thought is more or less chaotic. Filtering slowly from feeling under pressure of experience, it remains fluid, turgid, until some specific act, it may be of a very ordinary nature, clears and precipitates it into the molds of fixed opinion. So, though material of a sounder, more reasonable judgment of Helen had been gathering in his mind these months, Injured pride had held it in abeyance, in suspension, as it were. Until now, that recent disappointment had left him peculiarly susceptible to impression. A resolvent was added. That occurred which precipitated his thought. It took form in Michigan Red, who entered with another teamster and sat down at the opposite table. The task that delayed them had sharpened appetite, and their attack on the food the cook set before them was positively wolfish. Using fingers as much or more than forks, they shoveled greasy beans into their mouths with knives, as stokers feed a furnace. And as they bolted masses of pork, washed whole biscuits down with gulps of coffee, Carter's glance wandered between them and the delicate girl at his side. Here, indeed, was one of the points of contact of her intuitive wisdom. Once before he had seen, realized it. But whereas he had thrust the thought away the night that he watched Michigan Red eat in the lumber camp, he now gave it free admittance, mentally writhed as he realized how this and other gaucheries must have ground on Helen's sensitive mental surfaces. Fascinated by their gluttony, he watched until dulled eyes and heavy, stertorous breathing signaled repletion and the close of their meal. On her part, Dorothy was quietly observing him. Given such knowledge as the Silver Creek teamsters had sown through the camp, it would have been easy for her to guess the rest, if his conduct had borne out her surmise. But he had learned so much and so quickly under the stings of injured pride that observation failed to reveal any wide departures from the conventional. She had to give it up for the present. What a strange man! Her whisper dissipated his painful reflections, and looking up he saw that, after lighting his pipe with a coal from the stove, Michigan Red was surveying them with cool effrontery through the tobacco smoke. His fiery beard split in a sneer as Carter asked if he had finished supper. But he did not take the hint nor move when ordered to call Bender. Mr. Bender, he spat at the title, is down at the grading camp. I said for you to call him. Carter's tone, in its very gentleness, caused the girl to look quickly so she caught his queer expression. Compounded of curiosity, interest, expectation, his glance seemed to flicker above, below, around the red teamster, to enfold, wrap him with its subtle questioning. Impressed more than she could have been by threat or command, she waited. She knew not for what, oppressed by the loom of imminent danger. But it was not in the teamster's book to disobey, just then. Lingering to pick another coal, he sauntered down the room under flow of that curious, flickering glance, and closed the door behind him with a bang. Sharp as the crack of a gun, Dorothy half expected to see smoke curling up to the massive roof logs. But though her father and lover looked their surprise, Carter resumed his eating, and there was no comment until he excused himself a few minutes later. Tugging his gray beard, the chief engineer then turned to the surveyor. Why doesn't he fire that fellow? Shrugging, the young fellow passed the question up to the cook. You've known them longest. Thus tapped, the cook turned on a flow of information, appending his own theory of Carter's patience to a short and unflattering history of Michigan Red. You see, Red thought he was the better man from the beginning, and it was just up to the boss to give him fair chance to prove it. As for him, he likes the excitement. You've seen a cat play with a mouse. Well, and when the cat does jump. Goodbye, mouse, the surveyor finished. The cook's significant nod filled Dorothy with astonishment. From the social heights upon which the accident of birth had placed her, she had looked down upon the laboring classes, deeming them rude, simple, unsophisticated. Yet here she found complex moods, a vendetta conducted with Machiavellian subtlety, a drastic code that compelled a man to cherish his enemy till he had had opportunity to strike. The knowledge helped her to a conclusion which she stated as they walked back to her father's tent. Such pride! I understand now why he left her. Just fancy his keeping on that man. Damned nonsense, I call it. Her father growled. That fellow will make trouble for him yet. The prediction amounted to prophecy in view of a conversation then proceeding in the bunkhouse. As Michigan's table mate had fully reported the scene at supper, the teamsters were ready with a fire of chaff when he stumbled over the dark threshold after delivering Carter's message. Been dinnin' in fashionable society, Red? A man questioned. Nope. Another laughed. Violent colors ain't considered tasty anymore, so the boss fired him out 'cause his hair turned the chief's gal sick. Hoarse chuckling accompanied the teamsters' answering profanity, but when, after roundly cursing themselves, Carter, the surveyor, chief engineer, he began on Dorothy, laughter ceased and big hands called a stop. That's right. A voice seconded Hans's objection. We ain't stuck on the boss any more'n you are, Red, but this gal isn't no kin of his'n. Leave her alone. Sure, the first man chimed in. And if he's feeling his oats just now, he'll be hit the harder when we spring our deadfall. Did you sound the graders today? Will they? Shut up. Michigan hissed. That big mouth o' yourn spits clean across the camp to the office. And thereafter the conversation continued in sinister whispers that soon merged in heavy snoring. Silence and darkness wrapped the camp. Awaking while it was still dark, the camp rubbed sleepy eyes and looked out, shivering on smoldering smudges. Outside, the air whined of mosquitoes. At the long hay racks, horses snorted and pawed frantically under the winged torture. Patient oxen uttered maned lowings. Growling and grumbling, the camp distributed itself. Teamsters to feed and rebuild smudges, choppers and sawyers to the grindstone and filing benches. It was a cold, dank world. Pessimism prevailed to the extent that a man needed to walk straightly, minding his own business, if he would avoid quarrel. But optimism came with dawn. Teamsters hissed cheerfully over their currying. Saw-filers and grinders indulged in snatches of song, reaching a climax with the breakfast call. When, half an hour later, Dorothy appeared in the cookhouse doorway, the camp had spilled its freight of men and teams into the forest. Warned by the shadow, the cook looked up and saw her in Stetson hat, short skirt, high-laced shoes, a sunlit vision with the freshness of the morning upon its cheeks. "God bless you. Come right in," he exclaimed. "Your daddy and Mr. Hart have gone down line. Devil's muskeg got hungry last night and swallowed 10,000 yards of gratin." As yet she knew nothing of those treacherous sinks that gulp grades, trestles, and the reputations of their builders as a frog swallows flies, and he went on, answering her puzzled look. "Morass, you know, swamp with quicksand foundation that goes clean down to China." "Nope, 'tain't Mr. Carter's loss. He ain't such a fool as to go and load a muskeg down with clay and rock. An Easterner had it on a subcontract, and though Mr. Carter warned him, he reckoned he could make it bear a grade on brush hurdles. Crowed like a Shanghai rooster because it carried trains for a week. Oh, I don't know," he commented upon her pity for the luckless contractor. "You can't do nothin' with them Easterners. He was warned. Besides," he vengefully added, "he shouldn't ha' come crowing over us. More coffee, miss." Leaving the cookhouse, a shadow fell between her and the sun, and Carter gave her good morning. "Breaks the poor devil," he supplemented the cook's information, "and bothers us, cuts off our communications. We shall have to move the outfits back to prairie grading till they are re-established. I'm going down there. Now, if you'd like a handcar ride." Would she? In 5 minutes she was speeding along under urge of 10 strong arms, over high trestles which gave her sudden livid gleams of water far below, through yellow cuts, across hollow-sounding bridges, always between serried ranks of somber spruce. Sometimes the car rolled in between long lines of men who were tamping gravel under the ties. Rough fellows at the best, they had herded for months in straw and dirt, seeing nothing daintier than their unlovely selves. And as they were not the kind that mortifies the flesh, the girl was much embarrassed by the fire of eyes. Apart from that, she hugely enjoyed the ride. With feet almost touching the roadbed, she got all there was of the motion, besides most of the wind that blew her hair into a dark cloud and set wild roses blooming in her cheeks. She gained, too, a new viewpoint of Carter, who chatted gaily, pointing, explaining, as though they were merely out for pleasure and another had not been just added to the heavy cares that burdened his broad shoulders. She learned more of the life, its hardship, comedy, tragedy in half an hour's conversation than she could have obtained for herself in a year's experience. These different elements sometimes mixed, as when he indicated a blackened excavation. See that, a man was sitting on the stump that was blasted out there. Reckon he got sort of tired of the world. He replied to her horrified question, and wanted a good start for the next. Then, easily philosophical, quietly discursive, he wandered along, touching the suicide's motives. There had been different theories, drink, religion, a girl, but he himself inclined to aggravated unsociability. The somber forest, with its immensity of sad, environing space, had translated mere moroseness into confirmed hypochondria. He had so bored the stumping outfit, to which he belonged, with pessimistic remarks on things in general that in self-defense they threw something at him whenever he opened his mouth. And so, bottled up, his gloom accumulated until, in an unusually dismal moment, he placed a full box of dynamite under a stump and sat down to await results. "Why didn't someone pull him off?" she cried. His answer was pregnant. "Short fuse. Anyway, the boys didn't feel any call to mix in his experiments, especially as he swore a blue streak at them till the stump lifted. "Horrible," she breathed. Just what they said. He solemnly misunderstood her. They never heard such language. 'Twas dreadfully out of place at a funeral. "Oh, I didn't mean that." Then, considering his serious gravity, was there. Pretty clean. He relieved her of the remainder of the question, mostly translated. Incredulous, she glanced from him to his men and received grisly confirmation, for one thrust out a grimy finger to show a horseshoe ring. "I picked it up on the track, miss, 40 rod from the obsexes." Didn't allow he'd want it again. Shuddering, she turned back to Carter, but before she could make further comment the car rolled from a cutout on the edge of the Devil's Muskeg. She thought him cold-blooded until, that evening, she learned from her friend, the cook, that he had been caught on the edge of the blast as he rushed to save the man and had been thrown 100 feet. A little disappointed by his apparent callousness, she joined her father and lover, who, with the contractor, stood looking out over the muskeg. Sterile, flat, white with alkali save where black slime oozed from the sunken grade, it stretched a long mile on either side of the right-of-way. Around its edges, skeleton trees thrust blanched limbs upward through the mud, and beyond this charnel forest loomed the omnipresent spruce. In springtime, its quaking depths would have opened under a fox's light padding, but the summer's sun had dried the surface until it carried a team, which fact had lured the contractor to his financial doom. A fat, gross man, he stood mopping his brow and wildly gesticulating towards the half-mile of rails that, with their ties, lay like the backbone of some primeval lizard along the mud, calling heaven and the chief engineer to witness that this calamity was beyond the provision of man. "Judgment of God," it's termed in government contracts, he exclaimed to the chief, who, however, shrugged at such blackening of providence. "Well, Mr. Buckle," he answered, as Carter came up, "the judgment was delivered against you, not us." Yes, the man grovelingly assented. "I know mine's the loss. But you gentlemen orter give me a chance to make it up building round this cursed mud hole." "Round what?" He turned scowlingly upon Carter. "This mud hole," I said. With a greasy sneer he added, But meb you can build across it. I can. What? He screamed his angry surprise. Why, hell, wasn't it you that told me it wouldn't carry a grade? I said it wouldn't carry yours. His quiet assurance gave the contractor pause, while engineer and surveyor looked their surprise. Going to drive piles down to China? The contractor grew hysterically sarcastic. You'll need a permit from Lai Hung Chang. What do you know about grades, anyway? I was building this railroad while you was wearing long clothes. Likely. Carter's easy drawl set the other's a grin and caused Dorothy to hide her smile in her handkerchief. But you ain't out of yours yet. A yearling baby wouldn't try to stack rock on top of mud. But that isn't the question. Do you allow to finish the contract? Think I'm a fool? The man rasped. Tain't always polite to state one's thoughts. But do you? And when the other tendered a surly negative, he turned to the engineer. You hear, sir. And now I file my bid. The chief, however, looked his doubt. As yet engineering science offered no solution for the muskeg problem, and this was not the first grade he had seen sacrificed to a theory. Are you serious? As a Methodist sermon, Carter answered his grave question. Then, drawing him aside, he pulled a paper from his pocket, an estimate for the work. It was dated 2 weeks back, a provision that caused the chief to grimly remark. Pretty much like measuring a living man for his coffin, wasn't it? But look here, Carter. I'd hate to see you go broke on this hole. I doubt, and your figure is far too low. What's your plan? I'm going to make a sawdust fill with waste from the Portage Mills. Whistling, the chief looked his admiration, then grinned. The idea was so ludicrous in its simplicity. For all said, the problem resolved itself into terms of specific gravity, iron sinks and wood floats in water, and the muskeg which swallowed clay would easily carry a sawdust bank. Moreover, the idea was thoroughly practicable. Situated 5 miles from Winnipeg, the Portage Mills were the largest in the province, and their owners would willingly part with the refuse that cumbered their yards. You've got it, he cried, slapping his thigh. That's not all. If old brass bowels... Noticing that the contractor was looking their way, he finished in a whisper, the significance of which caused the chief's grizzled brows to rise till lost in the roots of his hair. You'll break camp, he questioned. Tomorrow, build a spur into the mills, then start prairie grading at the American line and run north. Ought to make a junction about the time the sink is filled. And this he did. The few miles of spur track being quickly built, a yellow tide of sawdust was soon flowing out to the Devil's Muskeg, where Bender's wood gang directed its flow. At first, there was great argument about this new material, some holding that one might as well try to build a roadbed with feathers. But it proved itself. Tamping hard as clay, it had greater resilience, and soon the twisted track rose like a maned serpent from the slimy clutch of the devil. Yes, miles of flat cars, boarded up till they loomed big as houses, moved between mill and slough through that summer, and no one dreamed of their slow procession having other significance up to the moment that Helen heard newsboys crying a special in the hot streets. Monopoly refuses new line a crossing. Section gangs tear up Carter's diamond. Chapter 26, Winnipeg. By that time, Helen had shaken down to a life that was new as strange, though not without travail. Shaking is always uncomfortable. Coming into the city, a natural nervousness, that indefinite apprehension which assails the stoutest under the frown of new adventures, had been accentuated by heart sickness from her late experiences and was justified by some to come. She viewed its distant spires very much as an outlaw might contemplate far-off hostile towers. Entering from the west, as she did, one sees taller buildings poke, one by one, from under the flat horizon. For the city sits by the Red River, smoothest, most treacherous of streams, In the midst of vast alluvial plains, its back to the ragged lands, facing the setting sun. North, south, east, and west of it they stretch, these great flat plains. Vividly emerald in springtime, June shoots their velvet with chameleon fluorescences that glow and blaze with the seasons, fix in universal gold, then fade to purest white. Dark, dirty, the city stands out on the soft snow curtain, like a sable blot on an ermine mantle. Without it is a clean city, for if the black muck of its unpaved streets cakes laboring wagons and Red River carts to the hubs after spring thaws, the dirt is all underfoot. No manufactures foul the winds that sweep in from boreal seas with the garnered essences of an empire of flowers. Purely agricultural, then in its functions, the bulk of its burgesses were, as might be expected, storekeepers, implement men, bankers, lawyers, land agents, all who serve or prey upon the farmer. For there also lurked the usurers, the 20%. Shylocks, fat spiders whose strangling webs enmeshed every township from the Rockies to the Red. Spring, fall, or winter, grist failed not in their dark mills, which ground finer and faster than those of the gods. Scattering their evil seed on the dark days, it was their habit to reap in the sunshine, competing for the last straw with their fellows, the businessmen, in their single season of profit, harvest. For in summer the city drowsed amid green wheat seas that curved with the degrees over the western world. It slept, nodding, till the wheat, its lifeblood, came in huge arterial gushes to gorge its deflated veins. Thus Helen found it, asleep under the midsummer sun. Walking to her destination, she met few people. After the hotel buses rattled by, the streets were deserted save for an occasional buckboard or slow ox steam chewing the peaceful cud at the wooden sidewalk. When later, she walked those hot streets on that most wearisome of occupations, the search for an occupation, she became familiar with the city's more intimate topography. The huge concrete foundations, vacant, gaping as though at the folly which planned them and their superstructures, the aerial castles that blew up with the boom, the occasional brick blocks that raised hot red heads proudly above surrounding buildings, the river with its treacherous peace, Old Fort Garry, which she repeopled with governors, commissioners, factors, and trappers of the Hudson Bay Company. Also she grew sensitive to its varied life, easily distinguishing emigrants emigrants, who were injected by daily spurts into the streets, the city's veins, from the old-timers, remittance men in yellow cords and puttees, trappers from Keewatin, Athabasca, the Great Slave Lake in fringed moose skins, plethoric English farmers, or gaunt Canadian settlers from the rich valley roundabout, Indians of many tribes, Cree, Sioux, Ojibwe, the heterogeneous mixture that yet lacked a drop of the Yankee or continental blood, which would flow, 10 years later, in a broad river over the American border. But this was after she had fallen into her place in the household of Glaves's big sister among a scattering of teachers, up for the normal course, a brace of lawyers, 3 storekeepers, and a Scotch surgeon. Just what or where that place was would be hard to say, seeing that it varied with the viewpoint of each lodger, nor remained the same in the opinion of any specific one. Thus did she shine, for 1 whole week, the particular star in the heaven of an English teacher, a mercurial lad of 20, then having rejected his heart with a pecuniary attachment of $35 per mensem, she fell like a shooting star and became a mere receptacle for his succeeding passions, which averaged 3 a month. His fellow teachers swung on an opposite arc. Canadians, and mostly recruited from the country, the soil still clung to their heavy boots. The profession, its aims and objects, formed their staple of conversation. deeply imbued with the sense of the central importance of pedagogy in the scheme of things. They wore an air of owlish wisdom that was incompatible with the contemplation of such sublunary things as girls. Having wives, it was not to be expected that the storekeepers could notice a young person whose attractions so far exceeded her known acquaintance. And though the surgeon, a young man prodigiously bony as to the leg and neck, really worshipped her from behind the far folds of his breakfast newspaper, thought transference still lay in the womb of future humbuggery, and she catalogued him as injuriously cold. From this conglomerate of humanity she gained one friend, the young wife of a lawyer who had lately come west. Prettily dark as Helen was delicately fair, each made a foil for the other, which necessary base for feminine friendships being established, their relations were further cemented by an equal loneliness, and made more interesting by the expectation of an event. As it was not yet fashionable to shoo the stork away from the roof tree, behold the pair fussing and sewing certain small garments with much tucking, trimming, insertioning, regulating said processes by the needs of some future mystery dight, shortening, all of which brought Helen mixed feelings. The young husband's part in said operations was particularly trying. Supposedly immersed in his paper of evenings, he would watch them over the tip with a delighted sagacity akin to the knowing look which a bulldog bestows on a crawling kitten. At times, too, he would descend upon the work and lay wee undervests out on his big palm, tie ridiculously small caps over his shut fist, ask absurd questions, and generally display the manly ignorance so sweet to the wifely soul, while Helen sat, a silent spectator of their happiness. It is a question which the acquaintance brought her most, pain or pleasure. The tale of the boarders would not be complete without mention of Jean Glaves, a buxom woman, fair of hair, whose strong, broad face seemed to incarnate the very spirit of motherhood. With her Helen's place was never in doubt. Opening her big heart, she took the lonely girl right in, and proved a veritable fount of energy in her disheartening search for work. In this, her first experience conformed to that usual with a working girl. She shivered under icy stares, shrank from the rude rebuffs of busy men, and blushed under smiles of idle ones, sustained the inevitable insult at the hands of a rascally commission broker at the end of one day's employment. His quick, appraising glance, following a first refusal, would have warned a sophisticated businesswoman, but the innocence which betrayed Helen later proved her best protection. The horror in her eyes, childlike look of hurt surprise, set the dull reds of shame in the fellow's cheeks, but she was out in the street with hat and jacket while he was still muttering his apology. Yet his grossness fell short of the vile circumspection of her next employer. A smug pillar of society and something in a church, caution would not permit him to stake reputation against possible pleasure on a single throw. Yet she labored under no illusions as to the motive behind her second discharge. "Oh, I can't bear it. I just can't try again," she cried that night to Jean Glaves. "You won't have to, dearie," the big woman comforted, and having tucked her comfortably upon her own lounge with a wet cloth upon her aching head, she went straight to the Scotch surgeon's room. Her choice of confidant may have been due either to intuition or knowledge of what was going on behind the ramparts of the young man's breakfast paper. The event proved it wise, for his giraffe neck lengthened under his angry gulps. His bony hands and nodding head emphasized and attested Jean's scathing deliverance upon men in general. "The scoundrel!" he exclaimed, when she paused for lack of breath. "The scoundrel! I'd flog him mysel but for the scandal. But see you he'll no go unpunished. He's a bid-in for the hospital supplies, and I'll be having a word with the head doctor." And thus, later, was the smug villain hit to the tune of some hundreds in his tenderest place, the pocket. Not content with future revenge, the Scotchman's sympathy expressed itself in practical suggestion. If you'd think, Mistress Glaves, he always accorded Jean the quaint title, and it fell gracefully from his stiff lips. Now, if you'd suppose the young lady would like to try her hand at nursing, there's a vacancy in the hospital. While he hesitated, Jean literally grabbed opportunity by the collar. "You come along with me." Introduced a few seconds thereafter to man and subject, Helen exclaimed that she would love the work, nor were her thanks less sincere for being couched in stereotyped form. How could she thank him? Being sincere to the point of pain, after the fashion of his nation, the young man had almost answered that the obligation lay with him, in that his studies behind the newspaper would be furthered and facilitated. He replied, instead, that the pay would be small, the work hard. Not to be discouraged, she was thus launched upon what, in her condition, was the best of possible careers. For the mental suffering which, lacking an outlet, burns inwardly till naught is left of feeling but slag and cinders, becomes the strongest of motor forces when expended in service for others. Throwing herself body and soul into the new work, she forgot the suspicion, scandal that had lately embittered her days, and had such surcease of loneliness that in 1 month the lines of pain disappeared from around her eyes. Her drooping mouth drew again into the old firm tenderness. Besides content, the month brought her other satisfactions. Owing to lack of accommodation at the hospital, she still slept at the boarding house, and dropping into Jean Glaves's room for a chat one evening, she found her conversing with a girl of her own age. She would have retired, but that Jean called her back. "Don't go, we were talking of you. This is Miss Dorothy Chester, who used to board with me. Miss Chester, Mrs. Morrill." There was, of course, nothing in the names to convey the significance of the introduction to either. After that period of secret study which is covered by the feminine amenities, each decided that she liked the other. Helen gladly accepted Dorothy's invitation to call, and in this ordinary fashion began a momentous acquaintance that soon developed through natural affinity into one of those rare and softly beautiful friendships which are occasionally seen between women. And as friendship means association in a city that has no theater and few amusements, it soon happened that any evening might see Dorothy in Helen's room, or Helen on the way to her friend's hotel. Naturally, Helen quickly learned that her friend's father and lover were head engineers on Carter's Road, and that she had visited them in camp. And as Dorothy was as willing to talk of her novel experience as Helen to listen, imagine the pair in the former's cosy bedroom, one snugged up on a lounge, the other coiled in some mysterious feminine fashion on pillows at her side, fair girl hanging on dark girl's lips as she prattled of Carter, or joining in speculations as to what kind of a woman his wife might be. She positively jumped when Dorothy declared one evening, "I'm sure he still loves her. Ernest says that he scoured the city for her, only gave up when he felt sure that she had gone east to her friends. When the road is finished, he is going back to look for her." He had searched for her, still loved her. It rhymed with her deft fingers rolling bandages, tuned her feet as she bore medicine trays from ward to ward, ousted the dry anatomical terms of the daily lecture from their proper place in her mind. The thought illumined her face so that maimed men twisted on their cots to watch her down the ward. Meeting her on the main stairs, one day, Carruthers, the Scotch surgeon, almost mistook her for the Virgin Mother in the stained window above the landing. "He searched for me, is going back east to look for me." The days spun by to that magical refrain. Why, in view of all this, did she not confide in Dorothy? Though its roots grip deep down in woman nature, the strange, contradictory, inconsequential, yet wise woman nature, the reason lies close to the surface. Physically akin to the impulse which urges a shy doe to fly from its forest mate, her feeling flowed, mentally, from injured wifehood. For all her natural sweetness and joy over the thought of reunion, she was not ready to purchase happiness with unconditional surrender. To make overtures directly, or through Dorothy, that might be construed as a bid for executive clemency. As he had deserted her, so he must return, and that prideful resolution was strengthened and justified by the suffering which had immeasurably exceeded her fault. Yes, first he must return, then would she instantly forgive him? Any lover can answer the question, if not, let him consult his sweetheart. I'd make him suffer. She will cry, gritting pretty teeth. So Helen, very unchristian, wicked, but natural. No, she did not confide in Dorothy, went quietly about her business, hugging her sweet secret to her own soul, but this summary of her thought and feeling would not be complete without mention of a last, perhaps greatest, satisfaction. Her joy in reading newspaper accounts of Carter's progress. Editorials, politics, reports, she read all day by day, glowing over red-hot denunciations of the monopoly, while she thought what good men the editors must be, and how intelligent to so clearly discern her husband's merits. She was mightily troubled by the insatiate appetite of the devil's muskeg, studying its rapacious dietary as though it were a diabetes patient. She triumphed when Carter successfully treated its ineffable hunger with vegetarian diet of sawdust, shivered when he was refused a crossing of the trunk line, thrilled over the battle when Bender and the woodmen beat back the monopoly's levies while the trackmen laid the diamond, and grew sick with fear, as before mentioned, when she heard the newsboys crying out Carter's final repulse as she was walking home to her room about 8 o'clock one evening. Though very tired, she immediately turned in her agitation, and undeterred by the continent of blueprint uniform that spread below her brown ulster, she hurried to Dorothy's hotel, an old caravansary that had survived 2 rebellions and the bursting of the boom. Once chief of the city's hostelries, the old house still attracted people who preferred its solid comfort to the gilt, lacquer, garish splendors of more modern rivals. The parlor in which she waited while her name was taken up to Dorothy was paneled with somber woods. Her feet literally sank in a pile carpet, thick, green and dark as forest moss. Walls were upholstered in hammered leather. Chairs, heavy table, massive furnishings, all were of black oak. The portraits of governors, high commissioners, and chief factors of the Hudson Bay Company, soldiers and traders or both, seemed ready to step down from their frames to engage in wise counsel and issue fiats that would set 100 tribes in motion. Time stood still in that solid atmosphere. Heavy odors of leather and wood, the pervading feeling of peaceful age combined to soothe her fretted nerves, and she had just relaxed her tired body within the embrace of a mighty chair when passing footsteps, and a voice brought her up, tense and rigid. Returning just then, the bellboy repeated her question. "Gentlemen who just passed, miss. Mr. Greer and Mr. Smythe, people that are financing the new line, and Mr. Carter, their head contractor. They are dining here with the general manager of the trunk line. If you'd like to see them," he added, interpreting her interest as curiosity, "just step this way. They've all gone in and you can peep through the glass doors. It's that dark in the passage no one will see you." As she tiptoed after him down the dark hallway, he whispered further. "Reminds me of them old Romans, the general manager, them fellows that used to invite a man to a poisoned dinner. He's got those chaps shooed up into a corner, and now he's going to kill their financial goose over the cigars and wine. Sure, miss, everybody knows that Greer's on his last legs. Bit off more than he could chew when he went to railroading, but old brass bowels will treat his indigestion. That's him, stout gent with his back this way. Greer and Smythe's either side of him. That's Mr. Carter opposite. Other gentleman, Mr. Sparks, is General Superintendent of the Western Division. Slipping by the others her glance glued. The term is eschewed by purists, who ironically inquire if the adhesive used was of the carpenter variety, but it exactly describes her steadfast gaze, her glance glued to Carter's face. From above an arc lamp streamed white light down upon him, darkening the hollows under his eyes, raising his strong features in bold relief. This, be it remembered, was the first she had seen of him since he broke in upon the Ravel dinner party, black, sooty, smelling evilly of sweat and smoke. And now he sat with a waiter behind his chair, at meat with the greatest man in the North, at a table that was spread with plate, cut glass, linen, all of a costly elegance that transcended her own experience. The champagne bucket, at his elbow, of solid silver, with gold-crusted bottles thrusting sloping shoulders out of cracked ice, the last accessory of luxurious living, took on wonderful significance in that it accentuated to the last degree their changed positions. For surely the gods had turned the tables by bringing her in print hospital uniform and shabby ulster to witness this crowning of his development. Be sure she felt the contrast. How could she do otherwise? Yet her feeling lacked the slightest touch of humiliation. Above such snobbishness, she was filled by joy and pride in his achievement, joined with tremulous fear, for the bellboy's remarks had quickened her apprehension. That distinguished company, costly appointments, perfect service, impressed her as little as it did Carter, which is saying a good deal, for the pomp of civilization counts more with women than men, and he was bearing himself with the easiness of one who has conquered social circumstance. He chose the right fork for his salad, knife for his butter, broke his bread delicately, trifled with green olives as if born to the taste, though this edible presented itself as a new and bitter experience. Small things and foolish if made an end in themselves, yet important in that, with improper usage, they become as barbed thorns in the side of self-respect. Significant things in Carter's case, because they showed that he had applied to his social relations the same shrewdness, common sense, keen sight that was making him successful in large undertakings. Of course, she noted his improvement, that he no longer used knife for spoon, squared elbows over his head, sopped bread in gravy. On the contrary, she saw only his face, dark and stern save when a smile brought the old humor back to his mouth. Her hungry eyes traced its every line, marking the minutest changes wrought by thought, care, sorrow, time's graving tools. Hands pressing her breast, she struggled for his voice with thick oak and heavy plate glass, and so stood, wrapped up in him and their past, till the bellboy spoke. "Miss Chester said you was to go right up, miss." She jumped, and her tremulous fear took form in words. "You are sure the general manager will do things to M?" he finished as he led her upstairs. "They're dead ones, miss." Chapter 27, The Nature of the Cinch. The bellboy was not alone in his opinion. Through that summer 20,000 settler farmers had kept suspicious tab on the monopoly, and now that it felt the clutch reclosing on its throat, the entire province had flamed up in wrath and fear. Press, legislature, and pulpit denounced the refusal of a crossing that was without shadow of a claim in equity, and was plainly intended to kill competition by tedious and costly litigation. In town, village, on trail, at meeting, wherever two settlers were gathered together, The general manager's action was damned in no uncertain termis indignation, flowed like a tidal wave over the plains. Skimming low with the north wind, an aeronaut would have heard the hum of speech rise from the face of the land, angry and continuous as the buzz of swarming bees. It had pealed out in clarion triumph, that huge vox humana, when the diamond was laid after desperate fighting. It swelled in furious discordance when, the previous day, Carter's men were forced back by sheer weight of the levies that the general manager had gathered and brought in from the sections along 3,000 miles of track. It was one of those situations which require only a touch of demagoguery to wreak great harm. Insurrection hung thick in the air. Secession and coalescence with the United States were openly advocated by men who later read with astonishment their own words in the papers of that stormy time. Thousands of armed settlers waited only for the word to fall upon the monopolies' levies, but in face of united public opinion, backed by an inflamed press, Carter and his people remained quiescent, supinely quiescent, according to certain editorials. A morning paper recalled its prediction of months ago. We warned Mr. Carter not to be deceived by the monopoly's complacence in bringing his construction outfit and supplies out from the east over its tracks. The concession was merely bait for the trap, analogous to the handing of a rope to a fool wherewith to hang himself. We are loath to quote the old proverb against Mr. Carter, yet were it not for the fact that the monopoly snaps its fingers in the face of this province through him, we should be tempted to show satisfaction at the plight to which his fatuous self-confidence has brought him. The article closed with a vivid word picture of the general manager chuckling a la Mephistopheles in the privacy of his luxurious office, which, perhaps, approximated the reality more closely than that in the minds of the laity. For a composite of the popular impression would have shown the entire railroad pantheon, general manager, department heads, with their clerks, subheads, assistants, and deputy assistants, all very lofty of brow and solemn of face, in session over the crisis. The reality was much more prosaic. Indifferent to the newsboys who were crying his crimes on the streets, the general manager sat in the office of the division superintendent that morning, chair tilted back, feet on the table, thumbs comfortably bestowed in the armholes of his vest. It has remained for a practical business age to clothe itself in the quintessence of ugliness. Imagine Julius Caesar in a tuxedo, Hamlet wearing a stovepipe hat. His black coat, check trousers would have pleased a grocer's fancy in Sunday wear, and it were difficult to realize that their commonplace ugliness clothed a power greater than Caesar's. The ability to create and people provinces, to annihilate and build up towns, to move cities like checkers over the map. Harder still to listen to his curt speech, issuing from blue tobacco smoke, and believe that an empire larger than ancient Rome paid him tribute, that the blood and sweat of a generation had gone to grease his juggernautal wheels. Yet the speech itself certified to the power. We made a mistake, Sparks, but who could foresee this fellow Carter? Here's the N.P., lusting for a chance to cut in over the border. Give them that crossing and old Jim Ball will place their bonds for any amount in exchange for reciprocal running arrangements. So we've got to make a quick killing. Buy 'em out, lock, stock, and barrel, while the fear of God's in their hearts. They must sell. Look at this Bradstreet report on old Greer's assets, just about at the end of his string. So I want you to write and invite them to dinner tonight, Greer, Smythe, and Carter, though the order ought to be reversed. He's the brains of the business. Draw it mild, conference with a view to amicable arrangement of points at issue, and so forth. But when we once get them there, His nod was brutal in its significance. Equally wide of popular conception was the scene in the banking office of Greer and Smythe when the invitation was delivered. Carter, who swung an easy leg from his favorite perch on the table, seemed to have thrived on defeat. The most elastic imagination would have failed to invest him with the weight of a people's cares. Indeed, he laughed when the senior partner handed him the general manager's note. Will you walk into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. What do I make of it? That's easy. Has us going, or thinks he has, and is aching to deliver the knockout. $1 million to a minute he wants to buy us out. Well, he never will. Red and plethoric, the senior partner sprang up. An elderly man, his clear eyes, honest face, framed in white side whiskers of the Dundreary style, all stamped him as belonging to the old-fashioned school of finance which aimed always to advance the civic interest while turning an honest penny. No, sir, he reiterated. We'll break first, and goodness knows that is not so far away. Yesterday I approached Murray of the North American Bank, but he answered me in his broad Scotch. Hoots, mon, get your crossing first. Get your crossing and we'll talk, and so with Butler, Smith, and others who promised support. Cold feet, eh? Carter commented. They'll warm them presently chasing themselves for a chance to come in. The old gentleman ran on in his indignation. Yes, we are about at the end of our financial string, but we would rather dangle there than yield to these pirates. Am I right, sir? Smythe, a younger man, lean, laconic, and dark as the other was stout, florid, nodded, and his vigorous answer was untainted by a suspicion of compromise. Surely, sir. But if Mr. Carter's plan fails, his shrug supplied the hiatus. Carter answered the shrug. It won't fail. He held up the invitation. But say, fancy today of all days. Of course we won't go, Smythe frowned. Of course we will asterisk, Carter grinned. Think what it means. Besides blinding them to the trap, we shall be there when it springs, and I wouldn't miss Brass Bowel's face for 1,000 cash. Let me see. The bid is for 8:30. Western Flyer is due at Portage Station, 9:15. He'll hardly broach business before the coffee, and with any kind of luck we ought to serve him up a beautiful case of indigestion. With luck, the senior partner echoed. With or without, everything is planned beyond possibility of failure. Mr. Chester goes with Mr. Hart on the construction train, while Bender keeps things humming at the crossing. By the way, he's in the outer office now, with Hart, waiting for last orders, and if you don't mind, I'll have them in. I wouldn't take a chance even on your clerks. In view of just such a contingency, Bender had invested his bulk with store clothes of that indescribable pattern, and cut which fulfills lumberman ideals. From his mighty shoulders, a quarter-acre of black coat fell halfway down worsted pantaloons that were displaying an unconquerable desire to use the wrinkles of high boots as a step-ladder to his knees. As collars did not come in sizes for his red throat, he had compromised on a kerchief of gorgeous silk, and a soft hat, flat and black, completed a costume that was at once his pride and penance. In the luxurious office, with its rich fittings in mahogany and leather, he loomed larger than ever, was foreign as a bear in a lady's boudoir. Uncomfortably aware of the fact, he took the chair which the senior partner offered with a sigh of relief, and was fairly comfortable till the position discovered its own disadvantages. While his coat announced every movement with miniature feu de joie from bursting seams, his trousers ascended his boots as a fireman goes up a hotel escape. To which sources of discomfort was added the knowledge that his face mapped in fair characters the fluctuations of the recent combat. But he forgot all, scars, raiment, unconventional bulk, as soon as he began to talk. Already, he replied to Carter's question. Buckle has been round the camp some lately. Only this morning I caught him talking to Michigan Red. It's a cinch that he was spotting for the railroad, but as I knew you'd as lief he'd tip us off as not, I didn't bust his head. Jess allowed I didn't see him. Yes, let him talk, Carter replied, relative to the broken contractor. But, he addressed the surveyor, there's no whispering in your outfit. Couldn't be. The young fellow laughed. Mr. Chester only told me an hour ago. The men know nothing. We'll know nothing up to the moment we pull into Prairie. Good. Now you are to leave at dusk, and don't forget to grab the operator before he can rattle a key. But turn him loose as soon as you are through and let him wire in the news. And you, Bender, start in at 8. Keep him busy as long as you can, then load what's left of you in a flat car and steam round for Mr. Hart. What's left of me? Bender growled, as he walked with the surveyor down street a few minutes later. Give me the Cougar and an even 100 of old-style Michigan men, and I'd drive the last of Brass Bowels terriers into the red and beat you out laying the diamond. But lordy, what's the use talking? The old stock petering out and the news Jess rotten with education. They'd sooner work than fight, and loaf than either, for they ain't exactly what you'd call particular hell on labor. What's left of me? Well, there'll be some fragments, I guess. While I was hanging round, I picked up an odd score of Oregon choppers that blew in here last week. Brass Bowels' agent tried for M, but they'd lumbered with me in British Columbia. Come out and see M. They're beauties. Perhaps they were, for standards of beauty, morality, of any old thing, are merely relative and depend so much on local color. To Hart, who reviewed the beauties in Bender's camp, they seemed the most unmitigated ruffians in his railroad experience. But as they strut on this small section of the world stage for positively one appearance only, let them be judged by their record in the rough work of that night, by the way in which they bore themselves in the roar, surge, and tumble of a losing fight, the echoes of which alarmed the dark city and came with the soup to the general manager's dinner, and let him deliver their valedictory to his guests at table. Throwing a telegram, which a waiter brought in just after Helen went upstairs, across to Carter, the magnate remarked, "That big foreman of yours has been at it again. He has put 2 of our heaviest engines into the ditch and 10 men into hospital. Not bad, but he didn't lay the diamond." "Oh, well," Carter shrugged, "better luck next time." "Ah, yes, the next time." Repeating the phrase with dubious inflection, he went on with his dinner, and for an hour. Thereafter no one heard the rattle of the skeleton behind the feast. He acted the perfect host, easily courteous, pleasant, anxious for the preference of his guests. As he ran on, drawing from the sources of a wide and unusual experience for his dinner chat, it was curious to note the shadings in his manner. Addressing the partners, he seemed to exhale rather than evidence a superiority which, on their part, they countenanced by an equally subtle homage. Integrity and deprecation of his policy and methods were dominated by the orthodox business sense, which forced subconscious recognition of his title as king of their business world. With Carter, however, he was frankly free, as though they too had been section men eating their bite together on a pile of ties, and doubtless the difference in his manner sprang from some such feeling. For whereas the partners were born to their station, he recognized Carter as a product, unfinished, but still a product, of the forces which had produced himself and a dozen other kings and great contractors of the constructive railroad era. Without invidious distinction or neglect of the others, he yet made him the focus of attention. "We heard all about your sawdust grades," he complimented with real cordiality. "A mighty clever idea, sir. Pity you couldn't patent it, though we are glad you cannot, for we intend to apply it on all our Rainy River muskegs." Approaching business at the close of the meal, he was equally suave. "You are to be complimented upon your achievement, gentlemen," he said, addressing the partners. We feel that while supplying a real need of the province, you have convicted us of remissness. But now that we do see our duty, it would be equally criminal for us to leave you the burden of this heavy responsibility. We know how it has taxed your resources. His gray eye stabbed the senior partner. And we are fully prepared to relieve you. Pausing, he lit a cigar, puffed a moment, and finished. We will take the enterprise off your hands, bag and baggage, on terms that will yield you a handsome profit. A pause followed. No man turns from an easy road to a rocky climb without lingering backward glances, and the partners looked at one another while the general manager leaned back and smoked with the air of one who had faithfully performed a magnanimous duty. Greer spoke first. Very kind offer, I am sure. Most handsome, Smythe, the laconic, added. But, he glanced at Carter, who finished, we are not on the market. The manager raised his brows, expecting a first refusal. He was slightly staggered and irritated by its bluntness, yet masked both emotions. Not on your own terms. On no terms, Greer emphatically answered. Then, flushing, he added, our chief motive in going into this enterprise, sir, was to bring sorely needed railroad competition into this province. It would not be subserved by our selling to you. The manager flicked the ash from his cigar. Then, while smoking, he regarded the old gentleman from under bulging lids very much as a curious collector might note the wriggles of an impaled beetle. Very laudable intention. Does you credit, sir? You must pardon me if I doubt that you will carry it to the length of financial harikari. You have heard of that Japanese custom. A man commits suicide, empties himself upon a cold and unsympathetic world for the benefit of his enemy, who is compelled by custom to go and do likewise. In your case, the sacrifice would be foolish, because we shouldn't follow suit. Now, when I spoke of your resources, during an ugly pause his glance flickered between the partners. I did not state our exact knowledge of their extent. You are practically broke. In addition, we have bought up all of your paper that we could find floating on the market, and 3 months from now, we shall be in a position to demand a receiver in bankruptcy. Stop. Frowning down Greer's attempted interruption, he dropped his suave mask and stood out, the financial king, brutal, imperious, predatory. I know what you would say. 3 months is a long time, but no one will make you a better offer, any offer, till you can cross our line. You can force a crossing. Yes, but we'll law you, badger you, carry the case from court to court up to the Privy Council. 2 years won't make an end. In the meantime, he had thrown himself at them, bearing down upon them with all the force of his powerful will, of the furiously strong personality that had crushed financial opposition to plans and projects beside which their enterprise was as a grain of sand to the ocean. Now, in a flash, he became again the polished host. Take your time, gentlemen. We are in no hurry. Several days if you choose, but be advised. But big, strong, and masterful as the manager was, every Goliath has his David, and the first stone in the forehead came from the sling of Smythe, who had hardly opened his mouth through the meal save for the admittance of food or drink. Banging the table so that the glass rang and a champagne bowl flew from its thin stem, he sprang up, his dark face flushed and defiant. We'll take neither your advice nor your time. God knows that we are hard shoved, but damn a man who sells his country. And since you have been so outspoken, let me tell you that we'll run trains across your line, and that inside. This hour. In its quiet assurance, Carter's interpolation came with all the force of an accomplished fact. The manager started, and the division superintendent upset his wine. As their backs were to the door, neither saw a waiter take a telegram from a messenger boy and sign for its delivery after a glance at the clock, which indicated 9:30. Nor could either fact have the significance for them that their combination had for Carter. The manager recovered his poise even as the waiter handed the telegram to his colleague, and though puzzled, hid the feeling behind a show of confident contempt. "I hardly gather your meaning, but presume you mean war." Missing the superintendent's sudden consternation, he was going on. "Very well, I had hoped," when the former pulled his sleeve. "What's this?" He stared blankly at the words. "Construction train with men and Gatling guns across our tracks at Prairie. Number 10, Western Mail, held up with 300 passengers." During an astonished silence, the partners watched the manager, who looked at Carter, who lightly drummed on the table. "Your train," he went on slowly, with words that evidenced his flashing insight into the situation. Sawdust, eh? Came down the spur you laid to the portage mills at Prairie, grabbed our operator, then extended the mill switch across our tracks. Know how to kill two birds with one stone, don't you? During a second silence, he fenced glances, nervously fingering the telegram, then suddenly asked, "What's the use? You can't hold it. With 2 Gatlings and 500 men, 5,000 if I need them. The law's against you, as it is against you at the crossing. Possession is said to be 9 of its points anyway, so we have you just 9/10 to the bad." Slightly smiling, he quoted, "We'll law you, badger you, carry the case from court to court up to the Privy Council. 2 years won't make an end." The manager raised heavy lids. "In 3 months we'll break you." Carter shrugged. "Who knows, in the meantime your traffic will be suspended." Through all the superintendent had fidgeted nervously. Now he broke in. "Pish, man. We'll build round your old train in 6 hours. Will you?" Without even a glance in his direction, Carter ran on, addressing the manager. "You see, land is that cheap since the boom that we took options on a right-of-way from Prairie Clean up to the North Pole and down to the American border. No, you won't go around us, but we shall go round you and come into this bourg south of your tracks." "But you're out of law," the superintendent angrily persisted. "You haven't the shadow of a right." "Oh, shut up, Sparks," the manager impatiently interrupted. "What has right to do with it? He's got us in the door, and it's no use squealing. Now," the glance he turned on Carter was evenly compounded of hostility and admiration. "Terms, you'll release our train. When you cede our legal crossing and call off your dogs, we'll hold Prairie till every man jack of your guards is shipped out of the city. Could you have the papers drawn?" He had intended tonight, but he paused as Greer drew them from an inner pocket, and his iron calm dissolved in comical disgust. You're not timid about grabbing time by the forelock. But let me see." Once more the arc lights could be heard sputtering. In that tense moment their own fortunes swung in the balance with the welfare of a province, and while the manager read they waited in silence. Trimming the end of a cigar with careful precision, Carter masked all feeling, but the partners could not hide their nervousness. Smythe fidgeted, Greer locked and unlocked clasped fingers. Both held their breath till the manager's pen made a rough scratch on the silence. "A good loser," he said, as Greer rose after buttoning his coat over the precious document. "Don't go, gentlemen, at least till we have drunk the occasion. I see another bottle there in the ice." And his toast, "To our next merry meeting," formed the premise of the deduction which Carter returned to Greer's relieved exclamation when they stood, at last, alone in the street. "Thank God, it is over. On the contrary, it is just begun." Passing under a street lamp, its white light revealed the pale disturbance, which banished the senior partner's flushed content. Stopping dead, he agitatedly seized Carter's arm. "You don't suppose he will go back on his signature? No, he won't repeat. He's done with the crossing." "Then we can weather through," Greer said, and Smythe echoed his sigh of relief. "But," Carter quoted the bucolic proverb which recites the many ways in which a pig may be killed other than by a surfeit of butter. "But what can he do?" Greer persisted. "Don't know," Carter slowly answered. Only a man don't have to look at that bulldog jaw of his a second time to know that he'll do it, and do it quick. I'd give a good deal to know. Smythe frowned, then smoothed his knotted brow as he laughed at Carter's rejoinder. I'd give 3 cents myself. Not feeling sleepy, Carter walked on after he had dropped the partners at their respective doors, aimlessly threading the dark streets that gave back his hollow footfall. And so passing, by chance, under Helen's window, he brought a pause in the anxious meditation which had kept her restlessly tossing, and set her to momentary speculations as to the owner of that firm and heavy tread. She listened, till it grew fainter, and died as he turned the corner. Keeping on in the cool silence, he presently came to the Red River Suspension Bridge, where he paused and leaned on the parapet at the very spot from which she loved to watch Indians and chattering squaws float beneath in quaint birch canoes. There was, of course, nothing to warn him of the fact any more than she could have guessed him as owner of the solitary footfall. He thought of her, to be sure. Always she stood in the background, ready to claim him whenever press of affairs permitted reflection. And now she thrust in between him and the twinkling lights of the sleeping city. Where was she? And doing what? How much longer before he could go in search of her? After long musing, he swept the weary intervening days away with an impatient gesture, and his longing took form in muttered speech. How long? My God, how much longer? The thought brought him back to his work and the events of the evening. What would be the manager's next move? He gazed down into the dark river intently, as though he expected its hoarse voice to give answer. But though he canvassed, as he thought, every possibility, the reality, which presented itself a week or so after he resumed operations in the Silver Creek forests, was beyond the range of his thought. Chapter 28 The Strike. As aforesaid, it was the unexpected that opposed Carter with a visage of stony calm when he came from Winnipeg out to the ragged lands a week or so later. For whereas he had left the camp convulsed in throes of constructive labor, the whistle of his engine raised piercing echoes. No other sounds disturbed the sleeping forest. In the cut south of the camp he passed the Big Digger, at rest from the roar, rattle, and clank of chains, hiss of escaping steam. The pile driver loomed idly on a distant trestle. When engine and caboose stopped opposite the cookhouse, he saw that the camp, which ought to have been empty, teemed with men. He shrugged when Hart, who was with him, exclaimed in wonder, "Can't prove it by me, but we'll soon know. There's Bender coming from the office." "Strike," the giant replied to their questioning. Teamsters, graders, bridge and track men all went out at noon. What for? God knows, but I allow that Buckle could tell. He wasn't hanging round the Winnipeg camp for nothing. I'm sorry now. His bunched fists, big as mauls, fully explained his regret, and indicating a group which was arranging its progress so as to make the office door with Carter, he finished. But if you're hankering for reasons, consult them, gentlemen. It's a deputation by its scowl, and it's loaded to the muzzle with statistics to fire at you. Following his finger, Carter noted that Michigan Red was of the deputation, but when it ranged up at the tent door in sheepish yet defiant array, that worthy hung modestly in the rear, permitting a big teamster from the Silver Creek settlements to act as spokesman. Blunt, honest, tenacious as a bulldog in holding to an idea, the man was an ideal tool for unscrupulous hands. But though he instantly divined the reasons behind his leadership, Carter listened quietly to his tale. The old tale: overwork, poor food, underpay. His answer was equally quiet. "You are certainly to be pitied, Bill. Breaks me all up just to think of your wrongs. I've always admired your thrift, and I sympathize with your desire to raise the mortgage off your farm. Took you 5 years to put it on, didn't it, Bill? And you are calculating to pay it off in the next 2 months. Well, perhaps, but you'll have to screw it out of someone else than me. Shuffling uneasily, the teamster glanced at his backers, who, equally nonplussed, gazed at one another. For where an angry, or even a plain answer would have merely incited them to dogged opposition, this quiet ridicule sapped conceit in their cause, besides conveying an alarming suggestion of strength in reserve. Then you don't allow to fall in with our notions. The spokesman returned after a whispered conference. Meaning, an hour less and $1 more. You're sure a psychic, Bill, plumb wasted on railroading. Open an office in town and go to fortune-telling, and you'd pull that plaster off your homestead inside a month. Assured that there was no hurry, that he could take a week to consider the matter, he gravely added, "Obliged to you, Bill, but I don't allow to require it. The world, you'll remember, was made in 6 days, and this isn't near such a big job. No time like the present, and here's my answer. Same hours, same grub, same pay. It's fortune-telling or present rates for yours, Bill." Through all, he entirely ignored the delegation, and now he leaned in the door, idly watching as it made its way across the camp and was swallowed in the crowd of strikers about the bunkhouse. But his face fell as he stepped inside beyond eye and ear shot. Serious? He repeated Hart's question. Couldn't be worse. Not one of those fellows could make 1/4 of the wages or live half as well on the farm, but they'd hog it all if I died in the ditch. But there's more behind this than their spite and greed. You see, we have just about pulled old Murray in for funds to make a clean finish, and if he gets wind of this, he'll crawfish like a one-legged crow. I must go back at once. And you, Bender, you also, Hart, see to it that not even a dog crawls out of this camp until I return. To keep these chaps guessing, he added, after a moment's dark reflection, I'd better slip out after dusk. You go over, Hart, and whisper the engineer to back out, and wait for me at the other side of the cut. Mystery is good as aces up in any old game, and we can't fog them too much. Pulling out at dark, he made the run back to town, 50 miles in an hour and 1/4, reckless running on unballasted road. Murray must be fully committed before the news leaked out. We must get him, must get him, must. The wheels clicked it, the steam hissed it, the fire roared it, the wind shrieked the imperative refrain. But though Bender lived in the strict letter of his instructions, so that a mosquito could scarce have escaped from the camp, though a man could not have made the distance in 2 days on foot, or a wild goose have passed the throbbing engine as it bounded along that raw track, newsboys were yet crying the strike as he came out on Main Street. Feeling certain that the office would be closed at that hour, he intended to go straight to Greer's house, but seeing a light in the partner's room as he came opposite the building, he went in and found Smythe there alone. With lean legs thrust out before him, hands deep in his pockets, shoulders hunched to his ears, his attitude incarnated deep dejection, gloom recited in his nod. "Greer," he said. "At home, sick, you see. We were to have closed the deal with Murray this very evening, and the disappointment just knocked the old man out. He's been running altogether on his nerve lately. Something had to give. Why couldn't this have happened a day later?" Answering Carter's question, he went on. "We heard it at noon. Papers got out an extra. Presses must have been running it off before you left." "Noon," Carter whistled. "Why the men didn't quit till 2. Then, as the significance flashed upon him, he exclaimed, "Brass bowels for $1 million. It was all cut, dried, and laid away for us, and they served it hot to the minute. Don't it beat hell?" His comical disgust caused Smythe a wintry grin, but sobering. He said, "I wouldn't mind so much for myself. I'm young enough to do it again. But the old gentleman with that nice family, you know, he was just about ready to retire, only took up this business from a strong sense of public duty. And now, in his extremity, Every rat financier in this city runs to his hole in fear of the cat. The poor old man. Carter nodded his sympathy. On the occasions that he visited their house, Greer's wife, a silver-haired old lady, had vied with her 2 daughters in pleasant attentions. But it did not require that thought to stir him to action. "Oh, here," he laughed, "we are not dead yet. Tomorrow I'll go the round of the employment offices and—" Smythe threw up his hands, a gesture eloquent of despair. "Went round myself this afternoon. Harvest is on and men scarcer than diamonds. Besides, Brass Bowels has left an order with every agency in town to ship every man they can get west to the mountains." Carter thought a while. "Then we'll have to play the last card." "The last card?" Smythe raised his eyebrows. "Yes, biggest trump in the pack. How long before?" "Oh, they can't touch us for 2 months." "Good. Now listen." Glancing around as though distrustful of the very walls, he whispered in Smythe's ear for a minute that saw the latter's dejection dissolve in new-born hope. "You must go with me," he finished, aloud. "While you pack your grip, I'll drop round and see Greer. He must be here tomorrow to carry out the bluff. And hurry, for we must make it down and back before we are missed." Chapter 29. The Bluff. It was the 5th day of the strike, and still no sound of labor disturbed the sleeping forest. Quiet and calm, like that of the Sabbath, brooded over the camp, but not its peace, for being well rested, the strikers chafed under inaction, moving restlessly among the buildings. Michigan Red, to be sure, was dealing interminable poker on a blanket under a tree, while the younger men skylarked or tried one another out in games, but neither forms of amusement appealed to the older and more thrifty Canadians. Secret disquiet, moreover, underlay even the nonchalance of the gamblers, for Bender's mysterious looks and Carter's continued absence were rapidly disintegrating the strikers' confidence. "He ain't here," the giant had answered when the committee had called for another conference, and to further questioning he had returned an irritating grin. "When will he be back? That's for us to know and you to find out." And so, shorn of its functions, the committee had languished like a molting peacock. In addition, the cook's ominous visage at meal times bade the strikers beware that the curse of labor still clung to the fruits of the earth, and the fact that almost a month's back pay rested in Carter's hands served as a text and lent force to the unpreached sermon. What if he never came back? The history of Western construction abounded with cases of absconding contractors, and the hostility of the monopoly lent substance to the doubt. Most of them would have hailed Carter's advent, just then, with real if secret pleasure, and the general uneasiness manifested itself in a grumbling remark made as Michigan Red raked a fat jackpot into his winnings. "You're the only one that's making anything these days." "That's right," another grumbler added. "And what's more, if we're out another 5 days, the raise won't pull us even by freeze up. 10 days lost at $3.50 is $35. Take the extra $7 weeks to make it up, if the frost holds off that long." Apparently indifferent, Michigan went on with his deal. "You're hell at figures, Chalky. Where'd you learn? Figuring interest on your mortgage. How many cards, Bill?" But Bill, spokesman of the committee, laid down his hand. "Look here, Red, Chalky's right. If we hadn't struck, we'd have had a payday yesterday, and if we're standing to lose that much, we can't call it off too soon for me." "Nor me. Nor me." The voices, pitched in altercation, had brought the idlers crowding, and the support came in from all around. Michigan's teeth gleamed white through his red beard, while his bleak eyes took stock of the crowding faces, as though calculating just how far envy and avarice would take them. "You don't stand to lose a cent, Bill. They've got to finish the contract before freeze-up to reach the tie and lumber camps. Otherwise, the road be idle all winter, and what's a few days' pay alongside the freight on 100 million feet of lumber? He's got to finish it. If he can't, pausing, he distributed a significant nod around the circle. There's others as kin and will. But what if he don't come back? To the question which expressed the most pregnant doubt, he returned a second meaning nod. Same folks LL make good. Back pay, Bill pressed. Back pay. On who say so? Ain't mine good enough? Ruffling, he turned a stream of fierce profanity upon Carrot Smith, his questioner. Want Bible and oath for yours, eh? There's some things that can't be told to idiots. Yes, Red. Bill soothed. We know that's all right, Red. Don't mind him, he's only a suckling kid. Sure, Red, you know what you're talking about, go on. Others chorused, and having gained his point by the show of anger, real or false, the teamster allowed himself to be placated. If 'twas necessary, he continued, we could tie up the road with a laborer's lien, but 'twon't be, I have somebody's word for it, if Carter goes under, we just go right on. With the raise. But if he comes back, Chalky raised another doubt. What about lost time? Freeze up is freeze up, and we can't make it up if we're docked for the layoff. That's easy. Who's to blame for it? He threw it at the circle. Him, he wouldn't give the raise. Then let him pay for his fun. We've got him coming or going, and we draw time at the new rates for every idle day before we touch a tool. Ain't that right? It was not, yet his crooked logic exactly matched their envious cupidity. Confidence once more returned. The younger men returned to their sports. Bill picked up his hand, and the game proceeded until interrupted, a half-hour later, by a sudden shout and shrill neighing from the horse lines. The stallion's loose! Shouting, the roustabout tore across the clearing and just escaped the rush of the vicious brute by nimbly climbing the projecting logs at the cookhouse corners. At his cry, a youth dropped the shot he had poised for a throw, the gamblers their cards, and, balking in the takeoff for a broad jump, Carrot Smith led the rush for cover. A minute saw them all on top of cook or bunk houses, and thus defrauded of his preference, the stallion ran amuck among the horses which were tied at long hay racks, kicking, rearing, biting. Though built massively of logs, the racks gave way with splintering crashes under the combined pull of 100 frightened beasts, and bunching, the string tore round the clearing, squealing their fear. To give the beast ease with his oats, Michigan had removed the iron muzzle according to his custom, and now, a free, wild thing, he bounded along in hot pursuit, curveting, caracoling, satanic in his jet-black beauty. Tossing his wild mane, he would call the mares with stridulous cachinnations, yet for all his exultant passion left them to chase a belated teamster, nose lowered, ears wickedly pricked, thrice around the cookhouse. Balked again, he reared, kicked, and was plunging once more after the string when a whistle outshrilled his neigh, and an engine with caboose attached rolled out of the cut south of the camp. But for the pounding hoofs, the collective whisper, "It's the boss," would have carried to Carter, who, with Smythe, stood looking out at the door of the caboose, and his first remark, "Regular circus, isn't it?" was eminently applicable to the situation. Upholding the sky's blue roof, black spruce cones formed bulky pillars for the natural amphitheater in which the horses circled and recircled, a kicking, squealing stream before the audience on the roofs. "Where are you going?" Smythe exclaimed as Carter leaped to the ground. "To rope that beast before he runs a season's flesh off the teamus there's a rioter in the office." "Better shoot him," Smythe counselled. "Here, come back." But he was already halfway across the clearing. Choosing his time, he passed from the smithy to the bunkhouse, thence to the cookhouse, and so working from building to building under the eyes of his men, he gained the office at last and shot in, barely escaping the mad cavalcade. As he emerged, coiling the rioter, Smythe's gaze drew to a second actor in this woodland drama. When the poker players broke for cover, Michigan Red had paused long enough to pocket the stakes along with his winnings. Then picking up the blanket, he walked over to the cookhouse and had watched all from the angle formed by the jutting corner logs. A bit closer would have suited better. He had grumbled as Carter's last rush carried him from under the hoofs. Now he commented, "Going to rope him, are you? Not if I know it." Knowledge of his fellow's liability to lapses of hero worship inherred in his conclusion. "If there's to be Granston plays, I'll make 'em myself." "Fools," he snarled, as the beat of feet warned him that the strikers on the roof were watching Carter, who had taken position behind the next corner. He heard also the swish of the circling noose, its quickened whir as the horses swooped around on the next lap. Then, just as the band passed, he sprang out, uttering a sudden harsh command, directly in the stallion's path. A desperate play, it drew gamblers' luck. A frontier superstition has it that the equine eye magnifies objects, and whether or no the red teamster with his pale green face loomed in the stallion's sight as some huge and passionate fiend, he reared back on strung haunches, plowing the sod in a desperate effort to stop. And while he hung in midair, Michigan stepped and threw his blanket, matador fashion, over the ugly head. As the brute settled on all fours and stood shivering, Michigan turned, grinning, to reap the fruit of his daring. But his grin quickly faded, for flashing on to his purpose, Carter had swung and roped the rat-tailed mare, the stallion's mate, as the band flew by. Worse, Michigan choked. Almost every man in camp had a grudge against the mare, some vicious lunge or graze from her snapping teeth, so a dozen strikers had jumped and were helping Carter to choke her down, while the others cheered them on with approving laughter. Furious, he yelled, "What's the matter with you chaps up there, taken to roosting like chickens? I'd like a picture of the bunch. It 'ud pass anywhere for a Methodist convention. Can you fellows quit yanking that mare? 'Tain't tug-o-war you're playing." But he made small headway against the uproarious tide of yells and laughter, and remembering his snub, Carrot Smith shouted back, "She's doin' most of the pulling, and if she wants to hang, why let her?" Worst of all, it was Carter who finally interfered on behalf of the struggling brute, and Michigan chafed at the ready obedience accorded his orders. "Thought you fellows was on strike," he growled at Brady, the Irish teamster, as he retied the stallion in the horse lines. But wrathfully indicating a bloody bruise on his own horse, the Irishman hotly retorted, "Faith, thin, and that's no sign that we'll be letting them murthering brutes av yourn chew the necks av our teams. If they was mine, I'd make wolf meat av the pair before supper." Michigan sneered. "Didn't I catch him myself? And then you fellows had to go running your legs off to suit him. Keep it up, and it's you and your strike that'll be made into hash for his supper." While Michigan thus tried to scotch incipient sympathy with rough sarcasm, Carter carried with him to the office the comfortable assurance that fortune had turned down to him this accidental trick in a difficult game. Shrugging deprecation of hearts, admiring comments on his skill with the rayara, he returned a reminiscence of his cow-punching days to Smythe's chidings, asserting that the stallion was not a circumstance to a longhorn steer on an open prairie. While talking, he helped to arrange the contents of Smythe's grip on the rough table, piling greenbacks by denominations between flanking columns of silver, an imposing array. "No hurry," he said, when Hart asked if he should call the men, and lighting a cigar, he drawled a story which at one time explained his reason and illumined his plan. "I remember a kid who won 3 sizes out of his class by a little judicious waiting. His dad had set him a spading stint in the back lot, and when this other boy brings to on the sidewalk and begins to heave belligerencies over the fence, he answers, that calm and deliberate that you'd never think he was burying his heart under every spadeful, 'Just you wait till I finish my patch.' And he goes on digging so cheerfully that the other kid is a mite staggered. As I say, he was about 3 sizes to the good, but as you'll remember, Napoleon's old guard could put it all over a young ladies' seminary for hysteria if it was kept too long waiting. Watching that slow spade, this lad's imagination went to working so hard that he fought that fight 13 times in as many minutes, and felt that used up he just ran like a March hare when the other kid stuck his spade in the trench. The wise kid. He twinkled on Hart. I was that glad. I played hooky from school and won a licking from the old man 5 sizes larger than I'd have got from the boy. But it was worth it. I learned that it always pays to give it time to soak in. Outside, the strikers furnished a vivid illustration of that lesson. During the next 3 hours, he kept them waiting. Grouping, they made loud mouths at first, over supposititious wrongs or affected indifference that was belied by uneasy glances officeward. Less loquacious at the end of the first hour, the second left them sullen and silent, the third, eaten by suspense. They started, as at a sudden explosion, when Bender finally came out, stared blankly when he announced that the boss was waiting to pay off the camp. Affording no time for recovery, Hart called the first name on the payroll, and Bender's stentorian bass sent it rolling into the woods. Anderson, Anderson. Hurry up, Anderson. The name chanced to be the property of Bill, the spokesman, but though used as little as his Sunday clothes, there was more than unfamiliarity behind his slowness. More tenacious of idea, as aforesaid, than quick of wit, Bill now found himself without plan, precedent, or time for counsel in these unexpected premises, nor could he draw inspiration from the blank looks of his fellows. Hurry up, Anderson, Bender crossly repeated, and starting as though touched in some secret spring, Bill lurched forward and in, and so found himself facing Carter, Hart, and Smythe behind an awesome financial array. Never before had Bill seen so much money at once, even in dreams. It totaled more than the hard earnings of his 40-odd years, would have paid his mortgage 10 times over. The substance of modern power, its glitter challenged the loud-mouthed assertions of him and his fellows that, given the same luck, they could have done as well as Carter. By the light of its golden glow, Bill saw himself very weak and small and foolish. At home, he seldom saw a dollar, had trouble in scraping up currency enough to pay his taxes, and effected his barterings at the store in truck and trade. With his doubts settled as to the solvency of the firm, Bill was suddenly afflicted with a suspicion that he had made the biggest kind of a fool of himself. Correctly interpreting his glance at the table, Carter gave him a genial smile. Yes, Bill, but you don't get it by laying off. Here's your bit. Touch the pen and $5 short. Board and feed for 5 days, Bill. Man earns his bread by the sweat of his brow, you know. Pass on, and don't forget to remember me to your wife when you gain home. As with Bill, so the others. Filing in, they testified, one by deeper sullenness, others by attempts at a swagger, to the influences which had wrought on him. Few attained the easy insolence of Michigan Red, who demanded an itemized account of his store bill and insisted on signing the roll with his own hand. Touching the pen, railroad fashion, they passed out while Hart signed for them to add their doubtings to the general mystification. What was forward? Had Carter obtained new crews, or would the company close down work? As the line still fell 30 miles short of the northern settlements, the latter thought filled the minds of the Silver Creek men, who saw themselves left marketless by their own act, with sick misery, brought pause to their envious cupidity, despite Michigan's assurances that it was all a bluff. "'Tain't," Bill Anderson contradicted him. "I was just over to the cookhouse for a drink, and the cook has orders to serve no meals after breakfast tomorrow morning." "That's so. A dozen voices questioned. "Ask for yourselves. He's at the door now calling to supper." And the cook confirmed the report, adding, moreover, his mite to their discomfiture by malignantly animadverting upon the ménages to which they were about to return. "My cooking don't suit, eh?" demanded the offended artist. "It's pertatos and sobelly for yours after this. In a month you won't be able to tell your ribs from a rail corral." And truth so flavored his railings that they saw, in fancy, themselves looking back from their prairie farms upon his rude but plentiful flesh pots, at which ripe moment the door opened to admit Carter, Smythe, and Bender. Pausing at the end of the center table, Carter glanced over the rows of faces, which turned curiously up to him, as on the occasion that marked the beginnings of his fight for mastery in the cook house at the winter camp. Very fittingly, setting and persona for this last act of a long struggle were almost the same as the first. Hines and the cougar, to be sure, were gone over the great divide. Strangers sat in place of Shin and the handful that returned to their farms after the log drive. But here were the tables, bristle with tinware, dim lanterns, dependent from the low pole roof, the faces, peering from Rembrandt shadows, fiercely animal, pregnant with possibilities, such as have reddened the snows of many a forest camp. Overlooking them now, at the climax of a year-long play, he could not but thrill to the thought that whereas they had opposed him at every turn, those iron impresarios, the fates, had left choice of endings with him, author of the drama. It was his to crush or spare, to crush and gain the cringing respect which they accorded to frost, drought, pestilence, stern henchmen of the illimitable, to spare and attain next place to a fair potato crop in their esteem, to manage them for their, and his own good. To the latter end he bent his words, addressing them, half jocularly in their own argot. "Well, boys, we've played our game to a finish, but before we throw away the deck let's count tricks. I don't blame you for striking. You have a right to sell your labor in the dearest market as I have to buy mine in the cheapest. You simply asked more than I felt able to pay, so while you rested I took a jaunt down to the States to see how you stood on the market. What did I find? First, let us take a look at your hand. What do you hold? Harvest is half over, and the wheat farmers from the Portage to Brandon and down to the Pipestone have hired their help at $2 a day. No betterment there. You can't break prairie in the fall, so there's nothing at home except eating, and the lumber camps don't open up before the snows. On the other hand, your stake in this line is as big as mine. Unfinished, you are without the markets you have been shouting for these years. Finished, it lets in American competition and trebles your values in land." Pausing, he shook his head and smiling went on. "Looks as if someone had dealt you a miserable hand, and I wonder if it wouldn't pay you to shuffle, cut, and try another deal, now before I bring in new crews." New crews, where can you get them? All through the men had given close attention, and after a single impatient glance at Michigan Red, the faces turned back to Carter, who ignored the interruption. Leaning eagerly forward, they took the words from his mouth as he ran on roughly outlining his own plans, prospecting the coming years. Few of them, perhaps none, were given to looking beyond the present, and the vista to which he turned their dull eyes glimmered like sunshine on the prairies. This was to be no casual job. The province, and the whole Northwest required branch roads, would be gridironed with them before the finish. So what of construction in summer, logging in winter? They could look for profitable employment the round of the seasons. So talk it over among yourselves, he finished, and those who feel that a fresh deal is in order can call round at the office after supper. Long before that, nods and approving murmurs had testified to his victory, and as the burr of hot tongues followed them out through the open windows, Bender exclaimed, "Whipped to a finish, but what about them new crews? Then catching Carter's grin, he burst out in uproarious laughter. What a bluff. Not a man in Minneapolis, Carter confirmed. But that wasn't what we went down for, so it didn't matter. But will they believe it? Smythe asked. Believe it? Bender took it upon himself to answer it. A frightened man will run from his shadow, and they are that badly scared 'twon't take them 5 minutes to locate them crews. He gave them, indeed, too much time, for, as he said, fear destroys perspective, and the strikers were almost ready to believe that Carter could conjure men from the trackless forest. Carrot Smith led the panic with a theory, even as he had headed the run from Michigan's horse, said he'd been prospectin' down in the States. Minneapolis, I'll bet you, and the place just rotten with whaleback Swedes. Sawyer's gang is through with the N.P.S. Devil's Lake Extension, another added. I read it in the paper Sunday. Old Sawyer 'ud ony be too glad for a chance to finish out the fall. Other theories were not wanting, nor could Michigan Red stem the rout. Just 20 minutes thereafter, a sheepish delegation presented itself at the office door and delivered itself through the mouth of Bill of the Anderson ilk. We've concluded, said Bill, as 'twouldn't hardly be right to leave you ditched. Albeit Carter's eyes returned heart's twinkle, he replied in kind. I'm real tickled to think that you won't desert me. And so, with this bit of diplomatic comedy, ended not only the strike, but also the bitter fight which he, like every village Hampton, had had to wage against the envious ignorance of his fellows. For a while, to be sure, their stiff necks would balk at the homage secret consciousness, dictated as his meed. They would refuse it indeed, till the world outside sealed his success, whereafter every man of them would proclaim himself as the particular prophet who had discerned greatness in his humble beginnings. But in the meantime they would refrain from further hostilities. What about that red man? Smythe said, as the delegation made its jubilant way back to its fellows. You'll surely discharge him. Michigan Red? Carter said, not if he wants to stay. His team is worth any 2 in camp and his teeth are drawn for good. But he won't stay. That's a cinch, Bender echoed. He's due in Winnipeg to report his failure sometime in the next 3 days. Chapter 35. Dawn saw the strikers going about their chores with a cheerful alacrity that was as gall to Michigan Red, who chewed the bitter cud of unsuccessful leadership as he sat drumming his heels on a block by the cookhouse door. He had come to the end of his rope, rather, dangled there, an object of contemptuous pity in the eyes of his fellows. Had he doubted the fact, it was to be easily read in their studied avoidance. But he knew that he had failed. In what? He could hardly have answered the question himself. For whether or no he had plotted in the monopoly's interest, the strike was merely incidental to the persistent war he had waged against Carter, to the dogged opposition which had root in the turbulent anarchism of his nature. Sufficient that though his weird face held its usual bleak calm, he writhed, mentally, under defeat, while the few who ventured within range of his tongue sensed the lava beneath the crust. Not with this crowd. I draw the color line, he rasped, when Anderson inquired if he were not going to work, while Carrot Smith drew a curse along with the information. It's me for a better job. I'm tired of herding sheep. So now he was left strictly alone, though speculative glances traveled often his way. He's waiting for the boss, a teamster remarked to his neighbor. Say, I'd like to see him at grips. Rather him nor me, the other said, expressing general opinion. The boss is a tough proposition. They say he beat Shin up so badly that he'll never be more 'n half a man again. Red ain't no slouch, though. Bet you I'd like to see it. However, as tools had to be reissued and 100 details dispatched, the men were all at work before Carter could come to breakfast, so only Smythe and the cook witnessed that meeting. It was a beautiful day. Already the heat fulfilled the prediction of a torrid sunrise, and like an egg in a pan, the camp fried within the encircling spruce which, on their part, seemed to lift over surrounding birch and poplar, as though tiptoeing for cooler air. The same errand had brought the cook out from the bowels of his own particular inferno, and as certain phases of the encounter could not be set forth in choicer terms than those in which he delivered himself to an interested audience that evening, now let him speak. I was sitting in the doorway, that close to Red I could have pulled his ear, when the boss came along. Stopping opposite, he looked down on Red with eyes dark and steady as night. They're blue, you know, by rights, but they seemed to darken to pure black, and I never felt him so tall before. "Well, Red," he says, quiet like that, but Red's eyes stayed down, though his lip lifted clear of his corner teeth like you've seen a trapped coyote, and so the pair of 'em remained for a full 3 minutes. Imagine them, the greenish face of the one reflecting murderous passion, troubled as waves on shaken acid, the other darkly silent, yet, for all his quiet, oppressing both Smythe and the cook with the loom of imminent death. So was fought out the silent duel of personalities. 1 minute, 2. At the third, sweat broke profusely upon the teamster's face, and the cook breathed once more. Burning with Cain's lust, his glance traveled but once above the other's knee to fall as quickly again. "What's the matter, Red?" Smythe actually started as Carter's voice broke on the quiet of the camp. "Quitting? What for?" "No, it isn't exactly my business," he cheerfully answered the teamster's growl. "If you will, you will." Turning back after entering, he added, "Heading for Winnipeg, I suppose. Then give my compliments to friend Buckle and tell him to please hand them higher up." When he came out, Michigan was still there, but Carter passed without a glance and led Smythe down the right-of-way into the forest. Even then Michigan sat on. It was, indeed, almost noon before he loafed over to the horse lines, after refusing the cook's invitation to wait for dinner. Without returning a word of thanks for the grub sack which the latter sent over by a cookie, he hitched to his wagon and drove slowly away. A week's rest had freshened the blacks so much that, if given their heads, they would have covered half the distance to Winnipeg that day. He took a vicious pleasure in balking their inclination. Jerking the bits, which hinged on a cruel curb, he pulled them down to a nervous, teetering walk. For a while the trail paralleled the right-of-way, then swung on a wide arc around a morass, and for an hour thereafter ran alternately among sloughs, sandhills, muskegs, through a country indescribably desolate and which teemed with savage life. Myriad frogs set his ears singing with dismal, persistent croaking. A polecat scuttled across the trail, poisoning the dank air. From brazen skies, a hawk shrieked a malediction upon his head. His horses threw up their heads, snorting, as a lynx screamed a long way off. Here, too, dark woods shut off errant breezes, and he fell a prey to a curse of sandflies that stung and envenomed his flesh. There was no escape. They settled by hundreds on the hands that wiped them off his face, stung his face as he slapped his hands. Coming back, mad with pain and rage, from this detour, his eyes drew to a trestle, longest, highest, most expensive of Carter's works, and reining in, he allowed his glance to wander lustfully over the stout timbers which his fancy wrapped in flame. A single match, but reason urged that the embers would undoubtedly furnish red lights for his hanging, and he drove on, hotter, madder for the restraint. He was ripe for any mischief that offered a running chance of escape when, midway of the afternoon, he came on wheel tracks that swung at right angles from the trail into a chain of sloughs. "Red River cart," he muttered, noticing the wide gauge. Then furiously slapping his thigh, "Carter's Cree by G." He meant the Indian who had brought in the venison, which formed the tidbit at Dorothy Chester's first meal in camp. All through the summer he had come in with deer meat twice or thrice a week, But though Michigan and other teamsters had searched for his teepee during the idle days of the strike, no one had penetrated to the woodland lake where his squaw, a young girl, handsome as Indian women go, was free from rude glances, safe from insult or worse. Now the trail lay, plain as a pike road under Michigan's nose, and leaping down, he tied his team to a tree and followed it along the sloughs. Through a gully patch of woodland, the tracks led into a second long slough, and presently debouched on the strand of a small lake, one of the thousands that gem that black wilderness. Bird haunted in spring, lonesomeness now lay thick upon it. Uttering its weird cry, a loon rose on swift wing, angling in its flight over the teepee, whose bull's hide, raw, smoke-blacked, harmonized with that savage setting. Just then Michigan was in fettle to exact a vicarious revenge. Early in summer, Carter had nipped a disposition on the part of his men to joke and make free with the Indian, giving strict orders that he was to be unmolested, coming or going. This girl who lived in his protecting shadow would have fared ill at Michigan's hands. But the teepee flaps were thrown wide, and though he strained his eyes from a covert of tall reeds, he saw no sign of her, without or within, save the lipping of waters, so of a rising wind. No sound broke the solitude that guarded this, the lair of primitive man. Only those who have experienced its frightful loneliness can know how terrible a northern solitude can be, how awesome, oppressive. Some note of it caused the teamster to speak aloud, heartening himself with sound of his voice. "They'll be back tonight, sure, for the ashes is banked over the embers." Gaining back to his team, he drove on a scant quarter-mile, then turned into a slough parallel to those he had just left, and which had its end in a wooded dell. Here high banks would have effectually screened a fire, yet he endured mosquitoes till dusk smothered his smudge. Then tying his team in the thick of its reek, he cut across the intervening bush and followed, as before, along the slough chain till he saw a dim cloud quivering on the blackness ahead. Beneath this, smoke from the Cree's fire, presently appeared a rich incandescence, and after worming the last yards on the flat of his belly, Michigan peered from thick sedge out at the Cree woman, who sat and suckled her child by the fire that enriched the bronze of her bosom with a blush from its glow. A free, wild thing, her deep eyes now caressed her child, again searched the fire's red mystery, giving back its flame as forest pools reflect a hunter's flare. Somber and silent, eons of savagery flickered in her glance. From her the watcher's evil face turned to the Cree, who was skinning a deer that hung by the hams from a poplar crotch. The heavy, clammy odor of fresh blood hung thick in the air, filled his nostrils as he lay, like primitive man by the mouth of his enemy's cave, watching the knife slip around the carcass. Savage could not have been more wicked of intent. Again and again his hand gripped his own knife, always to fall again at sight of the rifle that leaned against the Red River cart, close to the Indian's hand. And thus he waited, baleful glance flickering between man and woman, till the deer was dressed and loaded upon the cart. That modified without changing his purpose. "Going to camp first thing in the morning," he thought, as he crawled away. Always goes alone. Back once more with his team, he kicked the wet grass from the smudge, and after eating ravenously of the cook's provision by its flame, he spread his blankets and lay down, head propped on his hand, back to his team. He did not sleep, simply stared into the fire or listened to the varied voices of the night. Now there would be a sighing, breathing among the trees, creaking of branches, soft rustlings. Then the night would talk loudly on a hush as of death. A loon laughed at the owl's solemn questioning. A fox barked among the sandhills. The boom of a bittern came in from some dark lake. He heard the lynx scream again, loudly, shrilly, as a tortured child. Then the wind again, or a greater hush in which he heard only the crackling of his fire as he replenished its dying flame. On these occasions, a long trail of sparks would fly upward, and one, a tiny ember, at last wrought a strange thing. Passing over and behind him, it nested in the frazzle of tow at the knot of the stallion's frayed halter, where it smoked and glowed, growing larger, brighter. Lowering his ugly head, the beast sniffed at the strange red flower, then backed away as it burst into a bouquet of flame under his coaxing breath. "Stand still!" Michigan growled without, however, looking around. The stallion stood, till the end of the burned rope dropped to the ground. Even then some time elapsed before he realized that he was free. But when he did, he turned white, wicked eyes on the resting man. Was that short worm the fiend that had ruled him? He stepped. "Stand still!" Michigan growled again. The familiar voice gave the stallion pause, a moment. For out of the tail of his eye, Michigan presently saw and became cognizant of a most curious thing, of a shadow, huge, black, upreared above himself. Uttering a hoarse cry, he tried to rise, too late. So, in the midst of his turbulence, passed Michigan red. But the evil that he had done mightily all the days of his life followed him into death. For the pounding hoofs spread embers of his fire over a leafy carpet, where the night wind found them. Leaping under its breath, small flames writhed tortuously across the glade to the thing that had been a man, touched and tasted its clothing with delicate lickings, then flashed up and sprang from the smoldering cinder into thick scrub, and so ran, with incredible swiftness, through the forest. Crouched, like a runner, at first close to the ground, it suddenly straightened and bounded high over a patch of dry poplar burned by a former fire, cowered again, to crawl through thick green spruce, and so stole softly on, as though to catch the Cree in his sleep. As well try to singe a weasel. Already the Cree was urging his ragged pony, with squaw and papoose, towards Carter's camp, and balked there, the fire swung with the veering wind into poplar woods and flamed on, a roaring, ebullient tide, overtopping the tallest trees. Under its effulgence, black lakes and sullen tarns flashed out of thick night with scared deer, belly-deep in the water. Huge owls went flapping through the smoke, leading the ducks, geese, vagrant flocks of the night, leaving hawks and other day birds to circle, shrieking, ere they whizzed down to a fiery death. Gaining strength from its own draught and the freshening wind, it flowed, at an angle over the railroad and poured down both sides, licking up bridges, trestles, culverts, leaving the hot rails squirming like scorched snakes in empty space. And so, about midnight, roared on to the great trestle at which Michigan had paused that afternoon, and where Carter had lined up his men. Roused by the Cree from a dream of Helen to a nightmare of flaming skies, Carter first sent out a gang under command of Hart and Smythe to backfire around the camp, then loaded the remaining crews on flat cars and raced the fire down to the trestle. Bender, who was with him in the engine cab, leaned to his ear as the train pulled out of the cut. Michigan read, "Looks it." Nodding, Carter turned to watch the rails which gleamed under the sky glow, running like scarlet lines on black ribbon between dark, serried ranks of spruce. "Lucky it is coming at an angle," he said, as the engine thundered over the first bridge. Bender raised his big shoulders. "If the wind don't shift, but it generally does about this time o' night, if she slips to the east p.s.cent. A puff of steam, a crackle, and we're gone up like flies in a baker's oven." Carter returned his shrug, as good a way as any. He added, grimly smiling, "And very fit. Give us a chance to get acclimated. But with luck we ought to be able to wet her down and pull out south. Without it, we can lie down in the creek." "I like mine wet," Bender grinned. "Drowning ain't exactly comfortable, but if there's to be any preference, I'll take it." And in the face of danger and disaster, Carter smiled again. Starting out, it had seemed a toss-up between them and the fire, but the train rolled over the trestle and drew up in a cut on the southerly side, a quarter rower to the good. The creek ran under the northerly end, with a short approach to the bank, the bulk of the trestle leading over a quarter-mile of morass to firm ground. So Carter, with Bender, Carrot Smith, and other half-dozen dropped buckets from the bridge to the stream 30 feet below, and passed them to the men who were strung along the plates. Dipping, drawing, dashing, they worked furiously under the glare of the conflagration. While still half a mile away, its heat set the trestle steaming. At a quarter of a mile, the furious draft rained embers large as a man's hand upon the men, who turned their faces away from the blistering heat. Casting uneasy glances over humped shoulders, they began to increase their distances, edging along the south approach towards the train. But as they still maintained communications, neither Carter nor Bender took notice until they suddenly broke and ran. "Here! Come back!" Bender's angry roar drowned Carter's shout and was lost, in turn, in a shrill whistling, for the engineer had seen that which had been hid from them. "My God!" Carrot Smith cried, and Brady broke out in whimpering prayer to the saints. They stood, staring. As aforesaid, the fire was running south and westerly at an acute angle to, in fact, almost paralleling the railroad, with its extreme point farthest away but already beyond the trestle. And now, veering swiftly southeast, as Bender had feared, it swung at right angles and came broadside on, a fiery tide high over the forest. To the engineer, it seemed that the wind lifted a mass of flame and threw it bodily into a tangle of poplar brake, red willow, tall reeds, and sedge at the trestle's south end. Dry, explosively inflammable from a summer's heat, it touched off like a magazine whirling skyward, a twisting waterspout of flame. And as he jerked wildly on his whistle he saw, as under the calcium of lurid melodrama, men running like wingless flies along the wet, black trestle. Careening, the column fell across them. Only the few who were drawing with Carter escaped that first explosive flame, and they gained only time to jump as the main fire came hurtling over the trees. Falling, Carter saw the stream, blood-red, jagged rocks rising swiftly to meet him. A flash blinded his eyes then. He rubbed them, that is, he winked, for he was far too weak for such robust exercise. Yes, he winked it. Could that be Helen's face bending low over him? Chapter 31, wherein the fates substitute a change of bill. Carter winked again. The face, however, did not move. On the contrary, it lit up with sudden delight, and said smile helped his limping consciousness forward to the idea of a dream. Yes, he was dreaming, undoubtedly dreaming. No, here memory took hold and gave him back the flaming forest. Wet rocks, rising swiftly from red water, carried him back and left him at the precise moment that he had struck a projecting timber. He was falling. Involuntarily he stiffened, expecting the shock. But a clue. He was dead of the fall, and this must be heaven, or why Helen, if t'other place. 'Twas not so bad as long as she was there. Here his eye, through removal of the face, touched the whitewashed ceiling, then wandered to blank walls, a stand with medicine, covered glasses and spoons, a linen press, 2 chairs. He arrived at truth, a hospital. Then, tired out by these strenuous mental exercises, his eyes closed once more, to the ineffable relief of the anxious watcher. And sleep, natural sleep, replaced the coma that had held him these 2 days. For a while Helen listened to his breathing, then, once sure that he was really asleep, she tiptoed out to the corridor and under urge of relief ran, fairly flew, with her good news to the head doctor's office. For these had been days of haggard waiting, as, for the matter of that, had the last 2 weeks. Bender's battles, Carter's triumph, the strike and forest fire had all been packed into 10 short days. Beginning at the morning after she saw Carter at dinner with the general manager, her joyful prayer had gone with the jubilant roar of press and people at the seating of the crossing, and for several following days her ears drank thirstily of the plaudits which were universal in the hospital, on the street, at her boarding house. When, indeed, the topic cropped up at her first operation, her fingers trembled so over a bandage that Carruthers excused her, thinking the sight of blood had turned her sick. At Jean Glaves's table, she had to veil the eager exultance of her eyes. The merchants who were discussing competition in freight rates on the street would have stared could they have heard the heart cry of the pretty nurse then passing. "He did it. Yes, he is very clever, all that you say. But you cannot have him, for he is mine. I'll lend him to you for a while, but I must have him back. He's mine, mine, mine." From breathing the rare atmosphere of these exalted heights, she had been precipitated by the strike into bottom deeps of despair, and while agonizing therein over additional rumors of Greer and Smythe's impending failure, a morning paper came to her breakfast table with 6-inch fire scareheads and a long tale of burns, bruises, breakages that would have been longer but for the softness of the morass. Carter, Bender, Brady, Carrot Smith, all who were on the trestle, had been more or less injured, and 6 bridges, 5 trestles, dozens of culverts had gone up in smoke, a maleficent memorial to Michigan Red, before the conflagration backfired itself out among labyrinthian lakes. But she paused not at the tale. The injured were on the way to the hospital, and with that piece of news clutched to her bosom, she ran all the way and broke, at one time, a rule that was as the law of the Medes and Persians, and the privacy of the head doctor's study. It will be easily seen that under such circumstances her hysterical gaspings were not exactly informing, but a man does not attain to headship of a hospital without ability to extract truth from obscure premises. What else is diagnosis? And when, indicating the heading that told of Carter's injuries, she gasped, "My husband," the head grasped every detail of the situation. "I must nurse him," she pleaded. Must. A man prodigiously dignified and very solemn behind imposing glasses, the head offered a stereotyped objection, but it speaks for the feeling beneath his desiccated exterior that he eventually set rules and regulations at defiance, and outraged the discipline and morale maintained by the Scotch head nurse, by appointing her a novitiate to a capital case. "But remember," he said, "only if you can forget for the present that he is your husband." He did not believe she could, and had been astonished by her quiet, almost mechanical performance of duty during those 2 harrowing days. For he did not see her leaning over the inanimate form when alone in the ward, her strained watching, desperate listenings for the first flutter of the returning spirit. Now he did see her flushed delight, and muttered to himself as Carruthers, the under-surgeon, hastened with her to Carter's bedside. "I suppose I ought to tell him. What's the use? He'll hear soon enough." So her secret was kept, and being uninformed of the matrimonial complications in the case, the surgeon set her delighted flutterings to professional interest, and so joined her felicitations. "'Twas touch and go," he whispered. "Few could stand such a crack on the head, must have made an omelette of his brains, and his fever was hot enough to fry it. But he'll pull through, Mistress Morrill, and it is good that he will, for he's a grand character, fine and useful to the province. To indulge a pleasant conceit, that refreshing sleep may be regarded as an intimation of the fates that comedy was about to be substituted for impending tragedy upon the boards, and the opening of Carter's eyes may very well be considered as the rise of the curtain on the first, And what would also have been the last act had he been in the enjoyment of his usual health and strength? Lacking these, he could only take things as he found them, chief over all, a demure nurse who administered bitter draughts or took his pulse without sign of recognition, compunction, or emotion. As her shapely back always hid the pencil when she noted her observations on the chart, he could not see it tremble. And how was he to know that the pulse-taking was a sham? That she could feel only her own heart thudding 5,000 thuds to the minute? That she had to guess the pulse by his temperature, which cardinal crime of the nurse's calendar was partly condoned, because if she had set down its vibrations at the moments she held his hand, every doctor in the hospital would have come running as to a lost cause. Ignorant of all this, he could only lie and watch her moving about the ward, tantalizingly trim and pretty in her nurse's dress. Wait till some softening of her coldness would justify the clean confession he ached to make. Always the desire was with him, and it waxed with the days. But whether or no she discerned it lurking behind his surreptitious glances, she afforded no opportunity. And what can a man do against a fate that nips every approach to the tender with nasty medicine or chill phrase? "You are not to talk. I believe you like to give me that stuff," he growled one day. "Doctor's orders," she severely replied, and her stony face effectually repressed him while indicating that she was not to be drawn from her vantage ground by that or a sudden remark. "It seems strange to see you in that uniform." "Doesn't feel so to me," she coldly answered, adding with a spice of malice, "If it did, I should get used to it, for I expect to wear it for the next 3 years. He winced, and he did not see her smile as he gave her his angry back. That or her droopings over his sleep an hour thereafter. Alone in the quiet ward, bent so low that her breath moved the hair on his temples, the occasion vividly recalled the night, long ago, when she had watched the moon etch with line and shadow the promise of the future upon his face. It lay there now, under her soft breath, the fulfillment. For 2 years' stress and struggle had tooled away every roughness and left the accomplished promise, a man wrought by circumstance to a great fineness. She also had changed, from a well-intentioned if careless girl to a thoughtful woman. Contact with life in the rough had rubbed the scales from her eyes, and now she saw clearly, many things, but all centering on one. Outside people were declaiming against the vindictive fate that had joined with the monopoly against this their champion. That morning's papers had it that Greer and Smythe were surely ruined. Yet she was glad, overjoyed. Wealthy and honored, it would have been difficult to the verge of impossibility for her to go back to him. Always, she would have felt that he might doubt her motives. "Now, it's time to take your medicine." She sprang up as he opened his eyes, wondering if he had felt her light kiss. Had he, it would have been curtained there and then, but as he did not, the play went on, and its sequence proves that, however honorable her intentions, she had by no means relinquished her sex's unalienable right to bring things about in its own illogical, tantalizing, perversely charming way. Drooping over his sleep, hoping that he would wake and catch her, she took care that he should not, assumed a statuesque coldness at the first quiver of his eyelids. Undoubtedly, and with her sex's habitual unfairness, she scandalously abused her position, exercising a tyranny that was as sweet to herself as mortifying to him. "You must not do that, must do this, now go to sleep." She hugged her power in place of him, and when he achieved a successful revolt against her ban of silence by appealing to the head for permission to talk with Smythe, she revenged herself by injecting a personal interest into her dealings with Carothers. It was madness for him to see their heads close together over his chart, the shining eyes she brought back from whispered conferences in the hall. To be sure, it was all about pills and plasters, But how was he to know that? And it was in revenge for this shamelessly injurious conduct that he arranged the scene which opens the second act. On the morning that he was promoted from spoon-feed to the dignity of a tray, behold him. Head bent, elbows square with his ears, knife and fork grabbed at their points, proving his indifference to her opinion by the worst behavior that recent better practice permitted. Alas, he was cast all through for a losing part, displaying before his face the irritating curiosity which a child bestows on a feeding lion. She privately peeped from behind the door screen, gloated over the old familiar spectacle. She caught him coming and going. Also, she turned a delighted ear when he dropped into the homely settler speech, listened for the old locutions, but called his bluff when he overdid the part by running amuck of the grammar in a manner frightful to behold. "I really don't see why you talk like that," she remarked, patronizingly. "You speak quite well, almost correctly, to Dr. Hammond and Mr. Smythe." "Yes," he retorted. "I didn't notice. Maybe you'll correct me if I sidestep it again. But the last case of that man was worse than the first." "Thank you," she coldly answered. "I have given up teaching school." He sniffed sarcastically. Shouldn't have known it. I always heard that the spanking habit stuck through life, but don't give up. Remember the copybook line, if at first you don't succeed, try again. But she was going out of the door at the time and took care that he should think she had not heard. "You were speaking," she inquired, coming back, and of course it would not bear repetition. He fared just as illy when, next morning, Bender hobbled into the ward with the aid of a crutch and cane. Having been visited by the lady protagonist, the giant was fully informed on the situation and so achieved a sly wink behind his chief's sarcastic introductions. "Mr. Bender, Mrs. Morrill." Also, her quiet answer was disconcerting. "We have met before. Have you heard from Jenny lately, Mr. Bender?" Now Bender had. A letter, small note, simple and direct as Jenny herself, was even then burning his pocket, and, blushing like a schoolboy caught in the theft of apples, he produced and read it. If he insisted, was perfectly certain that he couldn't get well without her. Jenny would. "Afraid I took a mean advantage," he confessed. "Riglar cold-decked her. You see, a busted ankle ain't much to spread on, so I hinted at complications. She sure thinks I'm dyin', and when she comes she'll find me hopping around." "Oh, well." Carter glanced stealthily at Helen. "She has oceans of time to pay you. With any old luck you are good for 85, and it doesn't take a loving wife that length of time to get even." For which insolence he paid instantly and doubly, first by a nasty dose, secondly by loss of Bender, who was summarily ejected under pretext of its being the patient's hour for sleep. So the war ran, and it did seem as though circumstance never tired of impressing allies for Helen's cause. Take Dorothy Chester, who called with heart next day. She, like Carruthers, could only take the situation at face values, and so enthused over his luck in nurses, to all of which, in Helen's absence, Carter subscribed till Dorothy reached her climax. And Dr. Carruthers thinks so too. Wouldn't it be nice if they made a match of it? She was astounded by the heat of his reply. No, a Scotch dromedary, suckled on predestination and damnation of infants. Pretty husband he'd make, but she solved his vehemence for Hart's benefit on the way home. He's in love with her himself. Between patient and doctor, what a mix-up. Hart laughed. Odds are on the doctor if he's up to his job. I'd hate to be Carter on the chance of an overdose. For which flippancy his ears were well pulled. As he said, things were undoubtedly a little tangled, and if at first glance it would appear that Dorothy had not assisted in the unraveling, closer scrutiny shows that her remark helped at least to bring affairs to a head. For the remainder of the day Carter was very thoughtful, so preoccupied that he forgot to misbehave over his supper tray while, time and again, Helen caught him surveying herself with a dark uneasiness. Puzzled, she came back to the ward before leaving and stood at the foot of his bed. But as yet his fever was confined to his mind, and he replied that he was feeling quite well to her question. The good night, she wished him, was not, however, for him. Always darkness magnifies trouble, and through its black lens he saw suspicions as facts. Tossing restlessly, he heard the city clock chime the quarters, halves, hours, until at 12. The night nurse's lantern revealed him wide-eyed, staring, and knowing the efficacy of a change of thought in producing sleep, she stayed for a chat. Correct enough in theory, the treatment proved about as successful as would the application of a blister upon a sore, for he bent the conversation to his own uses, steering it by a circuitous route through the girl's own experience to Helen. She was liked in the hospital. Indeed she was. The night nurse was emphatic on that, and went on to say that beauty such as Helen's was not generally conducive of popularity. No, it wasn't jealousy. The nurse tossed her head at his question. Simply that pretty girls didn't have to be nice, so usually left amiability to be assumed with a double chin. And being a frank as well as a merry creature, she confessed to an accession of that desirable quality every time she saw her own nose in a glass. But Helen Morrill, she was sweet as she was pretty. Dr. Carruthers thought so too. Well, the nurse would smile, and everybody in the hospital was glad of it. They would make such a perfect couple, an ideal match. It was as good as settled then. Well, not given out yet, but everyone knew. Her lantern being on the floor, she could not see his face, and he lay so quiet she thought he had fallen asleep and was tiptoeing away when he spoke again. But Mrs. Morrill, she had been married before, her husband dead. If he wasn't, he ought to be. The nurse was sure of that. There was only one place for a man who could not live with such a nice girl, and if he were not, divorce was about as good in ridding one of the beast, with which she picked up her lantern and left him in darkness and despair. When she came next on her rounds, she thought him asleep, but he resumed his restless tossings as soon as her back was turned. Dawn, however, betrayed him, and sent her flying to the head doctor with his pulse and temperature. "He was all right last night," the latter exclaimed. "Bring his chart down to the office." Studying it while he mixed sedatives a little later, he said, "Awake at midnight, talked, did he? What about Mrs. Morrill?" He snatched truth out of her as though it had been an appendix. "Spoke of her and Dr. Carruthers. Ah-ha! Well, give him this and send Mrs. Morrill to me when she comes in." If short, the interview did not lack excitement when, a couple of hours later, Helen opposed the freshness of the morning to the head's angry glare. Her delicate colors, the eyes cleared by sleep and full of light, were enough to have softened the heart of a Gorgon, but served only to irritate him, who looked upon them as so much material gone to waste. "What have you done?" he roared after her. "Look at that," and went on as her distressed eyes came back from the chart. "You have done nothing, that's the trouble. Why did I appoint you to this case? Because of your vast experience? No, because I thought you could administer something outside of medical practice. And now he's dying of jealousy. You have done it, you must cure him." And taking her by the arm as though she were a medicine tray, he marched her to Carter's ward, gave her a shake at the door like a bottle that is to be well shaken before taken, and thrust her in with the parting admonition, "Now, do your duty." Here was an embarrassing position. Surely never before had nurse such orders, to administer love like a dose, that forsooth. To a patient who had already turned his broad back on her charmess, now did she pay toll of blushes for the perversity that had checked his every overture. How could she begin? Pleating and unpleating her apron, she stood at the foot of his bed, the prettiest picture of perplexity ever vouchsafed to gaunt, unshaven man. A weak stubble did not improve his appearance any more than his unnatural color, fixed, glazed eyes. But soon as a timid glance gave her these, she was on her knees beside him. "Is that you, Helen?" Before she could speak, he burst out in a sudden eruption of speech. "I'm so glad. There's something I want to tell you." Then it came in a flood that washed away his natural reserve, the confession, his remorse for his obstinacy, the sorrow that had tamed his anger, his yearning through weary months for an overture from her, his ignorance of the settlers' persecution, scorn of scandalous rumors, his attempts to communicate with and find her, all down to his observation of her liking for Carothers, finishing, "Through all, my every thought has been of you. But now, I see. It was a mistake, our marriage. It was wrong to couple roughness with refinement. So if you wish." Her face was now buried in her arms, and he gently touched the golden hair. "Last night I made up my mind to bring no more misery into your life, but now that I see you, it is difficult. But, if you wish—" He got no further, for speech is impossible when a soft hand stoppers one's mouth, and while he was thus effectually gagged, she took a mean advantage, told him just what she thought of him. Such a stupid, a big man, so very strong, but oh, so silly. Did he really think that she, any girl, would have waited upon him in such circumstances, unless— Here she had to release his mouth to wipe away the streaming tears, and his question came out like an explosion. "What?" She told him, or rather, conveyed the information in the orthodox way with lovers. This takes time, and becoming suddenly alive to the fact that he was sitting up in bed, she resumed her authority to make him lie down. In view of his condition, she was certainly justified in using force to compel obedience. But was it right? Was it proper for her, a nurse duly accredited to the case, to leave her arms about him? Well, she did, and scandalous predicament. Her golden head was lying beside his on the pillow when the door opened for the matron, Carothers, and the head on their morning rounds. "Well, I declare, fine goings-on." Helen's faint cry of dismay was drowned by the matron's horrified exclamation, but Carter rose to the situation. "Miss Craig, doctor, my wife." He could not include Carothers, who retired precipitously, and was then just outside the door, swallowing hugely in vain attempts to get what looked like a monstrous pill, but was really his heart, back to its proper place. "You're what?" Having the general objections to matrimony which come with prim old maidhood, the matron almost screamed. "Good gracious, man. Couldn't you have waited till you were sure you wouldn't need a minister to bury you?" And she tossed a high head at his answer. "No, ma'am, we were that impatient we got married 2 years ago." There she slid one in on him with a sniff of disdain. 2 years? Imph! One would never have thought it, and just look at this ward. Doctor's rounds and ward unswept, bed unmade. I doubt whether you've had your medicine. I'll send up another nurse at once. As for you, Mrs. Carter," she paused, flouncing out of the door. "You are," she intended, discharged, but the head doctor interposed twinkling glasses between Helen and destruction. She was merely giving treatment according to orders. How the matron stared. Treatment? Orders? Whose orders, pray? Mine. Her response as she bustled away, "Has everyone gone mad?" set them all smiling, and Carter's remark, "a bit too long in the oven," eloquently described her crustiness. But if long study of people from interior views had left the matron purblind as to outward signs, sympathies, and emotions, she was not so short-sighted but that she came to a full stop at the sight of Carothers, who stood, hands clinched, like a naughty boy, face to the wall. "You poor man." But though her tone was gentle as her touch on his shoulder, he threw her hand fiercely away and strode off uttering an unmistakable damn. "Another lunatic," she tartly commented, and was confirmed in that flattering opinion when, instead of pining in romantic fashion. He fell in love again and married a sweet girl the following summer. Left thus alone in the case, the head doctor nodded his satisfaction at the patient's decided improvement, while his further instructions were short as pleasant. Same treatment, continued at intervals. These orders, be sure, were faithfully observed. Indeed, he had scarcely passed out then, but the next hour is theirs, intrusion would be impertinent. Sufficient that its confidences left each possessed of the other's every thought and feeling throughout their separation. Her eyes dancing, she broke a happy silence to say, "You were dreadfully transparent. Did you really think I couldn't see through your misbehavior?" Then she told of how Dorothy had confided to her his appeal to heart and efforts at self-improvement. But, she added, with a sigh that was almost plaintive, I wouldn't have cared. Also she told him of her proud espionage upon him at the general manager's dinner, in return for which she learned how he had waited at the forks of his own trail that winter's night, waited while his ponies shivered in the bitter wind, until he picked hers and Elinor Leslie's voices from the groan of passing runners. She remembered. "Oh, was that you? Why didn't you come in?" "I would, at least I think I would have," he corrected, "if you'd been alone. By the way, I saw her in Minneapolis the other day. She was taking an order from a fat Frenchman in a restaurant where Smythe and I had turned in for dinner. Luckily her back was turned, so we got out without her seeing me, but I caught her profile and she looked dreadfully weak and thin." "A waitress!" Helen cried. "Oh, the poor thing, couldn't you have?" Pausing, she confirmed his wisdom. "No, it was better she did not see you." Silence fell between them, he thinking of the temptation in the warm gloaming, she busy with her own memories. Helen's watch beat like a pulse in the quiet. A housefly rivaled the full boom of a bee as it battered its head against the window pane, a futile illustration of Elinor Leslie's folly. Just so had she beaten at the invisible barriers that held her back from free passion. Now she lay, poor soul, bruised and beaten like a dying moth, wings singed by a single touch of the unholy flame. But sadness could not hold them. Smiling, Helen suddenly relieved herself of the astonishing remark. "I am so glad you are ruined. Yes, I am." She nodded firmly, misreading his comical surprise. "Now we can go back to the farm, just you and I be ever so happy." "Why?" He listened with huge enjoyment to her explanation, then said with mock concern, "It would be fine, and I'm that sorry to disappoint you, but who said I was ruined?" "Oh, everybody, the papers said this morning that. What is that funny name? Yes, Mr. Brass Bowels, that he had bought up enough of your liabilities to snow you under." "They did they? Well, they have another guess coming." "Aren't you ruined?" she asked. But though he laughed at her naive distress, he refused to say more, laughingly assuring her that she would not be long in suspense. Nor had she long to wait. For as she was giving him his medicine the following afternoon, he bobbed up under her hand as though set on wire springs to the detriment of the snowy quilt, which absorbed the dose. "Listen." A whistle, deep-toned, fully 2 octaves below the shrill hoot of the Monopoly's locomotives, thrilled in the distance. Drawing nearer, its vibrant bass gave the entire city pause. Clerks waited, pens poised for a stroke. Lawyers dropped their briefs. Storekeepers, laborers, mechanics, the very Indians in the camps by the river stood on gaze. Motion ceased as at the voice of the falked siren. A hush fell in the streets, a silence complete as that of some enchanted city. It carried consternation into the offices of the Monopoly, that whistle. Sparks, the division superintendent, dropped his pen and stared at his chief, who was giving last orders for the demolition of Greer and Smythe before he went back east. The latter's iron nerve, however, vouchsafed only a breathing space to surprise, Then he continued in the same dry tones. Previous instructions are hereby canceled. That's an American whistle, sparks, gem ball for 1,000. They've won out, it's all over but the shouting. And as eager tumult broke loose in the street, he added, and there it goes. The shouting. They poured into the streets. Doctors, lawyers, clerks, laborers. Carpenters jumped from new buildings. Plumbers left their braziers burning while they swelled the stream that poured out to see the first train. An engine with Pullman and palace car pull in over the new line. Shout. They did, and more. Your canny Canadian is the Dale at celebrating when his backslidings carry him that way. And next morning many a worthy citizen sweated in thinking back to the cause of his headache. I, good church members, lugged flasks of old Scotch from blameless appearing pockets. The carpenter exchanged news and drams with the millionaire. The NP had bought the new road. No, only leased it. No. They were merely to finance the enterprise, market its bonds in return for reciprocal traffic arrangements. There were other theories, all spun round a germ of truth, but thence to the source. As the siren sounded the second time, Carter looked at Bender, who sat opposite Helen, having dropped in for a chat, and his remark carries back to the strike. Now you know why we went to Minneapolis. What does it all mean? His face lit up as he turned to Helen. It means cars, locomotives, rolling stock, the use of N.P., equipment till we can install our own. That we can rebuild the burned bridges this fall and shove a temporary line through to Silver Creek and the camps in the Riding Mountains. It means that the Red River Valley will send its wheat south to Duluth this fall. It means victory for us, competition for the province. That was his hour, but Helen shared it, even when Greer and Smythe ushered in the American Railway King. Twin to the general manager in massive build and strength of feature, he had come from a softer mold. His eyes, mouth were gentler, more pleasant. In him the high, sloping forehead, mark of the dreamer, was qualified by the strong jaw, wide-spaced eyes of the man of practical affairs. A glance told that here imagination and constructive power went hand in hand. Fun rippled and ran over innumerable fine facial lines, and he laughed out loud when Helen made to withdraw, assuring her that their conversation would not tax her sex's supposed weakness in the matter of secrets, as they were not to talk business. We think too much of this man to bother him with details, he said. These gentlemen have attended to everything, and all we require is his signature to a few papers. Celebrations won't be in order till he's well enough to run down to St. Paul. Then, well, you'd better not let him come alone. So, talking and laughing for a pleasant half-hour, he gave off his superabundant energy until the ward was charged, then went away leaving the patient stimulated to the verge of open mutiny. I'm as well as you. He defied the head to his face that evening. Send up my clothes. In 2 weeks, if you are good, the head calmly answered. 2 weeks. I'll be head over heels in work by then, and there is something I want to do first. I'll be out of here in 1. And, albeit a trifle chalky as to complexion and wobbly of knee, he was, on the last day. But first the record of that week, and as Bender's bulk overshadows all else, behold him, mid-week, hobbling into the ward with Jenny trailing behind like a kitten in the wake of the family house dog. Mrs. Bender, if you please. He corrected Carter, chuckling, and for once he permitted someone else to do the blushing, wherein he showed great taste, as she did it right prettily, exhibiting, moreover, a much superior article. Next day Dorothy, becomingly mortified, because the good news had come to her through her father out of Smythe. To hear of it in such a roundabout way, she declared, "You little traitor, and when I think of your speculations about his wife, positively I had resolved never to forgive you, but—" kisses, of course. Thereafter Brady, Big Hands, Carrot Smith, all more or less singed and nursing various breakages, ostensibly to see the boss, really to take a look at his pretty wife, whom they decided shamed the specifications. Then, to everybody's astonishment, indeed, the head shadowed the man along the corridor, as though he were an anarchist with a bomb in his pocket. The general manager. Brisk, steel-like, yet twinkling. "Trounced us, didn't you?" He laughed. "Well, one never can tell when one has made an end. Competition, perhaps for a while, but wait till Jem Ball and I get a bellyful of fighting. However, by that time you'll be well cured of your desires for the public weal and be ready to listen to reason. Oh yes, you will. We all take 'em like chicken pox or measles, but they are not fatal, unless you get 'em late in life. I feel so sure of your eventual recovery that I just dropped in to bury the hatchet. 50 years won't see the finish of our plans, and whenever you feel a yearning for fresh enterprises, just look me up." Therewith the gray cynic hurried away to plan and scheme, upbuild, tear down, without slack or satiety of enormous constructive appetite. To live in travail greater than the labor of woman, and give birth ceaselessly to innumerable works. To inundate the plains with seas of wheat and carry bread to Europe's teeming millions. To sow towns, villages, cities broadcast over the north, make farms for countless thousands. To join Occident and Orient with gleaming rails, clipper ships. To do evil consciously all his days and work unconscious good, crushing the individual for the weal of the race, and caring nothing for either. To live feared and die respected, leaving the world bigger and better than he found it. Lastly, the cook, just down from the camp with news of Michigan red. Flying in front of the fire, the black stallion had come in with the rat-tailed mare to be shot as a murderer after the Cree had tracked down the thing that had been his master. And so, if there be aught in Cree mythology, the soul of the fierce brute would fight it out once more with the fiercer man in the place of the teamsters. While beguiling the tedium, these tales and conversations failed to exclude from Carter's ear a distant hammering that attended the building of his station and freight sheds. Also, he could hear the hoarse coughing of locomotives going up and down his line. And as the materia medica contains no tonics like happiness and success, small wonder that, as aforesaid, he demanded his clothes at the end of the week. Once you get hold of a fellow, you are never satisfied till you have gone all through his clockwork. He replied to the head's objections. But though I sympathize with your industry, you'll have to wait for another go at mine. They are needed in my business. First, Helen with him, of course, he directed his steps, or rather the wheels of a hack, to the new station where the ring of saws, hammering, noise and bustle of work acted upon him like the draught of the elixir of life, bringing color to his cheeks, stiffness to his knees, sparkle to his eyes. Thence they drove for a conference to Greer and Smythe's, whereafter nothing would suit him but a long drive out to the prairies. It was a strenuous beginning, but fresh air and sunshine are ever potent. He gained color and strength under her anxious eyes, seemed fresher when he dropped her at Jean Glaves's house that evening than in the morning. Throughout the happy day they had lived in the present, but though he had made no plan for the future, she had trusted, and her face lit up with flashing intuition when he said good night. "Mistress Morrill, you are to take the morning train to Lone Tree." This was the something he wanted to do. Chapter 32, The Trail Again. Skipping that long if happy night, peep with dawn into Helen's bedroom, and see her up and singing small snatches of song that presently brought Jean Glaves, herself the earliest of birds, from bed to assist at the toilet. Should she wear this, that, or the other? There was the usual doubt which beset a young lady who wishes to look her best for occasion, but the result that went forth from Big Jean's hug, a vision of healthy beauty that drew tentative smiles from a brace of drummers and attracted the stealthy regard of the entire station when she finally broke, like a burst of sunlight, on the platform. Continuing the figure, the smile, its crowning asset, faded like the afterglow when her anxious eyes refused her the tall, familiar figure. And when the train pulled out without him, her disconsolate expression filled the aforesaid drummers with manly longings towards consolation. Unpunctual, on such an occasion, and how silly she would look at Lone Tree. Slightly offended at first, she then grew alarmed. Perhaps he had suffered a relapse, was ill, dying. Be sure that her terrors compassed the possible and impossible during an hour's journey, and not until she saw a man come dashing across the tracks to the Lone Tree platform did she realize the fullness of his inspiration. He had taken the freight out the night before. If thinner, paler, he was very like the young man who had come to meet her 3 years ago. There also was the lone poplar that had christened the station, the ramshackle town with its clapboard hotels, false-fronted stores, grain sheds, sitting in the midst of the plains that, flat and infinitely yellow, ran with the tracks over a boundless horizon. Lastly, there was Nels and his bleached grin, holding death and the devil, sleek, fat, and sinful as ever. Carter's whispered greeting helped to keep her in the past. "Is this Miss Morrill?" "Mr. Carter, I believe." She had just time for the roguish answer. Then their little comedy had to be laid aside till they were alone on trail. For the doctor came running from his office, the storekeeper plunged madly across tracks, Hooper, the agent, yelled, "Well, I swan," and jumped to shake hands, while from a grain shed emerged Jimmy Glaves, who had taken a lift in with Nels. Wasn't she glad to see them? Yet a deeper happiness enveloped her when, looking back, she again saw Lone Tree, shrunken in the distance, its grain sheds looking like red Noah's arks on a yellow carpet, when she heard only the pole and harness, jigging a merry accompaniment to the beat of quick feet, whirring song of swift wheels. It was very like that first occasion. Though stiff night frosts were now giving timely notice of winter's chill approach, the clerk of the weather had made special arrangements for a south wind, so it was warm as on that far day. Birds, animals, scenery, too, all helped to bring the happy past forward to the happy present, while death and the devil, those wicked ones, fostered the illusion by frequent boltings. Surely she remembered the ridge where her first coyote had caused her to cling to Carter, and earned a kiss by repetition of that shameful performance and faithful mimicry of his accent. "He sure looks hungry." Immediately thereafter they plunged out from among scattered farms into the dry lands, but its yellow miles, generally a penance, flowed unnoticed under the buckboard. They were both astonished when, suddenly as before, they rattled through a bluff and dropped over the edge of the valley upon Father Francis at the mission door. Nothing would suit but that they must dine with him while Louis, the half-breed stableman, fed and watered the ponies. But if the good priest's twinkle expressed knowledge that another of his day's works was come to fruitage, his quiet converse brought no jarring note into their communings. Undisturbed, they began again at the ford and continued while the park lands rolled in great billows under the wheels. The Cree chimneys, Indian graveyards, other well-remembered objects passed in pleasant procession ere, coming to Flynn's, he looked at her. A shake of the head confirmed his doubt. Another time, so they swept on through vast, sun-washed spaces where cattle wandered freely as the whispering winds under flitting cloud shadows, and so about sundown came to their own place with but a single interruption. Passing Danvers at their own forks, he grinned his delight as he turned out to let them by and shouted after, "Say, I heard from Leslie. He's doing well on the Rand. Sends regards to both of you." While that bit of good news was still ringing in her ears, the house flashed out under the eaves of the forest, warm and bright under the setting sun. All was unchanged. The lake, stained just now a ruby red, the golden stubble fenced in by dark, environing woods. Within all was neat and clean as Nells's racial passion for soap and water could make it. So while he stabled the tired ponies, she donned one of her old aprons, rolled sleeves above dimpled elbows, and cooked supper. Rather a superfluous performance aside from the grave pleasure he took in looking on. Afterwards they sat on the doorstep, she between his knees, head pillowed against his breast, and looked at the copper moon that hung in the trees across the lake, watched it brighten to silver, listened to the harmonies of the night, the loon's weird alto, the bittern's bass, cry of a pivoting mallard, owl's solemn choral, a wilder, freer movement than was ever chained in a stave. Once a snuffle, soft lapping, drifted in, and he replied to her start, bare drinking. Otherwise they were silent up to the moment she arose, shivering. "It is getting colder. I think I'll go in." He stayed a little longer, stretched luxuriously out on the grass, was still there when, having made their bed, she came to the door. A vivid memory gave her pause. Just so had he looked, that night, dark still as the marble effigy of some old crusader, with the moonlight quivering about him like an emanation. "Are you coming, dear?" Perhaps the memory tinged her tone. Anyway, he sprang up, arms extended, and as she came running, he lifted her clear of the ground, carried her in and closed the door. Her shiver had warrant. Within the hour, the north wind began to herd luminous clouds across the moon. At midnight, the cabin loomed darkly through a bridal veil of white.